we're streaming. Streaming. Okay, so let's get this going. Uh, this is new. So we're going to live stream. We're connecting. Okay, so it says we have an excellent connection. With that, we're going to start the call, and we meet now. Press the audio call. Oh. Okay. I'm so thrilled that it's working. We're hoping somebody responds. Okay, is anybody there? Oh, okay, good, good. Aristides. Okay, we are on a totally new system now. We are on your computer. We're on your computer. This could not have been possible without you. Yeah, yes. What did you expect? Certainly, did you not see the test over the past few days we've been testing? Yes, yes. So, and obviously, this would not be possible without you. And just want you to know that your efforts have not been in vain. Yeah, and I want you to know that it went, comparatively speaking, remarkably smoothly. And we're yeah, it's still a new system. We might have some glitches, but we're definitely going to do our best to make it through the night. And we've got a lot to talk about, all too much to talk about. If we can't get other people to join us, I'll start in on monologue, but really don't want to start in too quickly. I always try to give myself an hour or a few hours to rev up for it first before I go into the zone. So I'm do hoping you're up for a little conversation, and stay with us as long as you can for a few hours at least, so that we can, yeah. Aside from all of that, are you ready to do the blurb right now? Or, uh, oh, if you want me to do something first, I can speak a few moments first and buy you some time. Okay. Okay, great. And yeah. Oh shit! It says no. It says no audio for Aristides. Shit. Okay, so that's a new computer, and then they update it after we test it. That's the problem. They update it after we test. So let's go see this. Okay, we can't hear Ari. So okay. So Brendan, we need you to Brendan, I need you on screen share. So answer the call so I can get you on screen share so we can take care of this. Yeah, of course, but this is different. Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Uh, 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 so let's do screen share for this. Let's do screen share for this. And let me do something here while we're doing that. And give me a second here. And okay. Here we are. There we are. Just doing something while we're doing that, and I'm doing multitasking. This is part of the nature of production. Whenever there's change, and then they compound change with more change, and honestly, you can't take this as anything neutral. It's simply an assault, and it's to prevent the transmission from happening at all. It's simply too synchronous. Okay, so we're trying to. I'm screen sharing. Can you see the screen? Yeah. Okay, so tell me where to go. Here, wasn't it settings? We go to settings. It's I well, it's obviously here. So if we go over to let's okay, Brandon can speak in 10 minutes. He says, and that well, the only reason that it's dependent on him is because he's the person who set it up. Okay. Oh, he's there with us. That doesn't mean he can talk. But can you talk, Brendan? If you can, I'm sharing screen, so tell me where to go because we set up the second band just for this purpose, and now it's not registering it. So it's this is after the update that happened last night. After we set everything up, then it forced an update that again cancels the mic. So that's the problem. Is this is not coincidence? It's the things like this are not okay. Okay, here on desktop audio, the lower one here. That one's working. This. Oh, the gear, or the three dots. The gear here. Okay, advanced audio properties. Okay, there we go. Now, okay. Okay, you can see it, correct? Brendan? Desktop audio. Right click or left click? Right click it? Desktop audio? You mean like here? Like what? The square? Mono? Balance? I'm sorry. Where am I clicking? The audio itself? It's not doing anything. It's like, yeah. I think we need. Um, Brendan, are you okay? It's the updates, and you can't escape them. You can't refuse them. It's forced upon you. And so Brendan, are you there? Is he on the call? Take. Well, the problem is that he set it up. So that's the problem. We what I can do is talk for a few minutes. Good thing we didn't have you start going into a blur before I started talking. Okay, Brent, I can come back in a few minutes. Okay, 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 yeah. Let's. Of course. Yes. Well, how about we try this? Okay. So on the left, where does it say that? Where does it say that? How do you even say? I see no such thing. How do you? Okay. So close this. So close. Okay, the whole big bottom bar here. Where's? Okay. Ooh, sure. Okay, Brendan OBS settings. It's just go to settings then. Here we are, and then we go to audio. Or it's audio probably. He says that then reactivate the desktop audio. Uh, okay. Device not connected. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, disable default speaker. Well, uh, nothing has changed software wise. So Yeti microphone. I would just click that and then press OK, right? And then,
But
but
yeah,
that
you got to
doesn't.
add a second
There
one.
we
You
are.
got to.
Now we can hear you.
Oh,
You're
what
registered.
did you click it to?
It's the Yeti microphone. See, what happens is every time the motherfuckers update, the computer rejects the Yeti microphone. Even though it's
Oh,
a brand new computer, they all do that. So
okay.
this was done specifically to do that.
So
I mean, the
so it's
update was conducted specifically to fuck over the microphone.
yeah. So
There's
just
no,
remember, yeah. So wherever you click for that, remember where that is.
yeah. It's the same.
And so you're thinking now, as far as you can tell, you
Yeah.
think it's I'm coming through, and we can have someone
Verify that. Yes,
verify that.
Area's audible. Area's audible. Brendan's
Okay.
confirmed it. So let's go back to elsewhere where it will also be confirmed. So let's take a look at the rest of the call here. There, whoever's on the infinite call, also let us know, and we will also check the studio now. So let's go to the studio and. T Tank Bear says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother. 100. God bless you, local. Yeah, Aristides. He says
Okay.
it's verified. Brendan says it's verified.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah, Sheila
Great.
Gavin says, greetings, dearest Douglas, T-Trick National Treasure and Public Informer. Okay, thank you, honey. Love you dearly. T-Tank Barry says loud and clear. And here I understand him to be referencing yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but I know that you can be heard because and John
Yeah.
says loud and clear. There we are, right on the infinite
All right.
call. John
Yeah.
says loud and clear. Yeah,
All right.
and so you can begin the blurb. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Now that I'm here. So, yep, I sat down on my computer. I saw the pop-up, and I clicked on that, got through the program. We'll get through that. The first thing you should do is click the thumbs up upvote. It's important to both to show your support and to influence the algorithm on Douglas's behalf. That is important because, well, there are downvotes placed. You can't see them, but they are placed by certain detractors of Douglas, trying to interfere with the fine work he's doing. So, and the algorithm does dictate how likely he is to be found in a search, how high up in the search he's displayed, likelihood to be suggested content, because that's everything these days is they figure you out, they get your profile, and then they suggest content to you, and we don't want him to miss out on that. So, yep, help him get that algorithm going in his behalf. Click the thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed. So it seems like now permanently, like I don't see that button. Maybe other people can say, because depending, like in other spots, it says, so yeah, I don't see the subscribe button on the live, here. But if I go to your main channel page, youtube.com/ at Douglas Dietrich, it's there and it says subscribe. So you want to, if you don't see it where you're at now, open another window or click over to real quick to the main profile. You can just click on his name there where it says Douglas Dietrich. It's blue. It's a link, and make sure you're subscribed. Even if you had in the past, it may have come undone for whatever reason. So,
oh yeah,
make
they
sure you're
always
subscribed.
say,
Make sure
you will be unsubscribed. Do remind,
Yeah.
make it a definitive. They will be
Yeah.
unsubscribed, so they've got to keep
Yeah.
checking.
Right. So yeah, hopefully not. But if you have, make sure it's on. That's all. Check that occasionally or every time. And turn on the notification bell. That gives a handy pop-up when the programs start. I did see them because of that. Like I saw you on your tests. I saw it popping up. I'm like, I knew you're doing something. So turn that notification bell on. Very handy. You don't have to remember to, it's going, you have to set your own reminder. It just does it for you. And you click it and it gets you right there. So do that. To do these things, you need an account with YouTube. So if you don't have one, make one, or I think a Google account is the same. Just make sure you're logged in one way or another. You can't do these things. Once you are logged in, you have your little icon, or you can make yourself an icon up in the corner. That's your upper right corner on the computer. I think it's the same on the phone. That's your little menu there, and you can go in there and create accounts. And for me, it's a switch account. What that is it's not actual other accounts. You can create sub channels under your main account, your main profile. Usually people use these to partition different types of content, but the cool thing is each one of them can do its own upvoting. So you could switch between there, do extra upvotes, and maybe, hey, be inspired to start uploading some of your content and show the world your creativity and your passions, and or anything. So, but you don't have to. You can just leave them like a blank dummy channel and still do the upvotes. But just remember to switch back to your main, your main one if you're going to chat or anything like that. Yeah. So also in terms of upvoting, after the live is over and it turns into regular YouTube, the comments underneath the window are enabled. This is different than the live chat on the side, which may or should replay. Also, along with the main replay, depending on how you have it set. I think you can elect to turn that on or off during a replay, but not that. Underneath, there will be comments enabled only afterwards. Douglas will put a pinned comment there with his crucial info, including his PayPal link, and we'll get to that shortly. Please upvote that. Any other positive comments, feel free to leave a comment. This also tells the algorithm this content is popular and should be bumped up. So please do that. Did I do that last time? I'll check. I think I did. So in turn, yes. And the so as far I mentioned the PayPal. So more important than all of that, basically we want you to hit the thumbs up as soon as you get here. So, but after that, please consider and then send Douglas some money, and you can do that through PayPal. We'll put the link in the chat. Chat now. That is linked there. You do not need to find and dig up the link to contribute. All you need to know is he's on PayPal and his name is Douglas Diedrich. And you can search there first and last, or by the he has it here up on the thumbnail show poster where it says critical emissions there. There it says PayPal about me. All you got to remember is that last. There's different variants of the PayPal. You know, it can be paypal.com or .me, but the Douglas D. Diedrich, that's him. Or just, I think if you search first and last, you will find him. And I don't think you need an account in this case with PayPal. I think there's a way to click and just send him money with a card. Please consider sending him what you can afford. You know, even if that's, you know, if that's just $20, yeah, please do that. If you can afford more, please do that as well, because this is his job, his official job in the what's it? Something 200% working disabled.
250% working disabled.
250. Wow. Whatever that's a percent of, I don't know.
I don't either, but it's supposed to be it's like times 2.5. It's like you're disabled times 2.5. That's what it
No, I don't think that's it. It's there's some other but that's probably not important for purpose of this discussion. Just know that this is Douglas's job, and you know, the contributions he collects are his official income.
That's true.
And allow him to keep doing this and bringing you information that will inform you and shock you and you know, definitely change your world and likely your mood one way or another. So but you know, never a dull moment. So you know, he deserves your support. So
thank you.
Please do that. You can share the youtube.com or a similar link out of the browser bar. It may be different if you're on a mobile. That's fine. It'll automatically figure it out no matter you know, when you share it or when they click on it. The mobile usually says m dot, you know, I think m dot YouTube or something. It doesn't matter. Grab that link, post it somewhere where people can see it and click on it, and they can also get here and check it out. Also during the replay, if you're at the replay stage, you can right-click on the computer. You can right-click right on the window at any time, and it will generate a link to the replay with a timestamp built into it. In other words, what that allows you to do is you're listening, you're like, oh wow, this part's so cool. You know, my friend so-and-so would really love to hear this part. You right-click, and it'll say generate a link at current time or something like that. Grab that, and that'll bring them right to that time. So just dial them right into the interesting topic you want to recommend, or etc. So, all right.
That's beautiful. Very, very thorough, and yeah.
Okay, what else? Check out. We'll put the channel link for Mr. Super Clutch 420. He does. He produces small topical, you know, excerpts, if you will, from the programs. Feel free to send any of those to someone also. I hope he doesn't. I would think he's got you linked on, right?
I hope.
I would hope. Yeah, if he goes to. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, he does. He has it. Like, say, I just clicked on one, and right there, he's got your at Douglas Diedrich, and if I click on it, yep, it brings you right there. You know, he's smart enough to, you know, link your thing there. So, check that out. That's a little easier to send a shorter video, or another way to share. So check that out as well. So. And okay. Oh, and the and okay. Let's not forget. It's a little newer. We're still good. In the account settings I mentioned before there, and it's probably in the upper right. Where you switch your different sub channels or anything, or all the different basically your settings menu. Make sure you go in there and find where it says restricted mode and make sure that is off, because just in the case that you somehow have gotten set to restricted mode, that may limit or interfere with your ability to see or hear Douglas or other similar adult-oriented content. Although I don't know if that is affecting them right now, how they could hear this. I do think you should probably put something right up on your front, right on your front channel somewhere. You could do that. I think you could do that. That'd be good too. Well, if you can hear this, check that. If you're an adult, assuming you're an adult. If you're not an adult, please make sure you at least have your parent or guardian's permission to be here. If you don't, we won't tell because we don't know. But well, they left you unsupervised. So they'll get what they they'll get what they put in, I guess.
Yes. It's like computers. Children are like computers. It's
just promise to cover your ears when it gets scary.
Yeah, which is all the fucking time. I mean, that's just from the moment we start. It's scary.
Anyway.
As a matter of fact, and of course they always arrange it so that we, they try and sabotage it right from the start, so that we can't get on at all. But we managed to get through that, and that of course was thanks to help from Team Dietrich, all members, and honestly, I've surrounded myself with the best, and that's what keeps us going. Now, let's see if we can get someone else on the call to help us last for an hour or so before I go into deep mode and just suck all the oxygen out of the room. At that point, of course, the entire format changes. People are invited to interject. But other than that, I'm just I'm just off. By that I mean I'm off on a off on a roll. So we are joined by dearest Heather Holman, and Heather, of course, is in Arizona. She's in the belly of the beast. This is the heart of the new religion, the worship of Charlie Kirk, the new saint of the millennium for the American Church of MAGA. So, dear Heather, both yourself and, of course, Vin are welcome to share with us your impressions of what's gone down in your neighborhood. This was in Phoenix that the great sports stadium sanctification of this individual took place. How are things going with Vinny and yourself concerning, what went down?
Well, everything is as normal. Nothing seems out of place.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, there was just like crazy traffic and all the garbage left over from the funeral. But I mean, I guess Elon Musk was there. I didn't expect, but Trump was there. JD Vance. Nothing out of the ordinary. I haven't noticed. I mean, it's starting to get a little windy, but that's about it.
Now, let me see. Use this without. This is interesting. Okay, I'm looking at different things, so you have to forgive me. I'm looking at different things at once. And you continue telling us about everything being normal, and if everything's normal, how about things that aren't? Bring up something that's not.
It looks like that there's supposed to be and something coming into our atmosphere. Like there's some weird news. I just noticed it on TikTok, but they're saying that there's going to be a tsunami warning for California. Do you have a tsunami warning in California?
I don't know. I didn't get one.
Yeah,
If so, they've left me out of
all
it.
kinds of crazy stuff. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, yeah, it's always been a problem that situation. It's always hard to tell who to believe or not to believe. This is maddening. I'm dealing with this stupid cell phone simultaneously while I'm talking to you, so forgive me. Just keep burning bandwidth, both of you. Aristides, I'll need you to join in with Heather and continue talking. And that way the
All
two of you
right.
can hold a conversation about all of this. I mean, have you heard about any tsunami warnings or anything in your state that's
I have not.
particularly interesting? How about your own state, Aristides? I mean, certainly something must be
Me?
going on. Yeah,
Uh,
your state.
it's not a very natural disaster prone area.
Uh-huh.
Um, so I don't know. And I'm proud there is probably stuff going on, and I'm just oblivious to it. Um, so
Yeah, I mean, if they did have some kind of a attack, cyber attack, or something on a grid, they wouldn't be able to communicate that with people. You know, if their internet was down.
yeah,
My phone has been
yeah.
sabotaged. So
Uh, what?
the
What are you doing?
I'm trying to deal with a phone that's been sabotaged. The phone's not working, so I'll have to deal with that sometime soon. It's working, but it takes an enormous amount of effort. I'm actually working around various things that have been done to it. It's This is not surprising, of course. Simply in light of what we're trying to do, which is just communicate with the outside world. And if they cut out my ability to communicate with anyone personally, then they've cut me off from communicating with the outside world as well. So the yeah, it's yeah, that's the deal. This has happened before. We all know that how my phone's been cut off before in terms of services. And this has nothing to do, of course, with payments. The state of California pays for my phone because I'm on both Medicare and Medi-Cal, and therefore I'm on the California Lifeline program. Whereas before they were still able to hack the system and cut the service, at this point they're cutting the phone itself, or disabling its ability to interface with the service that is provided. In other words, the Assurance Wireless takes the money from the state of California to maintain the service, and then in order to interfere with that, they're interfering technologically with the cellular unit itself. Before, of course, Aristides had to save my ass by actually sending a phone that I would use in place of my phone in order to maintain communication with the outside world. And it was only through that we were able to contact Assurance Wireless and the state of California and force Assurance Wireless to reestablish service. But that took a month. Obviously, these are very dangerous times, and we are left in a form of censorship that is very brutal. It's very direct. It's very personal, and it's taking place relentlessly. So understand that you're in the middle of an act of war. The state is warring against you. I am the only person out here in the world who understands what's happening to you. There may be many people who are crying alarms, but none of them know the historical context, and certainly none of them know what to do. So, being myself, and because of my experience, because of my background, because of my context, there's several factors convergent here, historically, personally, and professionally, due to my background, that renders me the ghost in the machine. I'm basically the rat in the works that they have been trying to exterminate forever, and they just can't. So it may get to that point where they do. But if so, believe me, all of you listening are at fault because none of you are contributing as you should. The program that I'm on, 250% working disabled program, is basically meant for me to be supplemented by my own insurance that I paid into through 3 separate careers. All of these careers, the money went in through taxes to SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, and the Social Security Disability Insurance continues cutting me a check only so long as I continue working. That's otherwise I'm disqualified, and would indeed, if I were not conducting this podcast, I would be guilty of serious federal fraud against the federal government. So the podcast is an absolute necessity. It's not a choice. I'm not here because I like to cathart or vent. I feel cognizant enough, or shall I say, simply I'm conscientious enough to try to provide a service while I'm here. But such being said, it's not like I'm here because I want to be. I have to be. But the whole purpose is to earn money. If I'm not earning money, this is by state requirement, by federal law. If I'm not earning money, if you do not contribute, then I'm guilty of federal fraud. So in order to maintain myself as enfranchised within the system, you have to contribute, which all too goddamn few of you ever do. So you understand these are perilous times, and you'd better start, because if I am found guilty of federal fraud and shut down, then you lose the only analyst you've got out there who's capable of presenting solutions for what you're going through, which is nothing good, and nothing good will come of it. The system is on its way to self-destruction, has been forever. I've been describing this ever since I worked with the federal government, and but now it's on warp. It's at warp speed. It's at warp speed towards the center of the gravity of the black hole. You're in the midst of something that you don't understand. If you understood it, you would be terrified. In fact, the overwhelming majority of you would be so terrified you wouldn't know what to do. I do know what many of you would do. A lot of you would simply kill yourselves simply because the situation is that fucking serious, and you wouldn't want to see what's coming, which is mass rapine, cannibalism, and by that I mean mass famine leading to mass cannibalism, and that will be capitalized as well. People will be selling human body parts. It sounds absurd, but it's not. It will get to that point, and like it did in communist China, like it did in the Soviet Union. This is where we're heading right now, because the situation is that bad. Unfortunately, I'm suppressed and unable to tell you all these things as a public, and it's up to you to spread the word that I can do that, and therefore bring other people, bring it to their attention that the son of Adolf Hitler lives, and that we're here to help. Okay, so our friend Brendan says there's a weird voice coming through. All I can say, Brendan, is I need your help to start recording. So just get on the goddamn call as soon as you can. He says, my phone won't charge fast enough to come on. Well, do what you can and come on as soon as possible. So let me emphasize to him that, okay. Okay. And all such being said, everyone else now try and help me burn bandwidth for a little while I get my head together and try and go into analysis. I don't want to do that at the moment. Want to wait an hour or two before I do that, and make certain I start recording as a backup. Okay.
Well, I don't want to report any news if it's not true.
Honey, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. This is not a news site in the classical sense. We have people who come on who have said the most outrageous, impossible, downright stupid shit, and it's just the nature of the beast. So, it's okay if you say something that is not true, quote unquote, because it doesn't matter. I would simply correct it if it were wrong. Yeah. 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 I'm sorry, honey?
There's meteor showers this week.
Okay, cool. There.
And it's the first day of fall tomorrow.
Thank you. That's delightful. Thank you.
But we don't know if it's meteor shower or space debris.
Right. Okay. There. Was that hard? That was easy. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there. See? And no one was harmed. Yeah.
No,
Yeah. I
nobody.
mean, the world's still spinning. You can say things. There may not be a meteor shower, but who cares? What does it matter?
Yeah.
Okay, let me respond to this. Again, because of the nature of my communications issues, I'm communicating with multiple people at once with communications that do not work. So everybody has to be patient with me in this regard. And so, that being said, when I say something like that, everybody pitch in. Pitch in, teamwork.
Yeah.
Start talking. Burning bandwidth.
Looking.
Yeah, yeah. And
Who's everybody?
it's both of you. Yeah. Now Brendan
That's a
says,
joke.
yeah. Brendan says, by the way, that there's a weird voice coming through. I have no idea what he's talking about. If anyone else hears a weird voice, let us know.
Is it constantly or only when I'm like if I was it on a minute ago because I was muted? I wonder if it's.
Let's see what he said here. There's a weird voice coming through. Okay, it's like that's like I'm hoping it's a personal issue with schizophrenia on his part, though I'm not diagnosing. If it's not, which it probably is not, then it means that who knows? We've got all kinds of interference. Interference.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah, neither do I. Thank God. Yeah. It's we can have some fun with Brendan in regards to that. At any rate, numbers are going up, and we'll be forced to address current events soon enough in order to, earn my pay. But all such being said, with everything that we've gone through so far, I do want people to know that I'm hoping there is a response from some of our technical advisors concerning the recording issue. Okay, and let me see now. There was no response to that. It's yeah, that's nice. And it could be, for all I know, he didn't even get the message. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, let's take a look at the call now. Going back to the call, seeing what the status is. Okay, what's this here? Heather put in this. Oh, read that, Heather. Yeah.
Okay. It looks like, let me click on it. Russia has to seize assets of international Satanists. Moscow has put several non-existent organizations on the blacklist of terrorists and extremists, and the anti-Russian separatist movement.
Was that your voice, Aristides?
Yeah. I'm saying I saw that. Moscow seizes assets of international Satanists, and considering what you've said, pretty funny. It's like what, they don't want competition?
Yeah, well, it's just saying members. It's just like the churches are Orthodox Christians are spreading hatred, which is true.
Yes. Hey, you're very hip to that. Thank you. Yeah, and so I'm going to put a haha on this. Don't take that as anything offensive towards yourself. It's the irony of it, as you understand and as you yourself have already expressed. You didn't mention Vin, by the way. How's he doing? Is he all right? And
yeah, he's sleeping right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And his mom's okay.
Yeah, she's kicking.
She's so lucky to have you around. How long have you been a professional care provider?
I don't know, over like 10 years, but I've been doing it. Like I did it for my grandparents even back when I was in high school. So even when I was 13, I was a candy striper for the Alzheimer's board. I've been caregiving my whole life practically.
Yeah. And so tell us a little bit about your experience with care provision since you've been doing this your whole life, starting probably with your family. Grandfather and all that. Was that not the case?
Well, what I've noticed in general is that even the richest people, the people with the most money, eventually they're not able to pay caregiving, for caregiving at home, because the caregivers will take such good care of the people that they continue to live, and even after their money's gone. Even when the richest people will run out of money. So I mean, and people that are just having Social Security won't cover them to live at a care home. It's just a mess.
Yeah, it's very important to bring up these social issues, and that's a very socially conscious string of commentary there, Heather. I'm not trying to sound sarcastic. I'm honestly speaking with greatest sincerity. It's simply I'm multitasking. So because I'm multitasking, it cripples my ability to express myself without being stinted or impacted by doing multiple things at once, especially with faulty technology. And all of it is software. It's pretty goddamn frightening when I think about it. So just going to do something here, or maybe I shouldn't do this. Let's see now. Well, just trying to decide whether or not it's safe to do things while we're producing, and without sharing screen with the technically competent people around me. So, all such being said, however, what about what Heather has said? Certainly, Aristides, you must have witnessed in your lifetime people who have dealt with these social programs. Do you have any experiences you feel comfortable relating about people who have had to deal with these social programs and found them, wanting?
Not a whole lot. Social programs such as what? Like,
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like,
thank you.
Which,
it's just there's all kinds of different ranges. I mean, you could have a caregiver come into your home. Medicare doesn't pay for it, but if you want someone to wipe your ass, it'll cost more.
Right. So as far as caregivers, like you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know to have too much familiarity with. I mean, there's lots of forms of assistance out there, but I don't really know anybody.
It doesn't need to be about caregivers. It's like, what about Social Security or other kinds of Medicare or Medicaid coverage? I mean, certainly you must have dealt with some.
Well, you get it to a certain age, you get that.
I mean, I don't mean you personally. I don't mean you personally. I just simply mean,
right.
Yeah,
I don't know any particular stories I'm trying to think.
Oh, that's fine.
They certainly, even just basic social security. It's funny how it's like, don't they keep like upping the age? You basically have to be dead before you can collect,
Yeah, sometimes Medicare will pay for like 4 hours here and there, but if you want a caregiver like 24 hours in your home, it's just not even affordable for the most wealthy people.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's like, I mean, come on. There's people out there who are wealthy enough for full-time care providers, are there not?
Not really, because their money runs out. Their families want to have an inheritance, and their families don't want to do it either,
And that's wow. Oh, I never really thought of it that way. That's horrible. Yeah, have you dealt with families that were fairly wealthy? Tell us about some of the families.
Yeah, all of them. Like a lot of most of the families that I've worked for, they were pretty well off, but it gets to the point where they're crunching, like they can't decide whether to send them.
Okay, that was interesting. So she just dropped. They took her down. Just died right off the call. Yeah, come back on if you can, Heather. Our prayers go with you. That's always disconcerting. Okay, so you're back. Okay,
Yeah.
So on. Yeah, no worries. So go on with what you were saying. So I don't understand, with these wealthy people that you've worked with as a care provider, certainly you must have developed a deep, loving, bonding relationship with a number of them. How come none of them ever put you in their will or something like that? Or did a few of them, actually?
It's not like that. I mean, besides their families wanting their own inheritance and their own, they don't want to pay for their parents to survive, and like that's why I guess in Asian countries they just always have the grandma and grandpa stay at home. It's like there's always just the home, nobody ever goes anywhere, and that's probably the most logical solution. But here, and then the people who are getting the care, the way that they treat the caregivers isn't like they're appreciative of it at all. because they're paying for it and they're paying out their ass, and so they're more bitter and resentful.
Hmm. Yeah.
You know, they want too much. They want more than a person could give.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's awful. That's awful. I mean, Aristides, thoughts?
Mm, I could see it being really difficult.
Mm.
You run out of people to take care of things. That's one of the most important things, having enough family to take care of things. And the system's surely not going to make up for that
No,
too
there's
well.
no reirbursement there for, you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
don't know
It's
at what
tough.
point, I guess if you get dementia or something, I don't know if the Social Security or the Medicare will put you in a place
Mhm.
if, but you got to sign
Yeah.
your house over and your car and everything else. You'd lose
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll get cared for one way or another. It just won't be good. You know? It won't be the care you want.
Tell us about some of the links you found, Aristides. You found some important links.
Okay, I did walk away from the
Mm.
computer for a moment. What did I find? Or look in there and tell what was right there.
Yes. Well, for instance, about the recognition of Palestine. I'll go into that, of
Oh,
course. Perhaps I'll just take over with that soon enough. But instead of
yeah.
going into that, you could go into something else
Yeah.
that you brought up
Okay. No,
earlier.
I did have other stuff, and I
Oh, yeah. By all
probably
means.
had other stuff I did not
Yeah.
send along yet. But yeah, that kind of surprised me that the basically the other what was it? Canada,
Mhm.
Australia,
Yeah.
or wait, no, Canada, UK.
Mhm.
Who else?
Mhm. Mhm.
Recognize, basically any of the Anglo countries, who are all basically,
Mhm.
sort of usually on the same side, recognizing Palestine. I'm wondering, like, what's up with that,
Mhm.
and the funny thing is they're going to recognize it, but then but by the time, like, there won't be anybody left to claim it, like, they're not just going to give it away after all that, you know what I mean? It's all part of some show or swindle, to make it look like, "Oh, we're doing the right thing. Look, we're recognizing," and meanwhile, like, there's like only like 3 of them left alive, and they're starving and wounded, and so
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, there
I'm
has
not sure.
recently been. Are you talking about the home health care still? I'm sorry, I was
Oh,
like,
oh,
No.
no, no, honey. We're talking
okay.
about Palestine, but it's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just everybody's dead at the end anyway. And, oh,
Right.
so
Right.
yeah. But darling, if you have something else to say about healthcare, go ahead. And then we'll get back to Palestine, or your own thoughts on Palestine, perhaps.
Well, I noticed that people in Gaza are just like loading up their cars
Cars?
with
They have
like all their
cars?
furniture and everything. They look like Beverly Hillbillies, and they're just bailing out. They're leaving.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, who has cars in Palestine? I suppose a few. I mean, but
Oh,
yeah,
Gaza.
Gaza. Yes, yes, yeah. I mean, it is technically Palestine. In fact, it's all Palestine. Israel just occupies it. But such the thing being said, I understand what you're saying, and it is a very sad image. If anyone remembers the Beverly Hillbillies, the trope was the overpacked car. How did you even see such things, honey? Growing up around old people, I guess.
I saw it on the news.
Hmm. No, no, no. I mean the Beverly Hillbillies, but the
Oh
Gaza.
yeah, Beverly Hillbillies was on TV. Of course, you remember I was raised by my grandparents, so
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah, and but you're not that old.
no.
Yeah, so it's still you absorbed a lot when you were a child. Again, raised by the grandparents. Important
Yeah.
point. Yeah. Now, in terms of our man Aristides, his observation is very astute. So I will address it, even though for that particular motivation of why now, there's not really an answer other than perhaps, well, all we can do is speculate when it comes to the motivation. So I'll certainly just assert that soon enough when I fall into monologue mode. Obviously, I'll do that soon just because I do want to deliver a service here. In the interim, while I'm dealing with all the communications issues from changing to the new computer and all that entailed, with everything else that was impacted by it, including my cell phone, because we had to make certain that there's a double security check through the cell phone, access certain aspects of the internet through the cell phone in order to establish the new computer's operation. The cell phone has obviously been impacted. So between the twain of these instruments, impacted as they are, it's very difficult to produce and multitask simultaneously. But such being said, we're getting down to it soon enough, and everybody continue to join us. Heather, in the meantime, because she's been such a dear to come on the show with us, you have something that you can share with our listeners, and you've always been very comfortable doing so. You have intense interest in that was interesting. That Aristides.
Yeah, I'm walking around.
Oh, okay, yeah. And
I just got here too, Doug. It could have been me.
okay, well, there you go, honey.
Yeah.
And well, welcome aboard. And do me a favor, because I do need to get my head together after dealing with. I don't know if you heard what happened so far.
There was a bunch of snarl at the beginning,
Yeah.
and everybody's phone and everything going haywire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
could
still
see all-
is,
it
I
could see
guess.
all of that space debris.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather. That's very cute. That's adorable. Yeah. It's
I'm not arguing here.
yeah. It's such having been said. As I told her, Heather said she was afraid of saying something that might not be true. And I said, look, we've had idiots on this program who have said things that are not only untrue, but just simply egregious, just downright offensive, outrageous, and just the worst of the worst. She doesn't need to worry about something like that. whether her information is efficacious or not. All she has to do is say it, relate what she's heard, and, we can always deconstruct it later if we have to. But for the mutual consideration of all of our listeners, our numbers are good. I want to stay that way. I will dive into monologue soon enough, but in order to pull my head out of the crisis mode of dealing with multiple afflicted technologies, I'm going to ask Holly to have a good conversation with Heather and Aristides and relate, what you feel is important in current events and what we need to be paying attention to, Holly. And of course, we'll start with a neutral situational report, a status update on yourself, your environs, and then go to what you feel is important in the world around us. But as always, Heather, we and Holly, we're concerned about the both of you. And, Aristides is a very private man, but both of you are a little more open. And so, Holly, Heather's already kind of shared what's been going on with her before I go back into the horror story of what we had to contend with technically to kind of catch you up on affairs. Why don't you let us know what's going on?
Let's see. Oh, well, actually, I'm leaving town for a few weeks.
And does that mean you'll be incommunicado?
That's right.
Ooh.
Unless I get little windows. How the scheduling will be of those nights, I have no way to predict from here. But I am thankful to be here and thankful that you're here. Thank you for hanging in there. And I'll be back in October before the birthday antics, shenanigans start up.
Oh,
The big birthday shenanigans.
birthday. You're not talking about my birthday on October 20th, are you?
Yeah,
Oh, that's so
pretty
cute.
much.
Oh, that's
Hey.
adorable.
It's low key usually. Last year it wasn't.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
And so.
And I must say, I picture it being a little day after Christmas down in Phoenix tonight
Yeah.
because the radical liberal jihad didn't happen. Oh,
No, it was all,
you know they were geared up and hoping against hope.
Yeah.
They'd get one lousy protester to kick to death.
Yeah.
Well, one guy did get arrested. He had a bunch of guns, but that was yesterday or something.
Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you. And they found out it was Trump himself, right? Yeah. So then they had to let him go.
No, it was a white guy.
Or some MAGA. Yeah.
I like the way Heather says that. No, it was a white guy. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, Trump isn't white. He's orange. Your point's well taken. So darlings, keep talking, keep the bandwidth burning, and I'm going to
All right.
jump into it soon enough. And when I do, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. You're all going to die anyway. So before I do that, get your words in, get your observations out there.
Are you hanging around, or do you have to do something?
I'm here. Yeah. No, believe me.
Okay.
I'm just let's just put it this way. It was
That's
not
fine.
It was not a good start to tonight. It was like
No.
basically we changed to a new computer. It was exhausting. There were multiple
That's traumatic.
It's people have no idea. It's not this is not casual, and it's not anything that is innocuous in my case. When it comes to my case, the last time I did this, all my internet service was immediately cut. And that was because they said, a new device is registering at your home address. And it was quote unquote assumed that I had moved to a different place of residence, and that someone else, like a squatter, quote unquote, had somehow located and to my address and was using a device that was not recognized. And therefore, I had to get my internet restarted with Comcast. Now, Comcast is very cooperative. They've done their best. And
you've always said that
Yeah.
about them. You've always praised them
yeah,
for helping you.
Yeah, whatever usually takes place is whatever happens concerning them usually is not because of them. And they're left.
They answer the phone, right? That's so key.
Yeah, it is incredible that they do that. It's because you're dealing with an enormous bureaucracy, a state within a state, that their own empire. So the fact that they have people who answer the phone is key. It's Assurance Wireless has that too, and it didn't mean anything. It's like they would answer the phone and it didn't mean anything. I would be going to person after person. It took a month before things got settled, but I had to bring in the state to make that happen, and that took a month to do. So it's like so when you're confronted with these things simultaneously, it's bad. So anyhow, so right now we're dealing with the fact that when we changed everything, then they updated the Windows. As soon as we updated the Windows, they updated the Windows again, which then forced the computer not to recognize the mic, which then it's these things are not, they're not innocuous. This is not synchronous just based on coincidence. It's like they're simply impossible, and are just like what happened with Comcast. What happened with Comcast is something that is never supposed to happen. It doesn't make any sense. That's not why would. Comcast, of course, is victimized, as I am, by the deep state. So, but anyhow, so they were wreaking havoc with communications, and right now I'm counting on both of you to burn bandwidth until I get settled enough.
Yeah, not to mention getting shot at.
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, I thought your head was going to explode. I honestly, when the shot happened, I literally, in my mind's eye, saw Brendan's head explode, and there's that moment of like, you don't want this to be happening. Brendan, of course, was like, that wasn't a gunshot, was it? And I said that it would be insulting to Brendan to lie to him. So I said, yeah, it was. It was. Granted, it's in the Tenderloin. When I had been there with Aaron Tice, it was a running gun battle, but it was much further in the distance, literally blocks away, albeit it was chronic. But in the case of Brendan, no, it was like, he was right near us. It was very close. So close that the crack was reverberated the eardrums, which, of course, is very close for a firearm. Yeah. So aside from that, there were many, many other things that happened yesterday that were absolutely bizarre. And the Waymos, you can tell about the Waymos boxing you in on the way out.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen so many in my life. There was dozens.
Yeah.
And then one regular cab, which was just like juxtaposed It was like absurd.
Oh.
Yeah.
A point of color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A-
It's
And
strange.
so at least you know, we had a great meal at the restaurant. That was important. It wasn't so much a restaurant; it's more like almost like a cafe, almost like a diner. It's basically a diner. But
Yeah, it was like a tapas style
yeah,
cafe.
yeah. I would
Nice.
yeah, I would have preferred, of course, a leg of lamb, actual leg of lamb on the bone, but they just didn't have that available there. And we were
Right.
staying within a budget. We were staying within a budget, so it's yeah, but it's definitely was a positive experience considering the stress otherwise. How are you health wise? How is it? How are you still afflicted by your experience in the crypt?
Oh, it's horrifying. I still haven't recovered. It was awful.
He's not being
Just
sarcastic.
pure.
Oh.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, just imagine like toxic load, you know, like sepsis, like all wrapped up into one, you know?
You're gonna need dust mite shots.
Yeah, like no normal person could deal with that for more than an hour or two,
Yeah. Well,
let alone a lifetime like him.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, it's shocking.
And, honestly,
And that's after I did remedials, like various, you know, herbs and spices, let's say.
yes.
Mm.
Camphor. You can share a few of your secrets. Basically, as I think of when I was working
Well, the
with
camphor was just there for the ghost. Basically. Yeah, it's
And tell
haunted.
people
It's a
about that.
biohazard.
Yeah, tell them.
There's
Yeah.
probably radiation there too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no joke here.
Water everywhere.
No, that's not water. No, it's not a case of water. It's
No, I mean thought from coming down from above and flooding up from below on occasion.
Something's going on. We don't know what's going on with that. I think it's beginning to impact anything like clothing I hang in the bathroom to keep dry, because that's ironically the driest place. Because something is
Yeah.
dripping, but I can't see the drip. I can't see the drip
Oh
anywhere.
boy.
I don't see anything, but I
Right.
hear it whenever they have the plumbing on. But the plumbing is a condemnation in and of itself.
Yeah.
So it's it's a nightmare, and but
You're definitely camping,
yeah,
whether you like it or not. You're
Yeah.
camping.
yeah, it's all camping.
You're camping out.
Oh,
Yeah.
camping would be
Urban
better than
camping.
that.
Yeah, camping would
Well,
probably
yeah, but
yeah, so,
it's
yeah, good point, well taken.
Course.
Yes, yes. No, this is crypt. It's not crypt keeping either. It's burial. It's internment. It's internment in a crypt, which of course is never meant for the living. And
With a toaster oven.
yes, with a toaster oven. Yeah, it's but you know, just as
Okay, I'm just now getting your communications. Is that something you want to deal with now, or?
okay, so far as I can understand, I think we've got it. I've pressed the button on recording. Later on, we'll arrange so that it starts automatically when I start transmission. So
Yeah.
we'll take care of that in the near future. But right now, so what I do is simply press the stop button on recording, probably same time as the stream is over, like I've always have. Okay, so I'll do that.
Yeah.
But so that was an issue of a sort. The larger issue was actually I couldn't use my cell phone, so I couldn't use it to text or call out of. There were various bizarre things. Now, I'm presuming that the notification that I got that someone else has signed into my Google. Someone has signed into your Google, or someone else signed into your Google.
Oh, that would be you.
That's what I'm presuming. But the phone began behaving so strangely, which that notification did not come in until later, like hours and
Yeah.
hours later.
Also,
Yeah.
same with me actually.
Yeah.
Also, this morning, someone said.
Yeah.
So I haven't gone on LinkedIn in a while, and it said, "Someone, do you recognize this person logging into LinkedIn?" And it was some location that was like adjacent to where I'm at, but it wasn't where I was at, so I didn't know what to make of it. But it's very strange.
Oh yeah, well they haven't. Yeah, they're
Which is
relentless.
bizarre because there's nothing like LinkedIn is just like public. There's nothing on there that's really that crazy. I mean, it's not like
Yeah,
anything crazy.
what do they hope to do when they get into your LinkedIn? What do they hope to do? Like, well, we'll render him unemployable. I mean, the blacklist is already done.
Yeah, that's already too late. Yeah. Like all I do is get automated rejections from the AI god. You know, it's just like,
Yeah.
you do not fit our criteria. It's like, how do you know? Like, who's checking this off?
Oh, it's incredibly disconcerting.
Maybe they were going to put up some alluring job offer where you had to meet them at an abandoned track mall out in the fucking desert.
Yeah, of course, that would make sense. But
we've got just the job, just the career for you.
Oh,
9 o'clock.
It's hard times for everybody. They could easily entrap people by such a thing. Perhaps, Brendan, you could share just you know, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about what went down. Otherwise, I'm tempted to take it to an extreme just for the fun of it, which wouldn't be too extreme. But I'll tell you this: the dead. For those of you who do not know, we are my residence on Green Street. And that means the entire block, which for some reason almost nobody else is aware of, despite the fact that the tourist buggies, which people rent down at Fisherman's Wharf, which take them on guided tours across San Francisco with used to be literally cassette tapes that would play, and now it's like whatever automated system they've got that tells them where to turn that would be most safe for a tourist, tells them to watch out at this intersection because the intersection's very iffy. All this together has resulted in people who travel right by my home on a regular basis on tours that where they're told that this is a site of a small Russian cemetery on which the residences are built over. So we are built over a resting place for the dead, and they're not resting at all. And yet everyone around me is blissfully aware of this. Whenever I bring it up, they're like, oh, I didn't know. It's like somehow they just are oblivious to what the passing little tourist buggies say, I mean, which are quite audible, or whatever. It's just the nature of, I guess, modern man.
They have to spin it to not scare people. They just say, oh, there was like 5 bodies were found by the Spaniards or something. It was something absurd.
It may be, but definitely this was an active Russian community. So much so, just so people get the idea, the old series, the original series, Wild Wild West, the actors were portrayed, or the stars, the characters, the main characters of the series were portrayed as being abducted. Shanghaied was the old term. And they were convinced they had been shanghaied to Russia. And it turned out that they were still in San Francisco, but they had been abducted and taken unconscious to Russian Hill. So we had a Russian community that was so ethnically enclaved, it was the equivalent of Chinatown. It was like the spoken language, the Umgangssprache, or the spoken language of the community was such that you would think you were in a foreign country. And so they were gambling, they were whoring, and they were killing each other and burying each other. And obviously it went into the number of the hundreds, at the very least, that are beneath us here on Russian Hill. But they were all excited to have a new visitor. There hasn't been a new visitor here in well over a decade, I believe. And so when our man Brendan came in, well, they were acting up and shuffling cards onto his back and everything else.
Poltergeist shit.
Yes.
That's the only way to describe it.
Yeah.
Shit flying off the walls.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh.
Off of armoires.
Yeah.
Shit just flung at me from across the room.
Yeah. Winds.
No joke.
Yeah. Winds from no sources. Winds, and you could see the figures.
Yeah. A draft in the house when everything's closed. I mean, it's Harry Potter level. Spooksville.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like Scooby-Doo level shit.
Yes. Yeah. It's so it's would be disconcerting to any normal person, but Brendan handled it all quite well because he's got a background that renders him kind of shall we say, you've dealt with this sort of thing before, I take it, Brendan. You can explain that.
Well, nothing like that.
Oh, this
there's still no condition that's good for anybody. Like it caused damage for sure. Yeah.
Oh, and it definitely. Well, I'm so glad that we're on more stable ground at the moment in terms of my communications working in technology and all that. But let's get you involved in a conversation with dear Holly. Holly, certainly you must have some questions for Brendan after his experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know where to get in on that. It is curious today that it's an eclipse, solstice, and a new moon all clumped together,
Well,
which makes me a little queasy.
Yes, well, Brendan, Heather
I
said.
have no idea. Yeah, if you can interpret that, Brendan,
Please, by all
that would
means.
be great.
That's right. Heather said there was a meteor shower as well. I don't know if that also impacts
Right.
us astrologically, but whatever you can, your insights that you can provide will be appreciated. Let's see if he's still here. Yeah.
I mean, so regarding the ending of the cycles and stuff,
Mhm.
that's all it is when it comes to that.
Yes. Yeah, true.
Mhm.
Yeah, and an
The second eclipse.
is a portal. So yeah, and it's
Right.
closing this eclipse cycle. And as
Yeah.
you know, the last 14 days have been, totally bonkers.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's good that we can turn the page, but then at the same time, things will amplify, just for obvious reasons. And
Sure.
it's like turning a page. So when it comes to the equinoctial points or the solstices, so
Righto.
we can look forward to
Good
some
answer.
changes.
Uh-huh. Even actually, light period, weather, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hope so.
So, and God knows.
Roasted.
Yeah. Got it.
Oh, and but what about yourself? You were talking about it's the day after Christmas effect in Phoenix, Arizona. Do you tell us what you know? As you said, it was very funny. Brendan, our dear Holly was bringing up the fact that the Magatards gathering for their worship. They were just hoping to death for some liberal protester to kick to death, and none showed up. But they had to arrest, as Heather said, a white guy who had an arsenal of weapons that was on his person.
Which is ridiculous because it's Arizona. You could just walk
It's
up to anyone.
Arizona.
Yeah.
They have a fucking arsenal.
You can buy them in the gas station.
Yeah.
There was drive-throughs when I was there. Guns, ammo, and liquor. And you didn't even have to go in the store. And they were open late.
And Arizona really
Past
knows
closing
how to produce
time.
them. Just
Oh,
look
yeah.
at the list of those produced from Arizona. I mean, they're a wonderful bunch. And,
Always.
Yeah, and Doug, did I send you the latest where they were saying he's basically performed a miracle by using his body to shield everyone else?
Oh.
You guys heard that yet?
No, but they are going for full religion.
So
I
it
saw
was
a
like,
picture of all
it
the
was
little
like a
clumps of
third
prayer
party.
circles.
It was like a third party. It was like someone who said it was his surgeon, but it's like they didn't need a surgeon because he died. So it's just bizarre. But they said his surgeon said it was a miracle. His body absorbed the bullet and it shielded the crowd because there was no exit wound. And everyone, even the people on the side of Charlie Kirk were saying, look, this, a 30-06 goes clear through a moose. I mean, through and through.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a round that just absorbs into the body or deflects off a clavicle or something.
And the crowd wasn't behind him. They were in front of him, for God's sake.
Yeah, I mean, there's, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no logic to apply to it, but I get it.
No.
It's like, yeah, these people are like, but somehow he's like absorbing bullets like Superman. And they actually use the word Superman. And people in the comments were saying, don't mix his name with Superman, with my Superman and shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just bizarre. It's just totally bizarre. First of all, Superman wouldn't have absorbable, it would deflected it, but
Yes.
Of
Yes.
but
course.
it's just getting to this absurd level where, and there was like a trap door underneath him. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but in the
No,
grass
go ahead.
patch, there was a service door hatch right under where he was sitting. And immediately after the incident, the school ordered it to be completely paved over. So they ripped out the grass and
Ooh.
paved over it immediately. You know,
Ooh.
and
Ow.
and there's a bunch of like footage coming out where you can zoom in and see like different muzzle flares, and so there were multiple people shooting off like firecrackers and shit, ordered to do so,
Yeah.
most likely.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
so it was very strange. Like
Yeah.
nothing about it adds up. And then now they're saying he was like a miracle worker where he shielded
Oh.
everybody. So it's very strange.
It's gonna be a religion for sure. You
Oh,
saw
but, I mean-
how in Oklahoma? Yeah, go ahead. In
I mean, you
Oklahoma,
can't-
they're trying to. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
You go,
finish.
you go.
No, please.
Okay.
This part's good. This is a good one.
You saw that thing. They're trying to pass a law for every college and school has to have like a bench picnic thing set up with a bronze life-size statue of Charlie Cook that they can sit and pretend they're talking to, or pray, or leave blood offerings to, or whatever.
The children, infant babies in front.
Yeah. Even Oklahomans
Well,
are
I
appalled.
don't think I've ever been like in other countries and they said, I went to school in Oklahoma. So
No. Yeah, true.
it's not
True.
like an Ivy League zone or something.
True. No. And I guess it never will be. Between that and the and the 10 Commandments and all that. I could see Charlie Cook with the clay tablets and a robe.
Oh, well, Honey Kirk, of course. Now, I'm wondering, not that this is
Yeah, I
anything
keep calling him
negative.
Cook.
Yes. I wonder what that is Freudian-wise. The Freudian slip of calling him Charlie Cook. What do you imagine him to be
Yeah,
cooking?
I never did before.
Yeah.
It brings to mind the poor black lady that they are persecuting
Yes, tell us about this.
in Georgia or something. I'm getting them all confused.
Mhm.
I
Well,
don't
there's so
know if
many of
she's the
them.
one there.
Yes.
If she's the one they're trying to pin that mortgage bullshit on, or
Oh, well, they already threw that out and said there wasn't enough evidence.
Oh, good. Yeah, because the papers
they
were
keep
filed
trying.
correctly.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
keep trying.
And it's like,
And Letitia James now, God, they want to crucify her any way they can.
Tell us about
And
this
I don't
Letitia
know
James.
what they're after. Oh, why are they after her? I guess because she brought charges,
Okay. Mhm.
bunch of financial charges and stuff on Trump,
Okay.
and he's
she
been
like
pissed
upheld
off.
one of the rulings, right? It was just something.
Yeah,
Like she was just doing her job, basically.
that's it.
Can't
and
do
she's
that
a New
anymore.
Yorker.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
So, and you heard about Tom Homan's stinky little bribe, cash wad in his little hand,
Well, tell us.
$50,000 cash. I don't know. Somehow it seems like there's clear documentation that somebody gave him 50 grand to do something. Cash just on the barrelhead in his paw. And that's leaked out into the news. I don't know if there'll be any kind of impact. I assume there won't be. But God, guy's a real piker. Lousy 50 grand, and he can't even keep that under his vest. Jesus. But it makes you wonder how many others he's shaking down.
Oh.
It could add up.
Yes, that's in terms of all of this, it's well, I'm how would I say this? I really shouldn't go here because I know that our dear friend Brendan is already under enough assault, and it just is something that will probably generate more because of the extreme envy and jealousy. But as I said, he was the first person here in over a decade inside of the crypt, and as a result, of course, he had to deal with a lot of the technology while under literal physical assault from poltergeist activity. Literally, when he was bending over just to help me me with this technical program, which of course I produce on the bed. He's standing on the corner of the bed and just leaning over while I present the screen to him, the keyboard, so that he can do some of this, download various apps like the one I'm using right now on which to speak. All of this was done while basically an entity began shuffling empty envelopes and old notification cards onto his back like it was a card game and he was a card table. At rapid speed, the lights began to flicker. The wind began to blow, even though no windows or doors were open. The various figures began to pass by behind the curtain that divides the living room from the hall. All of this he was witness to from his own point of perspective, from his own physical position of experience, and he can relate that as well. But of course I took it upon myself to take it further. I said, Brendan, while you're here, I just want to make certain that you're introduced to important occult topics, because someday you might have to take on the mantle of the Vox Arca. And I brought to his attention...
Not to mention apartment. There you go.
Yes,
You're grooving him good.
Oh, yes, there we are. And he was, of course, no, Douglas, no. And just this, obviously it was something that did not go down well with him, poor fellow. And I said, but I insist. And as I introduced him to the exposure to various grimoires, it began to impact him more and more. Later on, of course, he had his revenge. He had to play fucking Nature Boy, and we had to stop off at a public park so he could ground himself. Of course, I'm in nothing but my...
I don't blame him.
I'm in nothing but my slippers with my socks on, and I'm doing my best to waddle in such a manner that all of that dog shit and piss and various other elements of moisture just accumulating throughout the day don't soak and saturate my socks to the point of uselessness on these
and somehow we found a normal park in San Francisco where it wasn't coated in needles and shit.
Yeah, well, nothing normal about it. It was Carillon Towers. It was in the vicinity of Carillon Towers where the sperm that produced myself was kept. Yes, at which point he was shocked.
It was leering. It was leering over.
Yeah. Yes, and of course, we had this young people who were just sitting down there in the park on the steps to grab themselves a nice big high, smoking up a storm. We had
don't do drugs, kids. There was like a bench 5 feet away, and they like collapsed on the stairs to smoke their blunt.
Yes.
It was just absurd.
Yes.
It was absurd.
As a group.
As a group with their freaking Carl's Jr. or whatever the hell it was. French
It's
fries
so
in hand.
Roman.
Good word.
Oh,
for
they
it.
just collapsed. So it was pathetic.
It was sad. And of course there's that hoodie, the guy in the hoodie who was, they're all in hoodies, but the black guy in the hoodie who was sitting on the bench in a heroin knot. There was, dude was gone, bro, fentanyl, he was like fentanyl out. But this is the norm. Tell them about you're being approached at night at school by foreigners in suits. It's like...
just people, those were like some Ukrainian blokes just showing up and just wanting to talk to me in the middle of the night. Like, imagine in the middle of the night, they walk into a building that they're not supposed to be in, and they're like trying to talk to me, saying, "I don't speak English," and I'm like, "What are you guys doing here? What do you want?" And they're like trying to buy food off me, and it's like, "Look, I don't own anything in this building. Like, you guys gotta go." It was bizarre.
Walk into a school to get food.
This was like a concession stand, like way out in the field. Like, we're talking like miles away from the school. In the middle of the night.
Okay. Yeah,
and
wacky.
There was
fenced.
no way for them to even get in there. I don't know how they got
It's
in.
all fenced up, right?
Yeah, it was completely locked up. So it was just bizarre.
Yeah, I'll say.
I thought someone paid to take me out, like as a hit or something.
how did you
I mean,
recognize?
the suits would for sure.
How did you recognize them to be Ukrainian? Did you were asking them their language, or they brought it
They
up?
kept saying I don't speak English, and
Yeah.
they were speaking Ukrainian to each other.
Okay, so you recognize the language. Excellent.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, very impressive. And do continue with the aside from all of that lately, there's been so when you were here, of course, and exposed to what you were exposed to, it in and of itself was a shocking experience. But because we had to pick up the cord, we had to go to Best Buy, I believe it was, and we had to go through the Tenderloin.
we needed
people.
we needed supplies to complete the project, and of course, mistake going through fucking what is that stupid place?
The
I
Tenderloin.
don't even want to remember it. The
Yes.
Tenderloin, the TL. That's what the locals call it. The TL.
Right.
We just the second I was just driving via the GPS, so I didn't even think about it. I wasn't conscious of it. And Doug's like, "Oh,
Right.
this is the Tenderloin," and then all of a sudden, gunshots, like right by us. Like you said,
Wow.
you could feel the reverberation, like my
Yeah.
eardrum went out and shit. So people were shooting
Mm.
at us directly
Yes.
in a crowd,
Yeah. Yeah.
and just
Jeez.
that was, and I was like, "This is why I never fucking come to the Tenderloin ever. Never do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you think you're gonna see there. It's stupid. It's a dumb idea."
Oh.
And definitely
Trying to
don't go
do a
the
Charlie
museum.
Kirk on you.
Definitely don't go to the museum and what was it? It was like the Black Drag Queen will take you on a tour for $10.
The
I mean,
Tenderloin
don't do that.
Museum.
The Tenderloin Museum. Don't ever
Ah.
buy that.
Okay.
And the way they were framing it, like, oh, this is the most progressive area. No, it's not. It's dangerous. It was never progressive. It was always a slum. Don't ever go there.
Yeah.
Don't pay some rando to take you around. We were driving through. This wasn't like we didn't stay there for it was like, how much was it? Like 2 blocks? It was maybe like 1 or 2 blocks, and we got shot at within seconds. So I mean, it was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, and well, there's the Hitachi. So Brendan noticed my Hitachi television, and he's like, "Hey, we can get this working. Is this in working order?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Hey, we can get this working." I said, No, you don't understand. Haven't you seen Ringu? Haven't you seen the Ring franchise? Oh my God, I don't want my mother crawling out of that. All right, it's like this is the last thing I need. But no, Brendan kept talking it up, and before you know it, after he's finally gone, I finally get a number of things. Now, when we say there was no open windows or doors, it's a fact in the sense of functionality. There was nothing that would create a wind like that. But during the night, because of what I had to do just to try and make the place somewhat tolerable for a visitor after 10 years, dealing with the plumbing and everything else, I, of course, am dealing with the fact that the plumbing is so horrific in this old uninhabitable what do we call them, these old houses that are like flats, but there's a word for haunted houses. Well, there's a word for a haunted house as well. I'm trying to think of a fitting word for it. It's at any rate
Sinister.
yeah, well basically I'm thinking uninhabitable, but what happened is that the plumbing, ever since the couple moved upstairs, the plumbing kept backing up in my toilet until the toilet flush mechanism broke to a degree, or degraded to a degree rather. It's not broken, but it degraded to a degree that it stopped doing that. That it stopped backing up, and that's only because the flush is so small, is so weak that it doesn't have the power to back up anymore. But because of that, of course, I stopped cleaning the toilet a long time ago and just treated it as an outhouse. But I poured a whole bunch of bleach in there, whole bucket of bleach, but because vampire urine is, clogs up over the years or cakes up over the years because the water's so hard in San Francisco, so it calcifies, literally calcifies along the part of the toilet. Honestly, the bleach interacted with the ammonia. A vampire has as much ammonia in their urine as a cat. and it just
Wow.
created a chemical weapon. I just created
Oh, yeah.
a chemical weapon at that moment, the bleach and the ammonia, where I had to crack
Holy
open
shit.
windows that had not been opened in a decade. But they're not providing wind like that. I was able to get my head in a cross ventilation
No.
towards the front. Yeah, and
The wind was like
yeah.
it was like a banner flapping in the wind,
Thank
like some
you.
medieval shit.
Yes.
Like,
No,
you
no,
know,
this
it
was
wasn't
actual-
like just a
yeah.
breeze.
Yeah, it's actual wind. It wasn't cross ventilation. This was
Whoa.
an actual wind. But welcome aboard, dear Sammy. We're glad to have you with us. But yeah, at any rate, when after our man Brendan had left, and I've just got all the windows shut again. They hadn't been open in over 10 years, and it was a devil of a time getting them shut. Finally, I get that down. You just relax to cruise with some porn and get myself to sleep. Then, of course, guess what comes up in my porn feed? Pornographized Ringu, the Ring franchise, the chick
Oh.
crawling out of the
Ow.
television, and I'm like,
Yeah,
Oh.
and it was the same style TV too. That was pretty fun.
yeah, and I'm like, fuck you, Brendan, fuck you, Brendan. You son of a
That was
bitch.
a sign you should have just turned it on. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's
Oh
that's
man,
all I
there's
need.
people that get off on that. Oh,
Oh,
disturbing.
yeah, to say the least.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, and yeah, last thing I need is a conversation with Mom out of that television coming at me just to tell me how
Oh,
much
boy.
I fucked up. Yeah, well, that was dick shriveling. So that was aside from all of that. And oh yeah, barefoot nature boy in the park with us here, Brendan. It was like it was quite the experience. Of course, because like I said, I'm trying to avoid getting my socks saturated. I'm waddling around like an orangutan, and so at any rate, we have dear Sammy with us. Say hello to everyone, dear Sammy. Give us a status report, a situational update on how you, your family, and loved ones are doing, as much as you feel comfortable sharing. But our best wishes, of course, to all your family, your twin brother Isaac and his family, and it's the end.
Hey, Sammy.
End of Ghost Month. The Ghost Month
Hey,
is
how you
ending
doing?
tonight. Yeah, so Ghost Month's ending tonight, and so there's the veil between the worlds is up again tonight after midnight. Take over, Sammy, and do a little conversation while I listen to you.
Yes. Thank you for that, Doug. The reason why I messaged you yesterday because your live went on.
Yeah.
You were live.
Testing. Yeah, we were
So I'm
testing.
like,
What did you
okay.
hear? What did you hear?
nothing. There was no sound. So I'm like, maybe I thought you had an interview with somebody. I didn't know. But I'm like, no. Peter's not here no more. So I don't think
he's not here to set
he's doing that shit
ambushes.
anymore.
Yeah, he's not here
Right,
to set ambushes. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Well, I want you to know it was Brendan who had to respond to you because he had the keyboard. And
Got it.
Yeah, it started while we were.
But-
so go on. You
Right.
get what's going on. Yeah.
Well, my wife said, well, leave him alone. Maybe he's with, a lady friend. What are you doing? I'm like, yeah, you're right.
That's delightful. I love it.
Well, I mean, she doesn't know.
She's so wonderful.
That's the one thing.
Yeah,
One thing. One thing you told me when we visited you is, yeah, guys, you can't use my bathroom. So
That's right.
now that you're Brendan Zoga got the tour of
Hell
the haunted crib. Thank you for not because honestly, my wife would have probably started cleaning.
Yeah.
She just like that.
There's a woman like that. No, I know what you mean. I believe that. I believe
You
that.
would have triggered her.
Yes.
You would have triggered her.
It's-
She probably would.
It's
She's just like
beyond.
that.
It's beyond even that. The only thing that can clean it now is a torch. Torching
Yeah.
It's beyond
Well,
help.
Oh,
Yeah.
tell
That's
them
the
about
thing-
the mold. Tell them about the
Go ahead.
mold, Brendan. Yeah. Before somebody goes.
I mean, the house is being held together by mold. That's the only
Wow.
it's
No,
not
and
even. I'm not even being facetious. But
Well, I believe it. I do believe it. But my wife probably got triggered knowing her. So
Yes, and you know what that is? That's her caring nature. She's so caring.
of course
She would do
she
that
is, she
because
is.
she cares. That's yeah.
Yeah. But she pretty much told me leave him alone. He's probably with a lady friend. But I don't know. Whatever. It's just I I smirked a little bit, like, yeah, that's I don't know. You might be having a really good time, and probably hit his foot on his laptop or something. I don't know. And, you're broadcasting. Sounds familiar. Anyways, but no, honestly, I buried my sister's dog, which
So sad.
was I'm still trying to just get past that, but it was mostly just symbolic. I mean, I love animals. I just don't. I'm not to the point where Brooke Gibson is one that comes to mind. She really
that takes.
She loves animals, but
yes.
I'm not to that point. It's just I didn't want to bury. I didn't say I didn't want to bury him. I didn't want her dog to. I didn't want to watch it die or give his last breath, but because he's a very smart dog,
right?
Well, he literally waited in the morning for me to get up and check on him, and literally he looked at me and sighed and passed away.
And it was basically almost it was a year to the day, just maybe a day and a week. It was basically one full year and maybe a few days. One full year and a few days after she died that he died.
Right.
That he joined her.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, I didn't want to do that, but it's just stuff that you have to deal with. It's just everything aligned that how it happened. So it sucked, but it's mostly because I didn't really want to see him take his last breath, because that's happened to me in the past, and and it's not that it's a bad thing. I was blessed to say goodbye to my parents in that fashion, but at the same time, you don't want to. I don't like seeing someone's life essence, whatever creature it is, just go. It's something that even though I dealt with the dead, well, I dealt them when they were already they weren't here physically, as far as their spirit, but it's part of life. But I'm taking it day by day. I'll be all right. It's just yeah, I was even offered another dog, and I'm like, no, that's too soon. I can't.
Who offered you?
I can't.
Who made this offer?
One of my sisters, like, oh, do you want this dog? I'm like, I don't want one. Pets are very. It's almost like having another child, pretty much, except you don't get the tax credit. Not that not that's the only reason why I have kids. I mean, I love my kids, but it's just they're pretty much children. They're literally you're literally raising them. So it's too soon. It's too soon. I mean, it's really soon, because they just take a lot out of you. Even him, as far as my sister's dog, which he was a massive King Corso. He's a huge dog. So he was a big dog. So, but at the same time, it's like having a big baby, which he was. So, it was just it was kind of like the last tether, as far as something connected to her.
Right.
That passed away, and believe me, there's plenty of stuff still here that is still connected to her. But as far as him, he really was heartbroken, and it's very much true that pets are very much connected with their owners, and it's true, because it's almost like him saying goodbye to me. Just him passing away, is pretty much saying goodbye to me, and the way he looked at me and passed away. So, but other than that, I mean, I'm blessed. I mean, I have to also look stuff in the bright side. A lot of people wish probably would have my problems, so I can't really complain. It's just that particular moment, I kind of didn't. It's almost like this: the moments you try to avoid, it's almost like fate kind of pushes them in front of you even more, is what I'm trying to say. Where I think it was about to happen. It's just I didn't want it to, but as far as whatever's going on in the country, it's really just at this point. The reason why I even commented on the feed yesterday, as far as Donald Trump just cutting checks, At this
Yes.
point, he should just cut us checks. Like, just pay us.
Yes.
I mean, really,
Seriously.
just pay us. I mean, inflation's up the ass. Like, just, what's a couple of $2 billion more, because, the Democrats are the stupid party. So it's almost where, that's the only thing really I see him doing right is really a massive stimulus check, because Americans are really that stupid. We really are. We don't care. We're literally just imbeciles, which kind of makes me realize if we're really this just downgraded as far as mentally, where we're a bunch of troglodytes, walking around. I could imagine if we were going up against the Empire of Japan, how fucked we would be.
Thank you.
I mean, we were fucked then, but it's like we're pretty easy. Mostly everybody's pre-diabetic. Everybody's a terrible health condition. Our food is pretty much practically poison. Everybody has microplastic. Like, we really lost more than just a fucking world war. We're really, it was almost like we're like the morbidly obese person trying to get up, and we crapped our pants because we can't really get up. But and this
Or get it up,
like,
either. Not just get up, but get it up. Yes.
That would imply a woman would even want to touch us. So let alone a professional. So it's one of these things where Trump might as well just cut us a check, because there's no point in I see a lot of people getting emotionally involved, and don't be wrong, I was starting to listen to your transmission, and as far as with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, but with the portion I was listening to, I really did enjoy it. I'm going to finish it, but
Thank you.
Appreciate that. You very much did justice as far as the little that I did listen to.
Thank you.
But even then, it's almost where all this stuff really gets exhausting, because the more they try to mystify this person,
this miscreant, you can say it.
Well, he really was a nobody. The more, you see the president doesn't even give a damn about him. He was pretty much playing golf and pretty much ignored him. Like, oh yeah, that's a tragedy, but look at the ballroom I'm building. So it was almost where these lunatics that are really just radicalizing this, they're really just mentally, they're gone. They're gone.
Thank you.
A lot of these people have nothing to hold on to, and especially even with our president, like they have nothing to hold on to. So they're, in a lot of ways, they're really. It's almost like you might as well make them Santa Claus too, right? I mean,
you may as well. Yes.
What are you going to do? Baptize people in Charlie Kirk's name now? I'm getting evangelical here.
Yeah. No, seriously, it seems like that's where they're headed. But go on. Yes.
And this is bizarre land, but it's almost like Reagan didn't even get this type of treatment, and Reagan was Trump 1.0. Reagan was the ultimate actor in the sense of playing the part and not looking like a complete retard, and that's probably giving him too much credit. He was just a better actor. He
was a far better actor as a president than he ever was in cinema. Yes. Right.
But he knew at least to keep his mouth shut, and you had Bush and Rumsfeld and the others, with their hands up his ass. So, so it kind of, the dance kind of worked, the puppetry. So, at this point, it's almost like just buy us off, because it's Civil War's going to come. People are really trying to mobilize, and they've been mobilizing, but with this nobody that passed away, they're really trying to, really they're trying really hard to just ignite something. The thing is, it's one of their own, and it's really somebody that was rejected in the sense that not being allowed to be himself. And then again, there's still a lot of controversy between that if that's even the right person. So, go figure, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, it's just we're living in very stupid times, stupid and dangerous times. Where
yes.
A school shooting is, you might as well, announce a wrestling event, because people are so used to school shootings. So it's just, it's not a good time to have kids at the same time too. So that's a battle that I'm fighting, in the sense that, you have to contemplate, your options as a parent, and especially my ethnicity.
Yes.
I really have to contemplate my options, because, I live in a giant graveyard, like you were talking about.
Yes.
Where, we're living in a giant graveyard that, it's just not, the Republicans and Democrats, just like your crypt, the spiritual world, tends to stir up in this country, because you're walking on literal burial grounds. And, Hollywood does a good job of telling you the truth, but, and showing it to you in a way right in front of you, so that, you don't believe it.
Yes.
But you believe it. I don't know if that makes sense, because even with the history that you've talked about, a lot of it, they take it and they put it into entertainment. So, it's we're definitely living in these interesting times. It's just, it's too much to keep up, and I think that's by design.
Yes.
But as far as this country is just that people are really trying to hold on to something that is, nobody was singing this guy's praises. Nobody was idolizing this person. It's just,
thank you.
They're so much clamoring for some type of martyr, and it kind of lets our president's failure. Where, in my opinion, that was part of the plan, because our president's like Sauron. He doesn't share power. He really doesn't. So,
Thank you.
it's kill two birds with one stone, but, he doesn't care. And it's sad that I used to, that I have friends that, buy into this. People that call themselves Christians, people that call themselves followers of Christ, and they eat it up. They politicize their, faith, and it gets, turned into, they pretty much might as well be Satanists. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
They might as well be. I'll put it to you this way: they're very uneducated Satanists. Okay. And I have to say that because they can't even complete their education, as far as what I've learned from you. Okay.
Thank you.
Where I just can't walk into the Temple of Set and say, hey, where's the collection plate? I can play drums. It doesn't work that way. Obviously, this is just, I'm being facetious, but it's pretty much what it is. It's so it's turned into even where you have to be careful as a Christian. Where do you associate yourself as far as your faith? Because and it's always been this way. It's just now, because everything's politicized, the darkness and quote unquote the light, there's more a very dark gray in Christianity, quote unquote. At least how we interpret it here in the States, where the reason I say that, because a lot of the times the reason why it's that way, because a lot of these evangelical churches are pretty much, they isolate themselves into organizations. And this is where the corruption starts, as far as getting into politics, where they're not supposed to be doing, because obviously they're tax exempt, but obviously they ignore that. So this is where I started kind of understanding that the evangelical sector is no different. than the cult sector, except, the cult does it in a bigger level, in the sense of, government contractors, that type of work, where, it's petty corruption, as far as, at least this is my point of view, at least in the Christian sector, where, they get involved in politics. And it's a normal day in the office. It's just, it's not a very motivating thing. And sometimes you kind of have to see past that. You kind of center yourself, because there's just a lot of questions that, as far as me, I tend to deep think a lot.
Yes.
And this is where, obviously, most clergymen don't like that, because it gives them more work. And most of them don't want to teach the Apocrypha. No, they don't want to teach different cultures, because, quote unquote, is not biblical. When the reality is they're really just uneducated, and they're too lazy, and they're really just practicing a low level of occult work.
Yes.
Because,
true,
it's just
true.
what it is.
Yes. That's
But,
the nature of faith, is the working of a magic. Yes. Continue.
So this is something that I've kind of had to tackle, because you have to reevaluate a lot of things. And this is where sometimes my brother and I clash, because it's very difficult to trust. Okay. It's very difficult, and you have to put up these barriers. And I'm not saying he doesn't. It's just, we're twins, but I'm very guarded. I'm even guarded with my family. It's just the way I am, and it's part of growing up. You tend to re-educate yourself, as far as each sibling, when you transition into your adulthood. When you have your disagreements. Well, disagreements are good, because you start discovering each other's boundaries, and God willing, through time, you tend to understand and either ostracize each other, or learn to stand each other for a couple of minutes. But I think that's anybody, I guess, when it comes to family, because you really do hate them, because you love them.
It's so true. It's so true. Yes.
You care for your sister. You care for your sister so much, you ostracize yourself from her. But it's because you love her. Like, yes, I love her, so I have to ostracize myself for her, because that's just the way our love is. Our love, that's just the way it is. I don't think that's a very touchy subject to anybody. People want to cast judgment. Not that it matters. I mean, who cares? But that also requires that same person casting judgment. Well, that's going to require you to be vulnerable as well, because everybody can relate. I have family I can't stand, but that's just get in line. Grab a ticket, get in line. The line's back there, right?
Yes.
So it's that's kind of where I had to even you teach yourself how to cope with the world, because at the end of the day, you can only control what you can.
Yes.
And if I see people worshiping an altar of a person that of Charlie Kirk, that's their business. I can really care less. It's not that's somebody that really did not like me, so I don't care. Right. You might as well be worshiping J. Edgar Hoover, for all I care. It's except at least he was in drag, so he would probably fit in these times. So he'd probably be more trendy in the sense of that. He was born in the wrong age, But then again, knowing the right, who knows? The Republican convention is known for their
boy hookers.
they're hiring their essay, the very young boy essay. So
Yeah.
I don't mean essay as cholo. I mean essay as sex workers for
Yes.
anybody. Okay. That would be giving them too much credit. That would actually be very progressive. But that's neither here or there. But it's anybody that knows, especially in politics, the circles it's really just Hollywood for very ugly people. So his wife will end up remarrying.
Yes.
Who knows? I would love to see her start dating women. That would be kind of hot.
Yes. By the way, she is Brendan. If you could, I don't know if Sammy's familiar with the history of the wife of Charlie Kirk, but she's actually a reality show veteran. Apparently, she was not some Christian wife who came out of a church. She was actually a reality show actress. Yes.
It turns out she's
Go ahead.
I thought she was a beauty
actress.
queen. I thought a beauty
before
queen,
that-
pageant queen.
Before
Okay.
that, in her college days, she was on these a few of these Big Brother type shows, which
Ooh.
is strange
Also-
because all these weirdos all came out of that, including Trump. They all came out of the reality show Factory.
No shit.
Andrew Tate and his brother were on the British shows. This lady was on something that was
Got
produced
it.
over there in New Jersey or something.
so
Ah, that's
New York.
slimy.
She really
Yeah.
is a loser. Then.
So they're just actors.
Being the
They're just
daughter of the
actors.
church. Yeah.
So she's
They're
basically a
actors.
crisis actress. She's a crisis
Yes,
actress.
thank you.
Yeah, and she's
Well,
hamming it up, milking it for all it's worth.
That makes a lot of sense, But then again, it's Hollywood. It's just you have to roll your eyes at the same time. It's like, man, it's
You think?
a lot at the end of the day too. It's like, man, it's almost like really old high school students. It's like this is really pretty lame, at the end of the day, But it is what it is. It's the world we live in. It's just
Like
excuse me,
you say.
someone's calling me, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But go on, Holly. Yes. Like
The
he said.
Democrats are sleeping beauty at best, just in a stupor. And the Republicans, even if they're not MAGA, are rock hard focused. Specific things to get done.
Yeah.
And they are doing them all beyond our wildest dreams. And so fast.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm myself.
They just glitched
Yeah, can you hear me?
They glitched you, when you said something about yourself. So go back to saying what you said about
I've got to
yourself.
remind myself in order to hold on that the whole lot of them are visibly mentally unbalanced.
Mhm.
So that's on camera. What they get up to off camera and the infighting and weird shit getting thrown out the windows of the White House. And the first Trump term, there was many people saying when you walk by at night, you would hear screams and cursing and all kinds of crazy. And they're only flesh and blood human beings. So when it gets this crazed and top heavy and totally out of whack, corporate guys too are barely keeping a handle on it. Maybe it can implode. Implode.
Yeah. Well,
Through sickness or all kinds of random. They are only human beings, just like us in that sense. And I kind of was, it made me realize I was like seeing these people like as some kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but regardless of election cycles and who does what when, I just think a lot of random stuff is coming for all of us. Them too. And I do still firmly believe that at least half the country ain't having this.
Well, let's hope you're
That's
right.
gotta be worth something. I mean, I guess less than half the country voted, but I still want to believe at all. But I do want to think that there's still, I don't know, but that's what I do to get out of bed in the morning.
Okay. And
It got me. It's worked as of today.
thank you. And Brendan, if you could
But
tell us
they're
about.
just flesh and blood.
Well, I mean, yeah, but how do you
they're
explain?
gonna.
How do you explain they've all been deathly sick and to the point of people predicting their death, to the point where we can physically see that they're dying, that we physically know that they're dying, and they keep coming back? They're not human.
Yeah, well,
they're obviously getting treatments that make them something else. They're at this point they're another class of species. Yeah, they're another class of species.
Treatments you have to be a billionaire to get.
Yeah, multi-billionaire. Yes, that's correct. This is like, or no, it's not that. It's not money, honey. It's power.
Developed in Korea, no doubt, or someplace.
Well, it's actually developed by
along ancient principles.
Yeah, that would be, you would think that, but no, it's really from the Nazis and their work with genetics. And so that trade,
very good.
Yeah, that trade has always been ongoing between Unterland and the surface world.
Oh God!
So that it's not for elite reasons on the part of the Nazis. They couldn't care less. They're just selling the technology that's every day to them. But here on the surface world is only used by the powerful. It's not really available to the wealthy. This is what brings us down to the fact that economics.
Conference.
Yeah. Economics does not engineer politics. Politics engineers economics. So it's not a case of money, it's a case of power. People who are the wealthiest among us. Help me out here, Brendan. Who's the name of that poor guinea pig who's killing himself with hundreds of supplements a day? Half a thousand supplements a day, all this shit he does. Brian Johnson. Yeah, Brian Johnson is left on a hamster wheel where he's
Brian.
Thank you. And what he does is not helping himself. As a matter of fact, I mean, tell him, Brendan, the guy's he's trying to keep his penis up, and yet he's electrocuting it, which causes it to, well, I mean, he's burning his genitalia off essentially and rendering it unable to even get erect. For some strange reason, his idea of doing this is what? Why is he doing this? But the powerful, on the other hand, they actually get efficacious genetic treatment. But so the rich are left, with these bizarre experiments. Tell him, Brendan. Yeah, whatever it is he's doing, I can't remember exactly. But
well, it's like every time he tries one of those crazy ones, it's like it does it reverses his age, as opposed to slowing his age. It puts him further, it's hard to even explain it because he's so insane. But basically, to him,
it's a form of
speeding up his age. So anything that does that, he immediately backtracks and freaks out. So zapping his dick was one of them, and then there was some other drugs he was doing that changed some of his biomarkers. So, I mean, he's insane. And yeah, it's like if money bought you youth and vitality, then everyone would be doing that.
He wouldn't need to be doing this. He wouldn't need to be making a fool of himself publicly and openly, desperately searching for the answer. But the powerful, they have it. They're in trade with Unterland. And what the Unterlanders take as everyday treatment, these people only in power get on the surface world. So it's not money, it's power. Yes, thank you. That's the biggest point to be made, Holly, because I know you're one of those corporate... You're one of those corporate
haters.
Fans. Yeah, corpo hater. Yeah, you're a
well, I was going to say about Brian Johnson.
You're a corpophobe. Yeah, are you proud of that?
Wait, before we go there, it's a form of extreme body dysmorphia.
I guess.
Instead of tons of plastic surgery, he's trying to tinker with his physical.
Well, I think he's getting surgery too. He's just not.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
But it's all dysmorphia, open, naked dysmorphia. So, and everybody thinks, oh, he's rich. It must be good. He must be smart. He must be sane.
I don't know who's thinking that.
Well, he's got lots of fans.
Oh, shit.
For that is, I don't know any.
Well, thank God.
Yeah, Doug, your mic filter is clipping your laugh. If you want to turn it up more, you might as well.
Okay. So if my mic filter is clipping the laugh, what do you hear? What do you hear?
It just quiets down. It
it
won't go past whatever you have it set as.
Okay, I see. So
but I mean, it's good. It feels better on my ears, but
okay,
I feel like people pay to hear that shit. So.
So we might as well push the limit up, is what you're saying, a little bit further. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If you want.
Yeah.
I advise against it.
Okay, I'll leave it down where it's at. It's fine where it's at. Yeah, but I thank you for bringing that to my attention. So things like that are always important. And
and a bunch of Democrats voted to make Charlie Kirk Day.
Oh, yes,
like a national holiday.
Just
half of them or so.
Look at the post I put in this chat.
Yes, tell us about that post. Yes, please.
Okay.
Just read it. Someone read it. Look at
well, do it for us, please, by all means. Like I said, I'm trying to get.
Well, I think I've said too much. I don't want to get turn into a Charlie Kirk hater. And this isn't me saying this. This was someone else posting this article. That he was such a vicious bully that the guy that went to school with him almost killed himself.
Wow. That's that. Yeah. I believe.
Damn.
Yeah.
Of course, he just has the vibe of like a high school bully. I mean, it's just,
In fact, he got so off. He got off.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. He couldn't stop. He had to keep going back to schools to continue bullying people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was his
that's
groove,
his high.
his
that's his sex. That was his high. Yeah. His sex is like, it's outrageous. It just it's certainly nothing to be admired. But all such being said, what about what are some other salacious details about this? If you'd be so kind as to share.
I didn't have the stomach to read it. At least not very deeply. I don't know. Is anyone able to look at it, or am I just like in this vacuum of?
I'm looking at it right now. Former classmate. Bullying was relentless. It could cut me off. And led to near suicide. Founder. Okay. A man who said he went to school with Kirk, claimed he suffered relentless years, painted a heavy picture, cruelty pushed him close, he almost didn't make it through. Then there's a bunch of online posts and allegations.
Yeah, if you read the post, it says, TK bullied me relentlessly in high school to the point where I had a self-deletion attempt before the age of 18.
Whoa.
I feel sympathy for his wife and kids and only to them. Lost my father very young, something Charlie knew and was always giving me hell for. The only reason I want to go back in time to stop this from happening is because of his kids, so they don't experience the same thing I did. But I will never, under any circumstances, feel sympathy for this terrible person.
I love it.
Sorry, it's not funny. It's not funny, but
no, it is in its own horrific way. The laughter is necessary just so we can filter the horror of this person suffering.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course they're gonna come out and say, "Oh, it's someone made it up or something." But that sounds pretty personal.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking, and it's of course all too easy to believe. I know it to be true. What a horrible person that they're.
He was a mean girl.
Yeah, he was a mean bitch. Yes, that's right. Is this photograph of Charlie Kirk or of the victim? That looks like Kirk, isn't it? The photograph. That looks like Kirk.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, Jesus.
So
the victim.
You can't mistake
and how
that.
old was he? Was he 30?
Yeah, something like that.
He lived 31 years too long, honey.
So he was the oldest guy in the stadium giving those speeches. Like you say, 10 years out of college, but nope.
That said I killed him.
Yeah, staggering around.
Oh, delightful.
that is now in
Oh,
prison.
this
By the
guy there.
Oh, who's now in prison? This victim?
Oh,
This
yeah.
victim of
way.
his?
No, the old guy. The
Oh.
old guy that
The
said
old-
I shot him.
What did they sentence him to? What did they sentence him to?
What?
How long was his sentence?
Maybe
Do you
he's
know
just
how
in
long his
jail
sentence is?
waiting.
I don't know. I didn't have the stomach to read it after I saw the
Yeah.
headline.
I find myself doing that as well.
Oh.
Walk on by.
Oh,
Can't let it get me down.
yes, that's that's important points to be made.
Oh, here's the latest
Right.
8 hours ago. The rifle behind, I'm going to say allegedly because Fox won't put allegedly. The rifle behind Kirk's killing may be an untraceable relic from World War One. Okay, so he wouldn't even have a
For
head
God's
if
sake.
he got shot with one of those, because I've
That's
shot
right.
one of those before.
That's right.
And it went clear through a tree, like a solid large tree. It cleared a tree, so
Yes.
forget about that, you know.
Boy.
Oh, of course, and that's another element of the insanity of their. Do they feel that we're all so ignorant of weapons in a gun culture that they can get away with blatant fabrications like this, lies so obvious that they're offensive? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand. And the one that they found, they said it was a 30-06, which is like, I mean, that can like blow apart like 8-9 foot tall moose
Yeah.
and elk.
Right.
I mean, and it blows clear through them with giant exit wounds. I mean, a 30-06 won't do what we saw in that video to that guy.
Right. Which was very little, comparatively speaking, other than what was needed to take him out and kill him. It was as if, say, someone had been standing in front of him and taken, like what happened to Martin Luther King Jr. Basically, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., for those of you who do not know, was sitting down and signing autographs when a mentally disturbed woman, who I believe was white. People can correct me on this. Do correct me if I'm wrong. If she was a black lady, fine. But I believe she was white. But she came to him. She was next in line for his autograph of autographing books, and she pulled out a letter opener and lunged forward and stabbed him in the chest, trying to penetrate his ribcage to burst open his heart. And but she punctured a lung instead. Now she was apprehended
What?
and taken down. Nobody's ever known about this. They never speak of this, but people can look it up. She was taken down,
No shit.
and he said, "Everyone pray for her. Everyone pray for her." He said, "I feel so bad for her. I
God.
feel she's mentally disturbed." He says, "I'm so sorry she's in such distress." And he just had to stay there breathing, saying, "I cannot cough. I cannot cough. If I cough, the lung will collapse fully and I'll be dead." So he had to just stay there
Oh,
and
boy.
breathe slowly and steadily until they finally got him help. And then they basically fixed his lung up when they took him to a hospital. How this escapes history is beyond me, but nobody knows of it. But if she had, instead of lunging at his heart, which is a goddamn fool thing to do, and obviously she's no professional assassin, for those of you who do not know, if she had been raised in, say, for instance, Machiavellian Italy, during the time of Florence and the Renaissance and, of course, the princely city-states where everyone was killing each other, that's where we get the term right-hand man. And where the term right-hand man means someone you trust so much that you trust them to sit at the table with you on your right side. Because if you've ever tried sitting on the left of someone at a table, which I have to because I'm deaf in my right ear, or rather, actually, I'm forced to sit on the right side of people because I'm deaf in my right ear. So I actually am in the right-hand man position. But oftentimes when I sit on, shall we say, to the left of them, so I don't have to hear them, and can just go on with my meal, enjoy my repast in peace, without hearing a word they say. They're just a numb buzzing in the background, like the buzzing of insects or bees. Yes, if I'm not in that situation, then yeah, I'm in a place on the left, or anyone would be, to the left of a human being where it's impossible to stab them. So just remember, my primary method of killing is by stabbing, and so it's something I'm acutely aware of. So I often use the excuse of my ear to get on the right side of people. But such being said, the person on the right side has an easy time killing the man next to him, which is why you never allow anyone that you don't trust on your right side, because it's so easy to pull out the blade and just shove it down your throat. Now, the way I mean that is, of course, you do it through the pit in the throat, which is the primary target. So the pit in the throat is where a surgeon has to be so careful when they're operating in that area. If there's a slip in the scalpel along the clavicle between the rib cage and the base of your throat, that can cause blood to spurt literally all the way to the operational lamps. It'll hit the ceiling if the lamps weren't in between that. That's how much the pressure of the blood is there. So you empty a person out in seconds, if not minutes at the absolute longest. If somebody applies pressure, they'll bleed out in minutes. If there's no one to apply pressure, they'll bleed out in seconds. Literally, their blood is spurting at a level where the heart is pumping it out. That's where the pressure from the heart is so strong that when you stab into that area, you're releasing all that pressure, and basically the person's exploding from the inside out. All their blood's pouring out. So it's what I learned first as an assassin. And so when you're trying to kill someone, the sniper hit that area in Charlie Kirk. That was like actually a bit above, like he tracheotomized him, but it essentially made him drown in his own blood. That's why you didn't see so much of a blood spurt, as basically all the blood is refracting inside of him. So he choked on his own blood, which is very fitting, very poetic, and exactly what he deserved. But as for what happened to him, it was obviously not something into the chest area or into his heart. And as for everything they're doing to fractalize his demise, all of that's expected, and it's all part of a very malevolent propaganda campaign to exploit his death. And they're going to take this as far as they can. And the way that they're going to take it is to ultimately make him a religious figure, which is what they're trying to do now in this new MAGA religion. So when it comes to the that having been said, and the right-hand man,
this Pope won't sanctify him, though. This Pope,
of course not. Wait. I mean, well, he wasn't Catholic.
Oh yeah, because
well, for
I'm
one
thinking,
thing,
and they're Protestants anyway.
Yeah, he's fucking Protestant.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Doesn't this like violate one of the commandments or something? Like
idols,
idolatry?
Yeah, idolatry.
Jesus
Absolutely.
Christ.
Absolutely.
They don't care about that, though.
No, but
No.
This is
but you're right. They certainly don't have saints.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be.
But
America started a lot of new religions.
Whoa, hey, don't forget, Trump has published his own Bible. So this is going to be a new religion with a Trump Bible that conflates the Constitution with Holy Writ.
Oh yeah.
Already.
Oh
bad
boy.
News. Already bad news. Yeah. And at any rate, but please.
In an existential sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
We walk around with these big hard heads and
God bless the USA Bible.
Bodies. Yeah.
What's this about bodies, Holly? Before we get back to the
big old hard shell head.
What?
You're being glitched. You're being glitched. Honey, you're glitched. Say it all again slowly. Say it all again.
You guys are too.
Yeah. We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
We walk around. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it out quick.
Yeah.
We walk around with these big, hard, defended heads and pretty facile, strong bodies. But the neck, the neck is so critical and so vulnerable. It's worse than the balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Even worse. So existentially, that's a vulnerability that we don't walk around thinking about, or else we'd go crazy.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, you don't get a lot of slack with the neck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hurt your hand or your foot or get a headache. But the
Yeah.
neck, it's all about the neck.
Uh,
So that's what I was saying, just in a kind of symbological, existential sense.
right.
It's just a thing. No
Yeah.
conclusion drawn.
Okay. Well, thank you for
But
that. I
just throwing it out there.
yeah, I appreciate that profoundly, and your input's always appreciated, and it's insightful, and it's
I know.
yeah, and so what about this link here on God Bless the USA Bible, Brendan? This looks to be a source of great amusement. If you were to give us a few more details on the whatever insanity is being pushed here, I believe this is the Donald Trump Bible or something new.
Some trumped up King James.
Yeah, we are. There we are. Incredible. Thank you. And Bren, you back with us? There.
King James is now branded. The King James version. I bet he bought up all the rights. No one can put out a King James Bible but me.
I love that.
Take
Oh,
that,
my goodness.
hotel chains.
Yes, yes. By the way, I want you to know how important it was you brought up that the Pope would never sanctify him or consecrate him or
This one,
as a saint.
Benedict would have been kissing his shoes.
Well, I don't know. I don't know personally, but what I can tell you is it's very strange and synchronous that you said that, because basically the far right MAGA pundit Candace Owens is claiming that Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk was getting ready to convert to Catholicism near the end of his life.
Ooh.
That's evangelical Christian fundamentalists are denying that claim vociferously. But
How the hell does she know?
it's bizarre, but I'll go more into it later. Just this is obviously all part of the
Okay.
religiosity of this.
And
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
in the end times, everybody gets religion, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, and
They know the only right one.
yeah,
There's only one
yeah,
that can save us. It's got to be this one, not that one.
yeah. There you go.
Candace Owens, for God's sake.
Yeah. Very
Maybe they
strange.
were good buddies, her and him. It figures. He'd do that just to look like a libtard.
Yeah, yes.
Be close friends with a Republican black lady to show his open-mindedness.
Yeah, it's seriously. This brings us back to what's her name?
Right.
Who was it who was sleeping with George Bush Jr.?
Oh God, Condoleezza,
Condoleezza Rice.
who's
Yeah.
battleship named after her.
No, it's
She's
a
got
tanker.
her own
It's an oil-
battleship.
It's an oil tanker, which is appropriate enough.
It's a tank.
No, seriously.
An oil tanker.
It's an
Oh
oil
God.
tanker, yeah.
Oh,
And,
a supply ship.
yeah.
That makes sense.
No, it's an actual oil
Jesus.
tanker. It's an actual merchant ship. It's a merchant ship as opposed to a supply ship.
God.
Yeah, it's not military. It's a merchant
Oh,
marine.
hello.
It's merchant marine, which is technically a branch.
Oh, Merchant Marine.
Yeah, technically a branch.
I
of
know
the
him
service.
well. I wanted to be one when I was a kid.
Yeah, you would have been a good one. You would have been a good one. Why didn't you become one?
I would have.
Yeah,
Because they were just starting to mechanize.
I see. Okay, automate. The
And
term's
that
automate.
changed it overnight. Yeah, automate. It changed it overnight.
Well, they still
And
have
so I was glad
staff.
I didn't.
I mean, they still have staff.
Oh, God, a couple of creepy guys per ship.
yes.
Forget about it.
Yeah, I would
You
enjoy
know.
it. I would enjoy it. Jesus Christ.
Ain't no camaraderie.
Yeah.
Now I would, but
Yeah.
that ship,
Yeah.
that's gone now.
Oh my God, to be alone on a mechanized ship. with
I'd
only a
love
few
this
other idiots?
solitude, yeah, and the open seas.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds great.
Thing drives itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Oh my God, I would. It's such a.
And get paid big too.
Yeah,
The pay
yeah.
was
Oh, yeah.
attractive.
Yeah, pay is out there.
Better than the post office, for God's sake.
Oh fuck yeah.
In those days.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I really regret not becoming one. Seriously, but I do.
Mhm.
Again, it's the fault of my father, my late sainted father. He hated the Coast Guard. He hated the Merchant Marine, and swore he'd disown me if I joined them. That I mean,
Oh.
to that point, it's like, So it was silliness, really.
Why
silly.
them in particular? You
he
probably
was
explained
He was a
this.
combat sailor. He was a combat sailor, and they worked for nothing like slaves in combat. Whereas these guys, his perspective of it was they didn't do shit, and I could see where he got that perspective. It's like the old saying, when you see a scene of this elitism on the part of the Navy in one of the Navy SEAL films with that horrible what's his name, Tom Cruise, and but they when they're about to make the jump, one of them says, "Be careful down there," and it was Tom Cruise whose line was, "If I were careful, I would have joined the Coast Guard." So that was my dad's attitude towards the Coast Guard. But as I got older, I was educating him on the fact that the Coast Guard actually was deployed in Vietnam. And, forget about World War II. I could understand his contempt, because in World War II, obviously, the Coast Guard, generally speaking, to my knowledge, stayed within the coastlines. But that doesn't mean they didn't see action, for what it's worth. They were, obviously, the Japanese invaded Alaska. So when it comes to Vietnam, however, they were considered experts in riverine warfare. So actually the Coast Guard was brought in, which is something I had to educate my father about, which I knew about as a Department of Defense research librarian that he did not know about as a sailor. So that was something that, it helped alleviate his contempt. But really, he wasn't thinking about myself when he was denying me certain career opportunities. And all such being said, however, life is what it is. What can you do? And there's no point in regrets. But yeah, I mean, I would love to be just being paid to be on a automated merchant ship.
The industry was dying.
Yeah, it was dying anyway. That is true, but it's not. It's still alive, except it's very, very limited.
Yeah.
It's extremely limited. Obviously the need for merchant ships is greater than ever. But shipbuilding has effectively died in the United States. There's only 3 nations, and again, the insanity of America's concept that it won World War II is it's like, how could anyone believe that? When you take a look at the fact that America's shipbuilding output,
everything.
But in particular, certainly everything. But in particular, you think of World War II as a war of production, and America was building monstrous amounts of ships. Just we were overwhelming the Axis with the incredible amount of ship production. I mean, today's America is still producing ships, and it's meaningless. It's meaningless. Statistically, there's so few ships. Their tonnage is so small in terms of merchant ships. These are merchant ships, like container ships, like supply ships. Except for the economy, their containment capacity is so small. There's so few of them. It's like America effectively is not producing anything. It just effectively, demographically, statistically, for shipping. But what's the world economy? It's shipping. And so there's only 3 nations that produce ships. Japan, which already, South Korea, and Communist China. Those are the only 3 nations on Earth producing ships. But of all of them, South Korea, amazingly, South Korea is at the apex, the pinnacle. It's not like they're using them, though. South Korea is too small an economy to use the ships. They're simply producing them for everyone else in the world to buy. They're not producing it for themselves. But Japan and China are producing it for themselves. So the 2 big economies, South Korea is the shrimp and the whale fight, but it's the whale. I'm sorry.
And China.
I'm sorry, honey. You're all glitched out. Repeat the whole thing.
Does Japan do its production in China?
No. Japan produces the ships in Japan. And
there is an area where that's done.
Oh, of course. That's the insanity of Americans saying
not all over. It's an area dedicated.
it's a few areas. I could look up the production facilities,
A
but
few.
it's more than more than
Okay.
one, obviously.
I wonder.
Yeah, it had to
Yeah.
be. It would have to be just for strategic
Because
security.
that's some heavy.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, what you're saying, repeat it, it's heavy. In other words, building a ship, for most people who don't know, building a ship is it's so incredibly complicated that there's very few nations on Earth that can do that. Yeah,
And manufacturing, I mean, like
yeah.
generating the parts.
Yeah.
Factories that make the parts.
Yeah.
And then put them together.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
That's a lot of smelting.
Yes. And so I'm going to, like I say, try to psych myself up to go into monologue soon enough, but not right now. I need to wait a few more minutes. I'm going to probably make one trip to the restroom, and I'm going to count on you to hold the stage with whoever's with us, which I presume is our dear
Nobody.
Aristides. And, well, we got a lot of people on the call, don't we? We've got yourself, Sammy, Heather.
There's Heather, Sammy.
Well, Heather said she would be
Aristides.
away from keyboard for a little while, but Aristides, we can certainly get him back on the call, I believe, or Sammy. Aristides.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Just
there
a
we
quick
are.
one.
Sammy's with us. So could you
Oh,
join?
good.
Oh, wait. He went back off. You there, Sammy?
Damn it.
Yes. Oh.
Maybe he's coming right back.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Well, we'll wait till.
Sorry, I have. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, are you too busy to talk with Holly for a few minutes while I just take a short bathroom break? Then come back.
Lightning break.
I'm
Yeah.
here with my daughter, so I mean I can talk. It's okay.
Okay.
Just,
Good.
she'll be in the background.
If you need to wait for a few minutes,
Good,
that's okay.
Sammy.
But otherwise, your daughter's fine. Yeah.
She
Okay,
won't bother
go
us.
right ahead. Go
Okay.
right ahead then. No, go ahead.
I'll
Doug.
be right
I'm
back.
just saying that
Yeah.
you guys might hear in the
You're
background.
done.
That's all.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you so
That's
much,
okay.
Sammy. I'll be right back.
What's her name, Sammy? Oh,
I'll tell you. I'll send it to you in text
okay.
message.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Fair enough. Good. Hello. Good evening to you.
How you
Daughter.
doing? How's everything?
I'm doing well enough. I really enjoyed everything you said tonight, and it gave me many thoughts which have flown the coop of my brain. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, but just the craziness of them. I don't know if you caught that, but that they are only human beings, and so I cling to that.
Yeah.
Because if they're that crazy on camera, God knows what they're getting up to the rest of the time, right?
No, you're right. You're right. You're definitely
Demons
right.
don't usually get along with each other. And the Democrats are in some kind of sleeping beauty stupor.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
it's got existential dimensions. I mean,
Well, here's
I guess
here's my-
the citizen just has to keep plotting and try not to be an
Right.
asshole.
So this is why I always say they're as much responsible as the Republicans. In fact, I would blame more the Democrats because they had 4 years to put these barriers up,
My
and they
God.
squandered it.
But I have to
Go ahead.
fall back to the notion that, hippies and MAGA do agree on a few things, like homeschool and like a few other things, but the hippies don't care what anybody else does. The MAGAs want to make it lockdown rules for everybody. So, oh yeah, that was going someplace, and I don't want to lose that trail. Hi.
Continue. It's okay. You'll come back around
I
it.
kind of lost the head of it. Yeah, I got to come back around that. So, and you've probably said this yourself. I'm sure I've heard it on the show. Democrats are like herding cats, but Republicans are all rock hard focused.
Yeah, so they are, but they're rock hard focus about to fall under a cliff, fall over a cliff.
Well, that's what if the country is at least 50% the other way,
right,
then that's all I can hope for, because they're also crazy behind the scenes. You know that. They don't go home to happy home lives.
Absolutely. I mean, and
And
they
they're
all
just
know each other,
human.
and they all know
Yeah.
each other. They're all colleagues.
From
I
the
almost put it
reality
like
shows and Fox News.
right, right. It's almost like wrestling. You know, it's politics is pretty much
Mhm.
like wrestling. Each of them plays a part, but look, you kind of have to look at it in the scope of at least my point of view. Okay, and I'm not saying my point of view is not the only view. You
No,
have your
don't
point of
worry.
view as well.
I don't want to
Okay,
hear it.
but because there's not a lot of people that look like me that are in these high positions. I mean, we have
Hell no.
we have some in California, but it's very hard to really it's really hard to believe that these politicians are passionately wanting to defend their constituents. It's really just they all know each other. It's a game. It's politics, and fortunately, it's gone so bad that they don't care about how do I say it. It's wrestling pretty much, but it's like there's a game to this. There's a dance to this. It's going to be corruption. There's going to be stealing and cheating because it's always been that way. The problem is you're taking the shit down now. It's gone so bad where when you have Trump, you know, trying to control the media as far as his reporting the news, that's part of the game. You cannot tell a network not to, you know, propagandize you, but then you have other networks doing the same. So it's a game. It's part of
but
Hollywood.
Here's the thing that breaks the game for me. This is the institution of government handing itself over to big business.
Absolutely.
And there's always been a bad relationship all, of America time and other places too, but this is now actually happening. All their wet dreams are coming true.
Yes, I'm back in time for that.
And Douglas might call me a commie dupe for this, but I think that this has destroyed the concept that government can be just. And if we have no concept of that possibility, then what's the plan?
Holly, you make a great point. And you know how I know it's bad? It's bad when someone like Holly is saying this and it's affecting people that look like her.
Yes.
That's how bad it is, okay? And I hate to put it that way, but it's the reality.
I get you.
When you have
I get you.
It's
been a God-given advantage in this society.
Right. When you have someone being killed in the Africa of white people, Utah.
The Serengeti, as you said, the Serengeti of whites.
Yeah, the Serengeti of whites. I mean, Utah makes Oklahoma look like Compton, you know? So it's a bad time. And it isn't that a joke. I mean, we can laugh about it, but this is not good. And there's a pecking order to this country that's always been there, and it's being destroyed because it's chaos. That's the best way you can put it. This is all producing chaos and uncertainty, and this is where Trump thrives. We also need to understand we don't know what his family's doing behind the scenes. His sons are going. Let's say he does a international meeting, let's say to Saudi Arabia. His sons are there before he do. They're striking deals. They're stealing.
Oh man.
They're doing all these backdoor deals, but it's nothing new. The problem is I didn't vote for his sons to be rich or to enrich themselves. They're losers. They're how can I put it to you this way? There's so much they're so loser as far as their status in their little world.
Yes.
That it's almost like it's like the Three Stooges. They're really nobodies. It's just they're they're taking advantage of their daddy being president. And it's not like it hasn't happened before. I mean, it's almost tradition.
Not to
the
the
problem
scale.
is
Not to the scale.
right,
Yeah.
not to the scale, and they're not even qualified. That at least the Bushes had a sense of history in government. They knew how to rape and pillage the government way, the bureaucratic way.
Yes.
They knew the ins and outs. They knew the game. They knew how to play.
Yes.
The Nancy Pelosi's. They know how to play the game. Barack Obama knows how to play the game. All these figures in government know the game because the American people are stupid. We love a good lie.
Yes.
I mean, Doug's been saying it for over 15 years now.
Yes.
We want to think, World War II was like, the Death Star blowing up and, you have Chewbacca, and everybody receiving medals. No, man.
That's beautiful.
Well, my point
Americans always want to blame the wrong people.
Right. This isn't Independence Day. We didn't blow up the mothership and, Will Smith's there, celebrating because that's really what we think, and it's bad when someone like Holly is, pretty much saying it's bad because she's a representation. You're like a passport, Holly. You're accepted everywhere. I say that about Brooke, but this is the reality. I'm using you as a gauge is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell the audience.
Absolutely.
It's bad. Right. But go ahead.
No, you're doing beautifully. Honestly, Sammy, you should go ahead and we'll turn back to Holly. Certainly,
Well, but the problem is when white people get riled up, a lot of them blame you.
Yeah,
I do not.
But that's through time, of course.
I do not.
I don't.
Well,
I don't
it's
see
wrong, and they shouldn't.
And they shouldn't. But I mean, the thing is,
ain't your fault.
Every white male should have been racially profiled. That's what I have a problem with. I accept.
Well, you think? Yeah, they scare me too.
I accept being thrown in a van and and being deported. It's just racially profiling. What can I do? I didn't have a 500-year head start here. But my point is
that shit.
My point is though, these is a lot of uncertainty, and for them to be clamoring to a figure like that really was a nobody, and the problem is they don't know how to use this as hate because it's one of their own. So this is where the conspiracy theories start coming in. Before you know it, Charlie Kirk never died. He's gonna come back, and all these mystifying stories when the reality is we're doing bad as a country. This is not good. This is really just, how can I put it to you? This is a piece of corn in the pile of shit that really is in front of us. And that's giving it too much credit because you can actually grow with shit. But what I'm trying to say is more is going to be developing. We have to understand that Doge, we don't know what the fuck happened to that. The ramifications of that we're gonna feel.
We know Big Balls is running Social Security to this day.
Absolutely.
Who got that beat down? He came back.
Absolutely. COVID season's gonna come right around. I put money on that. COVID's gonna start again.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely.
Because,
and it'll also wipe out a lot of their red base, but continue. Yes, by all means.
It's going to sweep because look at Florida. Florida is pretty much unvaccinated. Doug, all this is affecting me because I have family that is bought into this. Mm-hmm. They're anti-vaxxers. And
I'm so sorry. Oh God, that's awful.
Sad. It's sad because I have nieces and nephews that are not vaxxed because of their parents. And, you just have, this is part of the reality, it's almost where, they're going to be left out, vulnerable. And imagine this, okay? If we go through another COVID, which we will, okay? And I don't mean to toot my own horn. I'm not some type of, I'm not someone that praises myself or say, look, I told you, but I told you Kamala's not going to win. I told you as far as the Kirk guy that is going to spark something. But when it comes to COVID, we cannot afford another shutdown. We cannot afford it. Our government's not as structured as it used to be, even back in 2020. We don't even have a fucking Fauci to hate.
Yes.
I'm talking about the Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, of course.
We're literally Pee Wee Herman with, our wiener out.
Yes. Absolutely.
Because the last thing we need is something like COVID to sweep through the country. And then, the one thing that COVID has taught us is, none of this shit matters when you have a line and you're just trying to get food. It pretty much is a Soviet Union.
Yes.
It's one thing that I do not miss, but people do a lot of ugly things when they're poor, impoverished, and angry. And right now, the only difference is we don't have, this plague sweeping through the country, and you have things in panic. I mean, you had nurses that were having nervous breakdowns. Having PTSD. There's many layers of this, Doug. That it's just pick your struggle, because we're gonna go through it. We're still gonna go through it, and it just boggles my mind how this walking corpse like Trump, evades death. And it's very supernatural, but we talked about that.
We have talked about it, but it doesn't hurt to bring it up again. Tell people, you and I both agree, he, in a very real sense, died during COVID and was reanimated. Seriously, this is like he was like taken underground under Washington D.C. to Bethesda Bethesda Hospital, Naval Hospital in Maryland. Or rather, the United States Naval Hospital in Bethesda, Maryland, is another way of phrasing it, but everybody calls it Bethesda. He was taken underground there in order for people to avoid so people wouldn't see the fact that he was clinically dead. And when he was brought in through a tunnel and then basically reanimated, the first thing he does when he comes forth is he pulls off his mask. So he encouraged everyone else to pull off their masks and expose each other. And then he held mass conventions in which he had mass exposures that, again, wiped off a lot of his base. He's as determined to kill off his own base as anyone else. And the entire anti-vax thematic is part of that campaign. It's because it's all part of the mass sacrifice to his Edomite anti-gods. And they intend for Charlie Kirk to replace the Christ figure. RFK Jr. has just come out today comparing Charlie Kirk to Jesus Christ. And this has already happened. This is the time of Antichrist. We're in a apostate period. For those of you who don't know tonight's episode, if you open up the text box, be sure to do so and review what I say about the term apostasle. Charlie Kirk is an apostasle. That's why tonight's episode is named Apostostle Elegy. So do understand that he is an apostate apostle, an apostle of the anti-gods. The very term apostle is simply messenger. The very term for apostate means forsaken. So when someone is an apostasal, they're a forsaken messenger or a messenger of forsakenness. So this is what he was forsaken by his own to die, so that he can be exploited as a messenger of forsakenness, which is what the very term Al-Cthulhu or Cthulhu means, from the Arabic word the great forsaker, which of course Muhammad himself, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said Shaitan or Shaitan, Satan is Al-Cthulhu, Satan is the great forsaker. We're in the time of the apostles, the apostate apostles, the anti-gods, and of course, we have all of this converging in I can't imagine what it's like to be a parent, and I give that back to Sammy at this point. Sammy, what do you do? I mean, when you're raising children in certainly the end of the world as we know it, it's,
Well, I mean, I mean, it's really tests your faith. Okay,
Yes.
it really does,
Yeah.
and it tests your sanity of all things. Because one of the things that you're seeing is the perversion of just basic Bible scripture, basic, things of Christianity that, we all should know, and it's just been mangled. So you have to start with that, but really, your mental health is everything. But as far as the world now, you really just have to walk by faith, not by sight, because a lot of this is just it comes down to basic. It's just a psyop, because time will pass. All these people that are in the news will pass. It's just the reality. It's just the moment in time that we live in. This is the big, latest, and greatest. But everything will pass. It's just we're gonna be left with a pile of horse shit that I'm glad I'm not in charge to fix this, because it's bad. Unfortunately, Doug, I have to get going.
Understood.
But
we love you dearly.
I'll be listening, okay?
Please do, and we look forward to any interjection if you ever get an opportunity, and certainly look forward to your reviews of tonight's episode as well as all the others. Okay.
Yes, we'll do. Okay.
Bless you. Thank
Bye,
you
Holly.
so much. Yes. And hopefully Holly's still with us. Okay, so dearest Holly, you are with us, I presume? And we'll find out soon enough. She's gone mute for the moment. She might be speaking to someone. Heather Holman, are you with us? Aristides? Let's do a little...
I meant to... I'm back.
Oh, good. So tell us...
You there?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear
I meant
me?
to say goodbye to Sammy, but I couldn't get it off mute quick enough.
Understood. And
Yeah.
but by all means, I'd like you to go on a bit further with the theme before I take over. Because once I take over, your interjections are welcome, but I'll be
I
going
know.
pretty...
But
I'll
you
be
go
going
right
pretty-
ahead.
Yeah, I'll be going pretty fast. Well, not
Yeah.
yet. Not yet.
Go hard.
Yeah, I will go
All right.
hard, but I've got to
Yeah.
get into the zone. And getting into the zone, remember, it
Yeah.
takes a lot of energy. So I want to be
Mhm.
want to be energized enough to get into the zone and last as long as I can. It's kind of like sex in that regard, I guess. But all that being
Sure.
said, let's have you do the foreplay. If you would be kind enough to fluff me, as they say in the industry of adult entertainment. Just
Yeah.
go forward with a few other elements of what stands out to you in current events that really requires attention. demands
God.
attention. Okay.
Oh, man. I think of things and then they pass on by. Oh, God. And like I say, it is such a blur now, and I do go lightly. I did catch a headline about the the Temple of Satan
Mm-hmm. Yes.
is in a kerfluffle in some other country.
Russia.
And I did
they're taking,
not drill down. So they're going worldwide. Huh?
yes, well, they've always been
Fascinating.
worldwide. So Russia is supposed to be, according... if you scroll up, please, go into the text box. Are you capable, technologically,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
can do that.
of going into the text box, scrolling up, and you'll see the link that
Oh.
was provided by dear Heather. Yeah, and so that's important.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
and what we're going to do now is just kind of... I'm just breathing while our dear Holly does that. And when she gets there, she can
That's
actually
fine.
read it aloud for us. I'll read
I
elements
stumbled
therefrom.
into the Golden Age Bible. Oh, man.
Oh, yes, don't be afraid to read
no.
that. Read about that, too. Yeah, bring that up, and by all means.
Now hold on, because I'm not seeing anything in the text box. So I'm going back to the chat.
The chat? No, the text box. Do you
Yeah,
know?
I'm looking at the text box. There's
Okay,
nothing in it.
So here's what I'll show you. Give me a second here, and
Okay.
let me take you there.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do now is just do a
Take
screen
me
share.
there.
Yeah. So if we do a screen share here.
Okay.
All right. So when we do the screen share, just to make
right.
certain we're all on the same page. So this is
Yeah.
the studio, and this is the chat. This is chat. So just remember, always refer to that as chat. Then when we go into the calls, so here we are with infinite
Well,
call
yeah,
here.
I know
So-
the difference.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the text box. This is the text box is in the infinite call. So when you go into the infinite call and you scroll up, then what happens is that after there we are. See that? Heather Holman entered Russia to seize assets of international Satanists. So, if you can get to that, then we're doing great.
Well, yeah, because I thought the text box was focused on whoever was on the call, and the chat was whoever was for just listening.
Well, the chat is for the listeners. Chat's for the listeners. Chat's for the listeners. It's in the yeah. So
the chat's, and I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, there's nothing in the chat. Yeah, nothing in the chat right now. It's rather it's you go to the call.
There it is.
Well, yeah, and there's my pornographic
background.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some other chat.
Yeah.
Because I see too. If you put it in the text box, I see it on my
so what you're seeing here,
screen.
So what you're seeing here, these little things, this is the glitchy nature of what do we call it? Microsoft Teams. It's horrible.
Got it.
So horrible. Yeah. Like if we go to the call here, this is the text box here is the same as the text box I just showed you. It's just squished.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm looking at that full screen now.
Okay, yeah. So
but when sometimes you put up stuff just for us on the call.
Right, and it's in here. It's in here. This thing squished on the side. Do you see that on the screen share? Or?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Because on mine it isn't. That comes up on the home page. I can see who's on the call and the big blocks.
Right.
It jumps up on that.
Well, that's this, right? Can you see this on my screen share?
I do.
Yeah.
But I have to go to the chat.
It's like this?
Unless
something like this?
Some stuff jumps up right without going anywhere.
Yeah, that would be
but it's easy enough to go to the chat.
Yeah, that would be I'm trying to
see
here. Yeah.
When you put up something for the call, it comes up on the big fourplex there.
Yeah. So I'm going to stop sharing now.
But I don't get the sidebar because I'm on the phone, so I just got to switch over.
Right. So switch over and scroll up. You will find it. That's.
I do. I'm looking at it.
Okay. Good. Now you can tell the listeners what it is that you're seeing there.
Russia to seize assets. I'm opening it.
Mm-hmm. Take your time. There's no rush, and
it's taking its time.
Oh, of course. Just get into the habit when you're on bandwidth to always talk to kill time while the technology kicks in.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's always slow. It's like you said. It's like being in a dream. There's no technology in a dream, like you said. None of it works. So go on. Yeah.
Moscow has put several non-existent organizations on the black list of terrorists and extremists in recent years, including the international capitalized LGBT movement and the anti-Russian separatist movement. Okay, so an ad just jumped up. All right, I'm going to continue. Oh, my network connection was lost.
Whoa!
So I'm experiencing frustration.
To say the least.
Can you pick it up from there? Yeah, my call's not lost.
Well, thank God for that.
I backed out and I'm going to give it another go.
Yeah, okay, give it another go, honey. That's, it's,
reboot. Okay.
Okay, go on.
It came back. Okay, I got to get back to this. And there's the picture that I quarrel about. The Baphomet with no tits.
Yes.
What the fuck? What is wrong with them people?
This world.
They can't even have tits on the devil.
Yes. Yeah, it's
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I lost the place. Separatist movement. Russia, this is a weird article with a semicolon. Russia on Friday
wait a second. Say that
International
again
Satanism movement.
Wait a second, they glitched you again. So say this is a weird article with what? It was like you said, weirdly written because
they start in all caps Russia, semicolon, And then Russia on Friday added what it termed the International Satanist Movement to a financial blacklist, enabling it to freeze the assets of alleged members, even if they had no criminal record.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is all these tech bros, on Silicon Valley. The 1 in 4 of the adorable tech bros was an out and proud Satanist.
Yeah.
And I'll bet by the time Silicon Valley came out, that guy would have gone on to make a whole bunch of money. And now it's in Russia.
Yeah.
And they want it.
Yeah. That's what they want.
Moscow.
Yeah.
Oh, not repeating itself. So I'm scrolling on.
Uh-huh.
As such group defined under Russian law, they defined prosecutors can accuse anyone of being a member, giving Moscow a free hand to pursue political opponents, according to critics. Duh. We already knew that. Russia's Supreme Court
Oh God, they glitched you, Addie.
prosecutors accused its members
So
of
wait. They glitched you
after
at Russia's
prosecutors. It's hard to
Russia's Supreme
read
Court.
and talk at the same time.
Is it? Okay. That's but
I
you're
can't
doing
read and talk at the same time
You're
because
doing
of my.
Okay. You're doing okay.
All right.
Though. You're doing fine. Keep going.
Prosecutors accused its members.
Yes.
Here it gets good. Desecrating Orthodox Christian churches and spreading hatred.
My. Imagine that.
Okay, now, oh boy. Okay, now it's getting somewhere.
Okay.
The movement is closely linked to manifestations of radical nationalism and neo-Nazism, says the Russia's prosecutor general in July. Patriarch Kirill, the influential head of the Russian Orthodox Church, voiced support for the ban in January, accusing Satanists of conducting malign rituals and recruiting young people. Think about it. Our soldiers are ready to give their lives for values that are clearly being trampled upon by Satanists, he said at a ceremony at the Kremlin. Rosfin Monitoring, and this guy's name is Rosfin Monitoring. The Russian federal agency that maintains the financial blacklist of terrorists and extremists, added the list, blah, blah, blah. Satanism refers to any idea, blah, blah, blah. It is not known how many people adhere to Satanism worldwide or in Russia, but the money shot is they got their money.
Yes.
Fast. In a swoop.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many big money international tech guys were loving the hell out of this church, so-called. And it always started out like a freedom of religion scam.
Yes.
But there is money there.
Indeed.
Real money.
Yes.
There must be some real money there, and property and yachts and what have you.
Yes. And
So-
a very important point to be made.
Interesting.
Honey. So you've done that
Because they've kept a real low profile here,
Yeah. And,
relatively speaking.
you mean this side of the Atlantic?
But Russia would, America, where it started. Detroit, in fact. That's where the mother house is.
Yes.
The father house with the titless Baphomet.
Yes. But the children. Tell people about the children and the spikes.
Oh, yeah. Surrounded. There's these weird steel poles, like subway, like handicap poles, only straight. And they're put into, I don't know, maybe there's 5, maybe there's another 7. And they're staked into the ground around this figure in the throne. And there's children. And you think they kind of look like they're frolicking around, but then you notice they're impaled by the poles, but they're happy and smiling.
Yeah.
So
very, very disturbing. Very disturbing. And
it's up there. And this thing is giant. You need a 2-story warehouse to put it in.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine the weight. It's this
Yeah.
this thing's very
It's
heavy.
big and
Yeah.
bronzy.
Imposing is
No tits.
yeah. No
Who
tits,
took the
but
tits?
yes. It's now in terms of I'm sorry, God, they're getting you. They are really glitching you. Are you back? Let's see if you can try again to get back with us for at least a few moments here. Oh, damn, that's weird.
I can hear you.
Okay, you're back. You're back.
Huh.
And so now
Okay.
you're back with us. In terms of what about some of the other links that are here with us? You've heard about, of course, the United Kingdom recognizing the state of Palestine. Along with
Well, yeah. But it was the UK, huh? Along with Canada.
Yes.
Ho hum.
And Australia. Yes. Go on.
Australia.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's all so just god awful sad that it would, it's cold comfort. Cold comfort. And I caught that Beverly Hillbillies thing, and you got to remember, the people in Gaza, they've been shuffled back and forth on foot with their last donkey 3 or 4 times in the last, is it going on 2 years, for God's sake?
Far more than that, over generations.
To the rubble. Oh, well, God, all my life.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could be born and raised in Santa Cruz and never seen the ocean because that fucking wall.
Yeah.
Never seen the ocean as long as I've been alive.
Yes. All
so
true.
Now it's just yeah. I mean, I can't believe they got anything left to put in the cart.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
because they just took down the last high rises.
Yeah.
Because what the hell, their hated group must be in there. They're in there.
Well, honey, I
want you to
know I'm ready.
The family's squatting.
You fluffed me. I'm ready. So
okay, baby.
We're going to action now.
You go to town.
Yeah, stick around.
All right.
And interject
I will.
any moment you feel like it. Okay, you just.
But I might do an Irish goodbye.
And what does that mean exactly?
Switching over to we don't say goodnight. We just
drop off,
fade,
just disappear. Fade.
Yeah, pretty much. I will go to YouTube.
Yeah.
And that'll be easy to come back over if I really need to. But I think you'll cover the bases.
Okay. So
thank you, Douglas.
God is blessing.
And
love you dearly.
all tonight. Thank you. And I'll be listening.
Remind everybody of the support we need, please.
Oh, man. Support this. It's, multiply, 8 shows a month?
Yeah.
That's got to be $100.
Yeah.
You can't do anything at that price, let alone something actually beneficial. I mean, it's cheaper than fucking Starbucks.
Yes.
So, please, you earn it, Douglas.
Thank you. Well,
and
took us
we need to deserve it.
Thank you. I love that. Well said.
Good night.
Okay, love you dearly.
Thank you.
Okay, it took us 3 hours to get here, but this is the norm, and now that we're here, let's get started. Now, to break with the good news amidst Judeo-Bolshevism's relentless war against the human race and humanity ourselves, the United Kingdom, the Dominion of Canada, and the Commonwealth of Australia have officially announced formal recognition of Palestine as a state, while on the debit side of the ledger, thousands gathered at the Charlie Kirk Memorial in Arizona, where Trump paid tribute to his dispatched asset. Another week, another test from Vladimir Putin. On Friday, NATO forces scrambled to confront Russian fighter jets that had intruded into the airspace of Estonia, a member of the alliance. You might dismiss the incident, which reportedly lasted just 12 minutes, as insignificant. I'd call that a mistake. It follows the Russian Empire's dispatching of military drones across Polish territory, plus a strategic incursion by another Russian drone into Romanian airspace. Putin is ratcheting up provocations against NATO member states whilst avoiding so far any individual incident that is too obviously large and threatening. His actions send a clearer message. He is ever more willing to risk confrontation with European powers to test NATO's unity and its capacity to respond, knowing that they have no American backup. The Estonian incursion is bound to be followed by something else, and certainly soon. Russia consistently attempts to probe, provoke, and harass its smaller neighbors, which it considers to be feral satellite states that belong behind, once again, behind its Iron Curtain. No one imagines, while the war in Ukraine is raging on, that Russia intends outright conflict with Estonia or NATO anytime soon. But provocations that go unaddressed will only help Putin to spread division now and thereby gain long-term benefits. Consequent relentless colonial expansion and ruthless Russification left scores of millions of ethno-Russian insurgent settlers still hold fast in their ethnically cleansed land grabs outside the boundaries of Rossiyskaya Federatsiya, the Russian Federation. Exemplar Grecia, Kazakhstan is 40% Russian, and so is Isti the Republic of Estonia. Russian immigrants are permitted by lunatic international treaties installed by a Europe mass infiltrated with communist politicos throughout the misnomered Cold War to live all over NATO land. Back during the Third World War, in effect, this maniacal arrangement only seemed manageable because the so-called ethno-settlers, i.e., Ras imperial colonists, the Soviet government, and the West took great care to avoid incidents that could be misread and lead to greater confrontation. By contrast, Putin recklessly relishes provocations in the hope that he can show the West is weak. It was thus that infrastructure on the Kingdom of Norway's Arctic archipelago of Svalbard has been devastated by Russian sabotage this summer. Apart from the obvious, spending more on defense, daring to deploy their own military resources more forcefully, and generally supporting Ukraine much, much more, what can European powers do to deter the Russian Empire? More decisive economic action is one option. Russia's economy may no longer be enjoying the mobilization boom of the past couple of years, but it is hardly floundering either. Ukraine's attacks on Russia's refineries and other parts of its oil industry are effective, with reports that Russia may have to limit some exports. The European Commission has just proposed the 19th round of sanctions on the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. But none of this is, yet, seriously deterring the Pravитель, or the ruler, Vladimir Putin. Europe continues to import nearly a fifth of its gas from the Russian Empire, despite a plan to wean the continent off fossil fuels from its eastern neighbor by 2027. Europeans lack a sense of urgency about almost anything, whether domestic economic reform or moving fast enough to confront repetitive Russian acts of war. Still, today, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, officially confirmed that the United Kingdom is formally recognizing a Palestinian state despite vociferous opposition from Israel and its United States, marking a significant shift in foreign policy and a step away from their alignment with the GHaLMnth Empire. With several other European nations and GHaLMnth imperial allies set to follow suit this week, his announcement follows those from Canada and Australia. In a statement declaring that the maneuver is a pledge to the Palestinian and Israeli people that there can be a better future, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said, "Today, to revive the hope of peace for the Palestinians and Israelis and a two-state solution, the United Kingdom formally recognizes the State of Palestine. Today, we join over 150 countries who recognize a Palestinian state." But as Aristides observed, even though other countries may yet follow. Is all this empty posturing, or will it have any effect? In the former colonies, the FCC chairman just threatened to pull ABC's license because of a comment Jimmy Kimmel made about Charlie Kirk, and ABC indefinitely took him off the air. The ASS, or the ASS, the American SS, it is the United States Secret Service, leading a massive security presence, while the redodomic retro-conservatives demanded punishment of those who disparaged their right-wing youth whisperer, is what overwhelms the need to talk, and talk in detail, about what just happened this weekend. This transmission is reaching you in the immediate wake of Trump having inveigled tens of thousands of chaos proselytes, or I should say chaos proselytes would be a more correct term. To proselytize is to preach. To be a proselyte is to be converted. And therefore, this transmission is reaching you in the immediate wake of Trump having inveigled tens of thousands of chaos proselytes gathered in Phoenix, Arizona, to blasphemously sanctify the woefully misspent life of Charlie Kirk. We've seen this happen before. These are the sort of things you'd expect in Russia, not America. Thus far in tonight's arc of narrative, well, actually over the past few episodes, I've explained how telling the truth about a propagandist and liar has been deemed a radical act, worthy of punishment. Here I use the case of the novelist Stephen King to illustrate. King had said Charlie Kirk, who was murdered last week, advocated for stoning gays to death. King was speaking the spirit of the truth, if not the precise letter thereof, but was nevertheless hounded and harassed into apologizing by right-wingers who not only want to police speech, but compel it. You shall honor the saintly demagogue, or pay a price. Unsurprisingly, the dragnet was widened. Well, it was widened immediately. I awoke the next morning to news about late-night television host Jimmy Kimmel being suspended indefinitely. That actually means his show is canceled. According to the AP, the Associated Press, it's because comments their words, made about Charlie Kirk's killing led a group of ABC-affiliated stations to say it would not air the show and provoked some ominous comments from a top federal regulator. What comments? Before I tell you what Jimmy Kimmel said, it's important to tell you what other people are saying he said. Why? Because it's like a sinister game of telephone. And the farther we get from the facts of what he said, the more chances there are for the totalitarians among us to replace reality with lies, making us all liars, not to mention insane. Quite literally so, not figuratively, not metaphorically, but clinically, diagnosably, out of our minds. It's a mass psychosis. First, a voice from the right. Piers Morgan.
He basically just stole our joke.
Yes, tell
Jimmy
us.
Kimmel.
Yes, tell us.
All he did was make fun of Trump ignoring the obvious.
Thank you.
When he was saying, "Oh, the ballroom," that was the joke.
Yes.
Same thing we said the night before
Yes.
that he stole.
Thank you. They are listening
Or the
to
producers
us.
mimic.
Or
the producers mimic.
But someone who had the circuit to his speechwriter, to his scripter, listened to us. That's pretty. Yes. Continue. Yeah, by all means.
That was it. He didn't even. I don't think he even made it. Not like that guy could actually write jokes.
Well, none of those guys do. None of those guys do. I mean,
but whatever it was nothing. It wasn't even like a real joke.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know.
I appreciate it.
And I have no sympathy for Kimmel, like I said before.
Or
but,
Stephen
yeah.
King, you can mention that as well.
Oh, Stephen King, he's at the bottom of the pile. It's like why would he even waste his time? You know, it's just I don't understand.
Look, I get where you're coming from, but believe me, there's points to be made, not because we're trying to garner sympathy for either Stephen King or Jimmy Kimmel, but rather to make a point. And
that's what you're here for. I was just commenting on that.
Yeah, but thank you. I appreciate that.
That Kimmel didn't actually make a joke.
Yeah.
From what I saw, it wasn't even a joke.
But like, I mean, first let's qualify. None of these fuckers make their own jokes. It's not like these people have wit and they're just spontaneously ad-libbing. These are people who are all just they're working by script all late night, and all these dudes, they're just working by script. They're screenwriters who are writing what they say, and
yes.
And even people that they interview, the interviews are scripted. They're all screenplayed. They're just everybody goes through it. Yeah, everybody goes through the motions of what the interview will be, and then they go out on stage and they act out the interview. So that's yeah. So definitely, but your point's well taken. You know, it's kind of like Charlie Kirk's wife was originally on reality show. There's nothing reality about it. There's no reality on reality shows. No, she's a paid actress and was just acting out whatever drama they were pretending was going on. So yeah, I get it, and thank you.
And then all of a sudden they're Christian.
Yeah, and then suddenly
jazz.
That's right, and this incredible crisis.
And people were like afraid to talk about it. Like the article I saw, they were really ginger about it. But when women go on those Big Brother type shows, I mean, they're total floozies. Like, I don't know how to say it nicely, but they're basically just acting like the bar room wench. You know, they're hopping from guy to guy. Like, that's part of the script of those type of shows. Mm-hmm. You know, where they're all fighting over one dude, or the drama is like, we caught these people in the back room, while we're all living in the same house. It was like one of those type shows. Yeah. So there's nothing Christian about that. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's meant to be a drama pit of sexual tension. It's a drama pit of sexual tension. So
it was one of those type shows.
Yeah.
And it was more than one. So.
Yes.
So this wasn't like, I was in college and I was experimenting. Like, no, they were getting paid like a model or an actress would do.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very
much. But they swept it so far under the rug that they can't talk about it. People are afraid to talk about it. So
well, we aren't. So thank you. Bless you for your courage, and and keep jumping on by all means. And
we'll carry on. I just wanted to.
Thank you. And in carrying on, first a voice from the right. Piers Morgan, who's quoted as saying, "Jimmy Kimmel lied about Charlie Kirk's assassin being MAGA. This caused understandable outrage all over America, prompted TV station owners to say they wouldn't air him, and he's now been suspended by his employers. Why is he being heralded as some kind of free speech martyr?" I mean, Piers Morgan.
And Piers Morgan is one to talk.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, rip into him. I mean, please.
Oh, he's just a hypocrite. He was railing for years against the Brits trying to cancel him. You want to cancel me? And then he keeps like flip-flopping. I mean, him and the other guy, Ricky Gervais, they just flip-flop. Whatever's in vogue, they'll just flip-flop whoever pays them. But they're all paid by the Brits. They're all, Masons or whatever. They're in there. They got their fingers in the honey jar, but they claim to be, fighting for freedom. And then he goes on and fights with Andrew Tate. This is Piers Morgan.
Pillow fighting.
And then tries
pillow fighting.
Pillow fight, and then tries to be like this moral bastion. He's like, "Oh, you're a fucking, you're a trafficker and shit." And like, as if he's any better. I mean, he's not. Spoiler alert, he's not. And like, I don't follow him very much, but if George was here, he would give us the scoop on this guy's been a menace to the British public for years. He's just a paid oh, what's the word for it? He's just a paid like
Pie hole. Pie hole.
yeah, piece of shit. I mean, yeah. He's no bastion of free speech. He'd cancel anyone on just all you just give him the word. He'll attack him like a rabid dog. Whoever pays him enough. Yeah.
Thank you. And second, a voice from the left. MSNBC's Chris Hayes. The ABC affiliate said they would refuse, in Chris Hayes' words, to air Kimmel's show, they say, because the comments the late-night host made on Monday night relating to the motives of the man who shot and killed Charlie Kirk wrongly suggested the killer was part of the MAGA movement. He was not. Well, now you'll hear it from a
spoiler alert.
Thank you. Oh, yes, tell him. Tell him.
Obviously he's an actor too, but the act, the stuff that they showed him in was like Trump outfits during Halloween and stuff.
Well, since he was a child. Okay, this is not acting. This is not acting.
Yeah.
Since as a child he was dressing as Donald Trump for Halloween. Who else he was dressed as? What? Some other right-wing figure. Pepe the Frog or some shit.
He did the stupid frog idiot.
Yeah, Pepe the Frog. Yeah,
the 4chan frog.
Yeah,
he was doing the same pose as the 4chan frog, like where he's in a tracksuit, like a Slavic squat. It's called like the Slavic squat in the tracksuit.
Thank you.
So that meme came from the stupid frog people that were posting on 4chan.
Thank you.
So it's like he was.
Go on. Go on. It was like he was. Yeah. Look.
He was in the soup. He was in the 4chan soup. So there's no defending these people.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter their politics, really.
Remember how Christine asked me, "Can you do the Slavic squat?" And I was thinking.
Oh, she was going off on that.
Yeah. Why would I ever do the fucking Slavic squat?
And it just doesn't make sense because you would be doing the Asian squat.
Yes, thank you.
But these people are just crazy.
Yeah, by the way, Brendan's right here. Even if I were to do the Slavic squat, if I were insane enough, schizophrenic enough to go griper, everyone would say, he's squatting like a Vietnamese immigrant.
Yeah,
they would just see it as an Asian squat. Yeah, it wouldn't be taken as what it's supposed to be. So, yeah, it's...
Exactly,
Yeah, thank you. So now, such having been qualified, Morgan is wrong. Kimmel didn't lie. Hayes is wrong too. Jimmy Kimmel did not suggest the killer was part of the MAGA movement. Now, per the Associated Press, here's what Kimmel said. The MAGA gang is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Cook as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. Many in MAGA land are working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk. See anything wrong here? Even if Kimmel said none of this, he's just reading a script. Is there anything wrong with the script? I don't see any such thing. Indeed, neither did multiple executives at ABC who, according to Rolling Stone magazine, felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line. What they did feel, however, was fear of an unfavorable interpretation of Kimmel's words. Rolling Stone reported that trois sources said, the threat of the Trump administration's retaliation loomed. What retaliation? Hayes reported on it, as did the AP, the Associated Press, just before the Kimmel news broke. The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, issued an open threat to ABC, which is owned by the Walt Disney Company. Get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, or else. Brendan Carr told the mega propagandist, he's not only a mega propagandist, he's a MAGA propagandist. I guess I should call him a mega MAGA propagandist, Benny Johnson. And what Brendan Carr told him was, this is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. And with that, it's clear this is no longer about a dead demagogue. It's about exploiting the memory of a dead demagogue.
Didn't sound like it ever was.
Thank you! Thank you so
I still
much!
I still haven't heard exactly what he said. What did he say?
Well, it's so blasé. It is so. It's
Well, they
so,
keep saying he said something atrocious, but like I said, every time it's brought up, it's either the comment we were saying where
yes.
Trump was just aloof about it, which that's not even. It's not like it's making fun of the dude that's dead.
No, I read what Kimmel read. Now we can even say he didn't. In a way, we don't even have to say Kimmel said it. Kimmel read it is the best way to say it. Or he memorized the lines. But whatever lines Kimmel memorized, I read them aloud, and they're completely meaningless. It's not that they're completely meaningless per se. They're simply very bland, and they're vanilla, and they're very platitudinal. They're incredibly qualified, meaning they're very couched in context. So he basically said nothing of substance. And which, of course, is so evident to yourself that your mind continually just blacks it out every time you hear it because it's not really registering anything of meaning. You get what I'm saying?
No.
So, it's impossible to remember what he said because he really didn't say anything. Okay, so
what did he say? What did he read?
I'd like you to read. I'd like you to read what Heather just wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can you access that in the text box? Can you access
I can try.
Yeah.
I think they were going to bring back Charlie Kirk and say the people at the memorial resurrected him. Antichrist. Well, I can only hope. I mean, because that would be cool. I'll stand behind a zombie dude. I'll be like, this. That I'll support. Like if he comes back and he's a zombie, then I'll be like, yeah, this dude's cool now, man.
See the effect the crypt had on him? See the effect the mold had on him already?
Yeah, that's the mold talking. But at least that would be a cool backstory, First guy since Jesus to resurrect, since Lazarus. Shit. Like at least that'll be cool, but whatever they're doing now is not cool.
Yeah.
Lame.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Brendan, for
anyways,
that. Yeah. And so here we are. At any rate,
I could see that being like, it would be like a, like an entrance in a rock concert where like the smoke starts billowing and they like pull him in from the bottom floor, the elevator up.
The elevator up from the bottom floor.
Yeah. And it's like, and then the music starts playing and shit. I don't know why they didn't do that. They missed their chance. Yeah. That would have been cool.
But what Heather points out is this is all about exploiting the memory of a dead demagogue to advance the totalitarian project, to not only police speech, but compel it. I expect Kimmel to follow Stephen King's lead and apologize in time for doing something he did not do, affirming the lie and undermining the truth thereby. As you knowest,
and they tried to extort him.
Yes, tell us.
They tried to extort him.
Tell us, yes, they did. It's not enough they fuck you up. They want money for it.
They said if you donate to his family, we will, we'll take it as an apology or something. It's something insane like that.
Oh my god,
isn't that illegal?
To say the least. Do you know what that's like? That's like a rapist asking his victim to pay him for a good time.
Yeah.
I just gave you the fuck of your life. Now give me some money. Yeah, I want remuneration for what I've done. And
if you pay us off, you'll be good.
Yeah, there's no words. This is unprecedented.
No, it sounds legit.
Yeah. Now, as you knowest, Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled due to 12 factors. One is a federal government, specifically the FCC, that is turning into the thought police. Two are the cowards and collaborationists at Disney and ABC, who are under the illusion that they can forfeit just a little of their freedom and the thought police won't eventually confiscate it all. Since then, there has been an outpouring of support by artists and journalists, politicians and free speech advocates, as well as other late-night hosts. For Jimmy Kimmel, CBS News reported that last night, Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert, and Jimmy Fallon opened their late-night shows using a mix of humor, song, and expressions of solidarity with
another crop of winners.
Yeah, Jim the Kimmelman. It's like Kibbles and Bits, right? I mean, it's Kibbles and Bits. Kibbles and Bits. Look, I get it. This is like all part of a dead subculture that, believe it or not, this is our parents' world. It's not ours. It's our grandparents' world, for God's sake.
And let's be real here. They just used this to take advantage of canceling all the late night shows that were bleeding money.
Yes.
I really, I think in this case we can just boil it down to money. They don't want to pay these idiots because they suck. Ever since COVID, no one's watched them. They realize how lame they were.
Because they were stuck with them for a year.
Yeah, they were stuck at home watching these clowns, and they're like, "Wow, this actually sucks." When you don't come home all tired and drunk, it's lame. It's like, wah. Like they've been has-been wash-ups for years. So I think, they're basically using Trump as a shield. They're saying, "Oh, it's because it's Trump now." Oh, he doesn't like you guys, but it's actually the execs are sick of paying these losers. Not to defend anything. That's just a fact.
Thank you.
That's my interpretation.
It's true. It's true. But of course, the again, context is everything. And Colbert's commentary was notable. He reran the segment of Kimmel's remarks that FCC Chairman Brendan Carr called the sickest conduct possible. Now that segment, the MAGA gang, is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. Now that's what Kimmel said.
And what's so offensive is like none of these people actually missed the guy.
Yeah.
It's not like it's so like crocodile tears. I mean, like, oh man, it's none of these people are like. Look at Trump. He didn't even bat. There was no welling eyes or I saw nothing. Of the sort. And they're claiming they're all devastated. It's like, really?
Yeah. Now, what? Now, here's something bipartisan here. This is on either end of the political spectrum, right, Brendan? Because you're talking about the.
Well, I'm talking just to everybody. I don't think anyone cried, really.
No, but I mean, here we can say it's not just that the people who are the real power boys on the right are crying about Charlie Kirk. It's not just that they're shedding fake tears, that they're just using bottles of eye drops. But the people on the left over Jimmy Kimmel, it's just all this solidarity is also.
Oh yeah, especially that. I don't know how anyone could defend that guy. Honestly, like I said, it's his fault. Him and Adam Carolla, those stupid J losers. I mean, they're the ones that created this whole mess in the first place. It's like him and Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Because in the early 2000s, they like let these guys loose, and they were doing like the Man Show, which was just like basically what they would do is they would take all the Penthouse articles and all the Playboy articles, and they would just make comedy routines out of them. They were just like plagiarizing them, So that's what all these people like Tate and shit grew up on, including me and my cousins. My older cousins that would like, basically torture me with this shit, making me watch it. And
because you were underage and they just didn't give a shit. They just had it on.
No, they said you got to be a man.
Yeah.
It's like, and I just thought it was grotesque, and it wasn't funny. It didn't see it as that funny, really.
Oh,
But they thought it was like the pinnacle, you know. Ooh, they're getting away with this racy shit. But I just thought it was disgusting.
So Jimmy Kimmel started off on this man show shit?
Yeah, that's how he got famous. It was a show called The Man Show, and him and Adam Carolla, they would just go on there and just, oh, that hot bitch, like, we'll fucking slap her around. You know all the stuff that was in the Playboys. Doug, you must remember.
Yes.
That, the shit that's at the bottom of your piles somewhere from back in the day.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those things, yeah. Where they would say, oh, I fucked my sister's friend, and also the neighbor, and they would just make jokes. Anyone who saw those shows, they know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
It was just these vile,
it was
borderline incestuous
letters.
shit.
It's penthouse letters.
Yeah.
And
so they plagiarized all that for a TV show.
That's right. And by the way, yes, Brendan's absolutely right. Incest is a running theme in pornography, and so oftentimes they will deflect it only by tangential degree, by my aunt, or something like my mother's friend, or my mother's sister's friend, etc. But no, it really just comes back to the family figure. This is it is what it is, but I noticed that it is the staple and foundation of pornographic literature in general, and even pornography in videographic format. It's but such having been said, I've just entered a link that people are welcome to watch at their leisure. Don't watch it right now because the video and the sound will come on and you won't be able to hear myself. But I provide it for reference, and so for those of you who are going to look at it, then keep the sound off and turn the subtitles on. Always remember, that's a good trick to learn, is to keep the sound off and turn the subtitles on so you can continue listening to myself. But it's basically, we are all Jimmy Kimmel now. The easy way or the hard way. How Trump has since urged NBC to cancel Fallon, and so many others. It's basically, it does not stop here. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
At least I support Trump on this shit. Good.
Yeah.
Put them all in one basket and throw them out like rotten eggs.
Yeah, Bill Maher. Why don't they get rid of that fucking Bill Maher?
And him. Yeah, get rid of him. Well, you know why they can't get rid of him. He's grandfathered in.
Thank you.
Larry David, Seinfeld days. He's right up there with all of them.
Of course.
He must be from some gnarly bloodline because they can't fire him for some reason.
Thank you.
His comedy stinks, and he's so boring, and he brings people on. He's so rude to the people. And I think you remember Steve-O, he's another satanic retard. Yeah. But the jackass guy.
Yeah.
And in his defense, he's been sober for whatever, 20 years or something. and he asked, he said, "Look, Bill, when coming on Bill Maher's show, he said, just don't smoke pot while I'm there because I've been sober for this long. It's my life's depending on it and shit." And Bill Maher said, fuck you, it's my show. I'm going to smoke if I want. And so he didn't come on. He said, look, I can't come on then. And Bill threw a fit. Oh, he's trying to suppress my pot smoke. And, so they're all turds.
So rude. I mean, that's the term in the old days. My father would have used the term prima donna, but that does not do it justice. No, it's
worse.
Yeah, this is beyond.
He insists on blowing weed smoke in your face while talking to him as if he's important. It's so bad.
No, that's beyond thinking self-importance.
Really
that's beyond any sense of self-importance.
So bad.
No, that's just asshole. It's just fuck you, asshole. For that son of a bitch. But
anyways, let's not rail him too much. I don't know him.
You don't need to. I think we all know him all too well. Seriously, we all know him all too well. It's and we know what he's about. It's Jewish privilege, taken to its extreme.
To the max.
Yes.
To the max.
Yeah. Now, to quote Stephen Colbert, he said it sounds like the FCC told ABC to punish Jimmy Kimmel or else. Now, obviously, that's belaboring the obvious, but it's a lead-in to his quote, which I will read at length and verbatim. Given the FCC's response, I was expecting something more provocative. That's like hearing that Playboy has a racy new centerfold and finding out it's just Jimmy Kimmel. That's actually funny. It feels to me shutting
Wait,
down.
he said that?
Yeah. It feels to me shutting down this type of speech would represent a serious threat to our freedoms. And you know who else thinks that? Brendan Carr in 2020 when he tweeted, "From internet memes to late night comedians, political satire helps hold those in power accountable. Shutting down this type of political speech,
Bullshit.
especially at the urging of those targeted or threatened by its message, would represent a serious threat to our freedoms." That's Brendan Carr in 2020. But go on. Yeah, of course it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit that he said
like-
it. Yeah, go on.
Well, it's just this, even on both sides, even on the so-called lib side or whatever they want to call it. It's like anyone who's presuming that if someone's allowed to make fun of someone, something's going to change. I mean, they've been doing that since the 70s with Saturday Night Live.
Dude, they've been doing
And it's
that
just been
since
getting
time
worse.
immemorial. That's
And it's never done anything. It's
It's
never done
timeless.
anything. It's just bread and circus. You laugh it off, and then the next day you wake up and go back to your slave job. And it's done nothing. No one's ever fixed anything doing that.
Thank you. Dude,
And the Romans knew it.
Thank you.
Like you said, the Romans had the jugglers, and
Yeah.
then the jesters came. When people were fighting with the king, they would roll out the jester.
Yeah.
So it's the same shit.
Thank you.
So anyone who thinks that, oh, we have a right to make fun of people and therefore it's gonna keep political discourse going, I mean, none of that's true.
Thank you.
Anyways, yeah, I'll stop venting.
No, a necessary point. A necessary point. But this regime has moved from being coy about its plan to punish dissent to being open about it. Yesterday, the New York Times reported that the president said broadcasters risk losing licenses when hosts criticize him. His followers are bragging. Benny Johnson, the prominent propagandist, said, "We did it for you, Charlie, and we're just getting started." With Kimmel canceled, a chill has set in. I would now expect TV people to be looking over their shoulders, not only at the candy asses who cut their paychecks, but to the snitches eager to rat them out. We can expect that chill to seep into their work, and that chill will likely be most frigid among people Trump already dislikes. Indeed, as I am speaking these very words, a chill has set in. I have been alerted to Kelby Vera's piece in the Huffington Post, in which she says, "The View stays silent after ABC shelves Jimmy Kimmel's show." That's the headliner. And one sentence worth
God,
reading.
they gotta cancel those old bitches too. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That's, yeah. But her first line reads, "It seemed like The View, which also airs on ABC, wasn't going to risk ruffling any feathers by broaching the Kimmel controversy on Thursday's show." It's as NBC's, or should I say MSNBC's, Anthony Fisher said yesterday afternoon, "What is happening now is actual, successful, speech-stopping censorship." And we have seen it all before. Fisher refers to the MAGA thought police, which of course is paradoxical because MAGA has no thought. But they're trying to suppress it in others. I guess that light makes them jealous or something that comes up behind people's eyes. But Fisher refers to the MAGA thought police, which is a spin on the secret police force modeled after Soviet Russia's, featured in George Orwell's 1984, which punishes thought crimes. Zach Beauchamp wrote a big piece about the Third Red Scare, a reference to the first one in the 1920s and the second one in the 1950s, in which the American empire seemed to erupt in paranoia about communists hiding under every bed. This time, however, instead of the red being that of the Communist Party of the Greater Soviet Union, it's that of the Edomic Republican Party of these United States. And finally, Jeet here, said on Thursday,
This is the biggest attack on free speech since the McCarthy era, but it is also has significantly less popular consensus behind it than the second Red Scare. It's being done on behalf of a minority faction led by the most unpopular president in modern history. Organizing against this can win. Good organizing needs good messaging and some quality messengers. That's why, in addition to saying what's happening now is like what happened in the first and second Red Scares, we should dust off the old 20th century liberal rhetoric and update it for a new kind of totalitarian regime. And I think, without really being aware of it, Rōmā did just that. Sourced congressman said, and here I quote St. at length and verbatim, "The administration has initiated the largest assault on the First Amendment and free speech in modern history. They're making comedy illegal. Brendan Carr pressured ABC to cancel Jimmy Kimmel, and Disney, which owns ABC, canceled Jimmy Kimmel. This canceling from an administration that lectured us about culture. That's why today I'm introducing a motion to subpoena Brendan Carr to bring him in front of this committee, to stop the intimidation of private businesses, and to stand up for the First Amendment." Now, it's not just Brendan Carr. Attorney General Pam Bondi is prosecuting hate speech, even though hate speech is constitutionally protected, and even though we've had so many lectures from my friends on the other side of the aisle not to prosecute hate speech. And then, what about our vice president, the champion of free speech, as he told us during the campaign? The vice president is telling Americans to snitch on fellow Americans with offensive posts and to call their employer so they can be fired. And the vice president is threatening to prosecute political organizations that he disagrees with. We are Article 1 of the Constitution, not footlackeys. It is time that we stand up for our constitutional role to defend the freedoms of Americans. People are tired of us giving our power to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. We have an obligation to our Constitution, not to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as they ride roughshod over the First Amendment. Now, all of that, of course, is so much political pablum. It's platitudinal. And, of course, it's all pussy. Nothing's going to come of this. On day one, Trump's the FCC chair that he installed, Brendan Carr, corralled. "We must dismantle the censorship cartel and restore free speech rights for everyday Americans." Free speech? Tell that to Jimmy Kimmel, silenced after mocking Trump's movement.
Yeah, well, isn't that the irony of it? Or it's beyond irony at this point, that's a blatant scammery.
Thank you.
It's like they were saying for years, oh, they're getting rid of they're redefining gender and race.
Yeah.
And they're stepping on our rights.
Yeah, no, basically what they were saying was they're shoving their paradigms down our throats, and when we shout, "Kill all the queers,"
under the guise of freedom,
then they say we're hateful, and they're crushing our right to say, "Kill all the queers," right? I mean, go on, yes.
Yeah, but now it's flipped, so it's just...
Thank you.
It's just turning absurd. It's absurd.
It's surreal.
And you don't even have to defend either side. It's just, it's absurd on the face of, it's like, what's the word for it? It's a terminal argument. It's like, you can't have it both ways,
Yeah. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Very important to bring in.
Either way, it's not good.
Thank you. And Brendan, emphasize the requisite. It's not an option. It is a necessity to educate people in critical thinking.
Beyond necessary. I mean, that's the whole point of the so-called system. And the best schools and all of that, they know that. Like the Institute of Technology in Delhi. That's their whole entrance exam is just critical thinking, how to think on your feet and all of that. And these are the hardest tests on earth.
And let people know these thinkers They've just upped the price for them to come to the United States, so
Yeah.
we'll have no thinkers.
Yeah, of course. The H-1B is now hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain new applicants. And they're saying they're going to review it on all this bullshit, but you know how they are. They're not going to review it.
Thank you.
It's basically going to extort these companies because there's no Americans that have that kind of expertise.
You mean
At this
there's no
moment in history.
Americans left that are capable of critical thought?
Oh, yeah, there could be, but they killed them all, or who knows what happened.
Well, you're not counting Charlie Kirk
Or
among
people
those
like
with
me
great-
that I would do it if I was like, fostered and given, scholarship, but no, that's never going to happen.
Yes. Yes.
Like just, but there's like hundreds of me around, just too poor to function, so it's irrelevant.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's like, by that you mean they've killed the likes of yourself, so there's no future. George and I will be joining us soon, but
Yeah, so I'll leave before I get myself into any more.
yeah. No, you're fine, dude. They can't. I think.
Well, you say that until I get cursed a million times.
Dude.
Oh, he's hating on our
dude.
savior.
You're the apex predator. Right?
I'm not, though. I'm not.
Yeah. Actually, we're all too vulnerable.
Whatever you guys
socially.
think, I'm not. In fact, I'm the lowest of the low. There's no need to, worry about me.
I think it's too late for that. They don't buy it. they don't fucking buy it. Anyhow, as for free speech, tell that to NPR and PBS. Gutted by Trump for reporting the unbiased truth. Tell that to CBS, being handed to the multi-billionaire Larry Ellison and paleo-reactionary Barry Weitz, turning a historic newsroom into but another MAGA propaganda arm. This is how Ziorussism works. They don't restore free speech. They destroy it. They silence critics, buy off corporations, and make sure only state-approved voices remain. Independent media like Critical Omissions has never been more important. We're still standing, but only if you have our back. The strongest way to protect Critical Omissions from Edomic attacks is with a monthly donation. Just 50 to 100 United States dollars a month graces myself the stability to fight every single Menzies sans fear of eviction. Now, Trump's efforts to control the mainstream mass media machine were laid out in Project 2025. So how bad is it? Trump finally did the one thing that could tip us over the cliff. The authors of Project 2025 detailed how President Trump could essentially reshape the American mainstream mass media machine landscape, and he's certainly following that roadmap. Yesterday, that's last week, ABC announced that it had suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely. The news came as just hours after the chair of the Federal Communications Commission, speaking on a right-wing podcast, had suggested that local affiliates should refuse to air the show because of remarks that Kimmel had made about the response to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. This is a threshold moment, the stifling of Jimmy Kimmel. It's the last laugh before the silence. The attack on him is something everyone can understand. People didn't know what it meant that Donald Trump was getting billions for his Bitcoin company or a jet airplane in exchange for essentially giving favors to other countries. They didn't understand how inappropriate, illegal, and unconstitutional that is unless they understand the word emoluments. And almost nobody fucking does in America. So they just couldn't get it. His hustling Teslas from the White House in violation of the Hatch Act that would put a normal person in jail for 2 years didn't seem a big deal to most Americans because they'd simply never seen it before. So in that case, again, it's a choice between words. Either they didn't get it or they couldn't get it. It's mostly a case of ignorance or denial. They had no idea how bad it was regardless. Only former presidents and people who'd read the Constitution and the law knew anything about what I'm explaining unto you right now. And that's a very small percentage of people. It's meaningless, statistically. So along comes Jimmy Kimmel, whom everybody knows. He's even more popular than Stephen Colbert, or at least at that level. And, everybody knows who he is. And Trump takes aim at him for things he said. His First Amendment protected free speech, and is explicit and public about it. Then comes his toady, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, the guy who wrote the part of Project 2025 and about how the FCC should be run, threatening to go after the licenses of stations that are trying to merge with Nexstar for what may well be $1 billion payout for everybody involved. They're referencing a comment Kimmel made about Charlie Kirk's killer as an excuse for censoring him. But that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's apparently really because Trump is offended by comedians making fun of him. You can't make fun of the dear leader, the pravитель, the ruler in Russia, Magyarország, or Hungary, Turkey, Zhongguo, Communist China, on the Asian mainland, or the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, North Korea, or any other country where men Trump admires, rules by fiat, caprice, and whim as monomaniacrats in an autocracy of authoritarianism. And Kimmel, whatever his faults, was relentless in making fun of Donald Trump. Here's what Carr, a government regulator, said, doing his best imitation of a mafia bone breaker. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. The station owners freaked out because some may get even richer through the merger with TV giant billionaire-owned Nexstar, ABC, and threatened to take Kimmel off their stations. The merger would have been profitable for the people at Nexstar, ABC, as well. And that merger, I should say mega merger, requires Carr's approval because it requires breaking or changing the anti-monopoly rules that forbid any company to own stations that reach more than 39% of all Americans. So here's how it looks to the average person. Trump and Carr threatened the Nexstar or ABC deal if they didn't shut up Kimmel, and ABC, the company, said, okay, and took him off the air indefinitely. And everybody gets it. It's not anywhere near as complicated as shady cryptocurrency deals or golf courses or Trump towers in foreign lands. This is simply a classic example of how mob-like corruption works. We've all seen it in movies like The Godfather or shows like The Sopranos. We don't need law or business degrees. We have TVs. Or we used to have TVs. Now we got flat screens that are really just monitors connected to your computer. The average person totally gets it regardless, where Trump's leverage is and why he's abusing it to shut up people who irritate himself. This is relatable to the life of anybody who's ever been bullied or shaken down. Nice little TV network you got there. We'd hate to see something happen to it. They get, well, the masses, get how bad the crime is. And it's all happening to a guy, Jimmy the Kimmelman, who everybody knows and, well, most people have no active reason to dislike. Remember when Mark Twain said, "Never pick a fight with people who buy ink by the barrel"? This is the same thing. Never pick a fight with a, well, putatively popular figure who can create a press conference with a quip. It's why Vladimir Putin outlawed comedians and puppets who ridiculed himself. The reason we're only now realizing that we're at a pivotal moment in America is because most people didn't know how to answer this question. How do you know when you're really and truly no longer living in a democracy? How do you know when you're definitely no longer living in a free nation? Most people think it's when the tanks are rolling down the streets, and while people in Washington, the District of Columbia, are seeing that right fucking now, it's not most people's lived experience. They haven't confronted a tank, been asked for their papers, or been locked up in an ICE detention center. But everybody knows Jimmy Kimmel. So the new understanding is, you know you don't live in a free country anymore when comedians can no longer criticize the president. That's a criteria for the end of freedom that everybody understands. Up until the last few days, most Americans didn't think we'd lost our freedoms or are about to. Didn't think that we'd become a tyranny or are on the verge, where the king will come against you no matter who you are, no matter what political party you vote for. Just ask registered Republicans like James Comey, Mark Milley, or Tim Miller. Or how obscure you may be. Just ask the Columbia students. Or Brendan Zogett. Don't get me wrong. Many Americans, perhaps a majority, thought things were bad. They hated inflation and the joblessness going up and all that stuff from the tariffs.
Wait, what was that?
I said I said that most Americans didn't think we'd lost our freedoms or are about to. They didn't think we'd become a tyranny or that we're on the verge, where the king will come against you no matter who you are, no matter what political party you vote for, like James Comey or Mark Milley or Tim Miller, all Republicans, or how obscure you may be. And I said, just ask the Columbia students or Brendan Zogett.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I was just wondering. Then maybe it's Heather that's posting all these pictures, but the teams just flashed a dialogue box that said, "We want your feedback. We have 2 questions for you." And it was so ominous, so weird. And then when I tried to click on it, it disappeared.
That figures.
So how do you explain that? How do you fucking explain that? It says we had 2 questions for you.
Yeah, it's
like it was like they were logging in from. Where's the media czar from? What's his name?
Fucking Carr. Yeah, Brendan Carr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like from his office. It was like one of those loyalty tests.
Yeah, FCC.
So,
yeah, coming after
Hello,
you.
we have 2 questions for you. Are you a communist? And do you love Trump? And you have to say, true or false. Otherwise, you'll get like in the clink.
Oh shit! Yes. Oh, and before you know it, you'll be in a mass detention center where they'll say that we know he's a closet Muslim, even though your family were all Levantine Christians.
Yeah, because I have some like memorabilia in here that my grandfather gave me. They'll be like, "Yes, we found all this shit. This cultural Muslim-looking shit.
Culturally compromising. Culturally compromised. You're culturally."
Yeah, and being an anthropologist, be damned. I don't give a fuck. We're really going to that point. We're going to what they were claiming the Nazis were, basically.
Thank you.
They were saying, if you had like a dreidel, they would put you in the clink and shit. It's like stupid.
No.
They used to teach us that. we would play dreidel, for to teach us about the cultures, and
That's
they would
how.
say
That. Wait a second.
the
that's
kids
bringing-
had to make disposable dreidels because the Nazis would beat them up or something if they found
Isn't
them. It
that
was
a
something crazy.
violation of the separation of church and state when you're bringing religion into classrooms like that?
Well, some people are just chosen to be exempt from this. No, I'm just being facetious. They would teach us about every culture. That was their loophole.
Okay.
You have to learn about everyone,
Well, yeah, but what other cultures?
including Kwanzaa, which was totally made up and
Yeah.
bullshit. No offense.
What about Nazi
No offense to
culture?
anyone.
What about Nazi
No,
culture?
of course not. No, of course not. No, I think we did. There were some teachers that would show us that what the right people would call the beta Rick Steves when he would go travel around Europe. You remember that guy?
Oh God.
He was on PBS all the time.
Oh Jesus, I try not to think about it. It was
Just some white privileged
Yeah.
dude that was he had a gay voice, what people would call a gay voice.
There you go.
And so they would force us to watch this guy travel around Europe. But the thing is, he was actually preserving European culture and showing Americans what was going on over there.
Yeah.
But we were just a bunch of brats, and we'd be like, he sounds gay. He sounds gay.
Could you look into the text box and read what Heather sent?
I don't really want to after that question. If they're gonna say that I was talking against.
I doubt it.
our man.
No. Read what she said. It's too funny for them to care. It's too...
Well, this is old news. I don't know what. I said this the other day. He's been in Phoenix since the second. So they took him to the rotunda and then they brought him back within a couple days. So I don't know what's your point, Heather. Just curious.
Oh, but those hands, like you said, they're really yellow. They look like Simpsons cartoon character yellow hands.
Well, and then, where are our funeral home people? Is this normal? Because some people are saying, some people are on the comments are saying, "Oh, that's what dead people look like," and then there are other people saying that's definitely not.
No. I mean, it's like they made
your team is full of funeral home people, so there's at least 3.
Sammy,
right?
Ollie.
We need experts.
Heather.
Is that really what they look like? Because usually they don't look that.
This is what puzzles me. Heather grew up in funeral homes.
Yeah.
She woke up in coffins. How could she be fooled by this? I mean, doesn't she have something to say about this? Come on, Heather. Come on. And,
I think maybe that's what she's insinuating, that this is fake.
What Heather says instead, okay, read what Heather says. Here's Heather's response to us.
I can't see it right now.
Okay. It says, it's so much better when you do it. I'm sorry. It says, maybe they'll upload Neuralink in his brain.
Oh shit, they cut you off.
Really? Fuck.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Well, fuck. Okay. Are we on air?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. That's, yeah. So.
All I heard was Neuralink.
Yeah. Heather said maybe they'll upload Neuralink into his brain. She's trying to bring Elon Musk into this.
Oh God. Trust me, they don't want him to come back. Just trust us on that. I know. They would say it to our face if we were in a room with no microphones. We would go up to him and say, "Oh, can't you bring Charlie back through an AI avatar?" And they'll say, "We don't want him. We want him dead. That was the whole point of killing him."
Yes. And so she's typing something else. She says, "Look at her hand. Oh wow, is that Photoshop? So can you see that in the text box?" She sent an image.
Oh my God, what?
And so,
okay, that looks photoshopped as hell, but who knows?
Okay, yeah, it's
But they don't have to flash that. You just know they're lying.
And
I mean, they're all Masons. They're all something.
Yes.
I guarantee you, if we look that up, it'll all come out.
Yes.
They can't hide it.
Yes. Thank you. So, all that being said,
the first thing on Google was Charlie Kirk a good person? So people are genuinely trying to figure it out.
Well, give him some credit for that.
Give him some credit
God.
for that. Yeah. Now, as I said, don't get me wrong. Many Americans, and likely the majority, thought things were bad. They hated inflation, the joblessness rate, which just keeps going up, and all that
Okay,
collateral damage.
they won't give me the scoop
Eh,
on this guy.
Of course not. All the fallout from the tariffs, the economic fallout, and Trump's erratic foreign policy and his constant sucking up to or deferring unto Vladimir Putin. Is there something else you can find on that at all? Or they're not
On what?
on what you were looking for with the when you were trying to look up, the first thing that came up when you were trying to do a search was the demographic question that is the most asked right now is, was Charlie Trump, Charlie Kirk, a good person? I mean, obviously people are at least trying to figure this out. But when you were looking, what were you looking up at the time when you ran across that, when they threw the aggregate most popular question at you?
What was I looking up?
Yeah. Was it something considering? Well, don't worry
Oh,
about it.
I won't say anything until I
Okay.
find it.
Got it.
Yeah, let's
Got
put
it.
it that way.
Anyhow, like I said about the majority of Americans, they didn't like all their hard-earned tax dollars going into the pockets of the morbidly rich like Trump and his friends and the 13 multi-billionaires that comprise his clusterfuck of a cabinet. People in America generally realize that pretty much everything Trump has done is either for himself, the multi-billionaire caste, or to punish people of color and queer people. They're generally unhappy about it, and pretty much every metric of every study proves it. But they didn't realize that we had lost what makes this country great for all its flaws. Our personal freedom of speech, our ability to speak our minds, our freedom to have multiple perspectives and multiple voices and news sources to listen to or watch. But when this happened to Jimmy Kimmel, everybody suddenly understood. That's why this is an earthquake moment for these United States. If the Democrats fail to seize on this opportunity, they are completely incompetent. And we know they are, and we know they'll fail. This has to be the number one issue going forward. Every American understands what it means to be told to shut the fuck up. And no Americans like it. We didn't like it as kids. We sure as hell don't like it as adults. In fact, Trump's suppression of free speech is already starting, in a small way, to hit the regular people.
That is not normal.
Right. That's right, Heather. What's not normal?
His hand looking like that. If you also look at pictures,
Got it. So yes, you've seen the dead all your life. So yes, tell us about this. This is Simpsons.
if you also look at the pictures of Elon Musk at when he's attending, if you look at his left hand, it looks like that too.
Yeah, there you go. What do you think of that, Brandon? Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Looks he's
Yeah,
yellow.
he was wearing a false hand because they're all worried about getting taken out now. It's like a mafia. It's like you go and sneeze next to Trump and he kills you, and it's just like that's why they're all scared. You know?
Yeah, well, my grandpa was at the same funeral home as Charlie Kirk, and his hand did not look like that.
Wow. Thank you. No, I believe you because
yeah, I don't know why Musk would wear a false hand. It's like, why would he need to be his own security? It's just, you know, those false hands that the security guards wear so they can always have their gun on their hand.
Yeah.
So you must know.
Yeah.
That's what
the
it
Secret
looks more
Service
like.
wears.
Yeah.
So that's what Musk was wearing at the event. Like, he was strapped. So it's just, why would he feel the need to do that?
And if you look at her
pretending
hand on
paranoid.
top of her husband's hand, it's the same size, and usually men's hands are bigger.
Actually, her hand's much smaller than his. His looks unnaturally large, but
really?
Yeah, to me. But then, it's definitely. But the importance of her hands being next to his hands is they show how
inhumanly yellow his hands are. Like I said, it's
I
Simpsons.
mean, there is some like weird bruising on the second hand, but it's just strange.
But the shape of his hand. It
and
doesn't
why
look
would they
like-
not show the face? That's what I don't understand. It's like
And
we
it
all
looks
saw him
like-
publicly
And
executed.
the size of his body, it looks like he hasn't even been embalmed yet, or else he's an organ donor or something.
You mean by that he's not bloated?
No, it just looks like he's sucked up, like he's skinny, like too skinnier than Charlie Kirk.
Wow. Okay, that makes sense. Charlie Kirk was a fat, well-fed son of a bitch. So
I don't know about. I never noticed it, but I noticed that he didn't look like he had anorexia.
yeah. Well, there
And
you
what's
go
with the button being unbuttoned? People are saying that's some kind of Masonic shit too.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, what the fuck?
Maybe
is
it
that?
wasn't even a body. See, maybe it wasn't even a body. It was just the hand.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that their fear was bloating, that if the body would suddenly bloat, that it would pop the button open and that would look bad, but it looks...
Well, typically you're supposed to, like when you wear a three-piece suit, you leave it unbuttoned so you could sit down
Mhm.
without popping the button. But he doesn't need to be sat down anymore, so it's really weird.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, that's... well, thank you, both of you, for that.
But it's all very strange. Like, why even do this whole weird ritual shit? And she was wearing, and the ring she was wearing had a big G encrusted in diamonds.
Wow.
And none of their names start with G.
Yeah.
And then they were saying, oh, the daughter's nickname is Gigi. But why would you only have one daughter on your ring? You know,
Yeah,
it's
thank
just-
you.
No mother would do that. And it's just, so G is what? It's,
Your guess is as good as mine. I
Yeah.
have no idea. And
Well,
but it's all bad.
I won't say anything.
Yeah. Well, actually, say it. Go ahead, say it. I mean, come on now. This
Well, are
is...
you trying to get me taken out? It's like, you know, so what people online are saying,
Yeah.
not me, not Brendan, what people online are saying is that it was a Masonic ring,
Mhm.
you know. So there you go.
Yes, quite so.
Because they use the G inside of the compass,
Yeah.
which stands for God or geometry, which they never tell you what it stands for. But
Got it. Thank
So-
you. Thank
it
you.
was a
for God.
Freemasonic
Stands for
ritual
what, Heather?
killing.
Wait, Heather's...
My grandpa used to tell me it stands for God.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I mean, yes, that's what they say, but no, that's not what it is.
Or geometry.
Well, or something. Yeah.
It's a symbol. It's a symbol, yeah.
Yeah. I think it would be something like yeah, I have no idea. But it makes sense they would tell people it stands for God. Yeah, and but thank you. And as I said, the way things are going right now, how it's hitting the regular people, folks are getting fired, doxxed, and even having their lives and homes threatened with violence for things they said online about Charlie Kirk and his shooter. We're starting to bleed into that Civil War bottom of the pyramid that I'll speak about soon enough. So the moment is urgent. Let your elected representatives know your thoughts on this. That Brendan Carr must go. That the president must stop talking like this. That Pam Bondi must stop talking like this. That they should take the masks off the monsters in the streets so they're human once again. To stop making America unfree. It's time to stand up and speak out. Because if we don't do it now, like Jimmy Kimmel, we won't be able to speak out at all in the very near future. Because Jimmy Kimmel's indefinite suspension isn't just cancel culture. It's a far darker 5-alarm fire of censorship and capitulation. Kimmel's suspension confirms what many suspected after Colbert's cancellation. The free speech crew are at it again, making sure nobody says anything, in their own words, ideologically improper. And mainstream mass media machine companies must punish Trump critics if they want their mega mergers approved. Many of the Zayodidamic Rus occupation impositions thus far were laid out in Project 2025. But let's back up a minute. First, those who use violence come for the politicians. Then they come after the pundits and the reporters. And finally, they encourage average people to turn their guns upon each other. The dark story we're all struggling to survive, the rise of the occupational Rushism and destruction of civil order, fits a pyramid, not a straight line. This is the occult pyramid of the Freemasons. The grandfathers of the Heather-Holman line. The deists behind the Washingtonian treason to the crown. This pyramid of the all-seeing eye explains why the killing of Charlie Kirk, aside from the Russo-radicalized right's incessant amplification of their outrage, actually is a big deal and very dangerous sign for today's political moment. At the apex of the pyramid of people first targeted for violence are politicians, people who choose to live in the blast radius of public power. When the taboo against political bloodshed cracks, it often cracks there first, with, for example, the attempted assassinations of Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi by the Trump mob.
Wait, that happened?
Yes, believe it or not. By Trump's mob, no less. Or the murder.
Wait, when did the Pence thing happen?
Oh, Jesus, it was, fuck,
Must
we
have
can
been
look it up.
Yeah, but at the end of the first.
Yeah, no, that's
Shenanigans.
January 6th, dude. I mean, aside from that, it
Oh,
was...
why? Because he didn't go along with the shit?
They were searching for him specifically to kill him, yes.
Yeah, and they said, oh, he backstabbed him. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And
Well, he was loyal to the Constitution because he was in the military.
Yes,
Just-
thank you. Though most of today's military obviously doesn't give a shit. He's
well,
old
something
school.
changed.
Well,
Yeah,
he's old
something
school.
changed.
He's old school.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, and of course, there was the murder of the Minnesota State House Speakeress Melissa Hortman and her husband, or the bombs that the Trump fanboy Cesar Sayoc sent to President Barack Obama and other elected Democrats, and of course, our history of political assassinations, real assassinations, not abortive stage shows like Trump's or even Charlie Kirk's. The second tier down that pyramid from the apex is the world of the thought leaders, editors and reporters, the people who interpret events for the rest of you. People like myself. In healthy times, we're noisy, sometimes infuriating, and very much alive. The remissible offing of the paleo-reactionary provocateur and hate organizer Charlie Kirk in Utah wasn't just another Schadenfreude headline. It was America making the transition into that second tier on the way toward civil war or a police state. You don't have to like Kirk's views to see that this is part of the transition from public debate to public violence. By his own encouragement, agitation, and abetment. This is what he wanted. It's what he put his life on the line for. To hit that Civil War bottom. I really wish we didn't have to be even having this conversation. To be considering the possibility that our politicians, our thought leaders, and eventually each one of us ourselves will, in one way or another, be either the victims of violence or have loved ones that fall thereunto, as incited by political conflict. But that is where we are right now. And instead of trying to bring the nation together or heal it, Trump and those around him are irrevocably committed to turning up the heat. When countries are sliding into totalitarianism, after politicians are cowed, this middle level of the pyramid, where I'm at, for you, the thought leaders and reporters, we become the targets. I'm already tracking a surge of assaults on journalists in the United States this year, recorded by nonpartisan monitors, and the warnings from press freedom groups are growing louder as we head into another supercharged election cycle. It's why Trump threatening Jonathan David Carl this week was such a big deal. At the base of the pyramid is everyone else. The broad foundation of ordinary citizens who expect to disagree without fear of dying for it. In the last stage of democratic decay, the taboo collapses here as well. Now,
Well, I don't understand what's the motivation. Just quickly, sorry to interrupt, but
you mean to bring us to the
What
Civil
if-
War bottom? Yeah.
but what if like it gets to the point everyone disagrees with these idiots? I mean, what is that going to do exactly?
Yeah. By the way, we welcome George Knight aboard with us. And
Yes.
He'll also
Thank
contribute
you,
to this
Douglas.
conversation. And how long are we gifted with your presence tonight, George?
Hello, Douglas. Good evening to you and Brendan and everybody else. I've got a good hour, Douglas. Anything longer will be a bonus. So thank you so much for having me on. So I'm looking forward to participating in tonight's show. So thank you so much for having me on, Douglas.
Well, bless you. And let's start by having you
Thank you.
answer Brendan's question. Brendan's question is, what is the point of... Oh, Brendan, say it again. I don't want to rephrase
Yes,
it for you.
please.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
Well, it's just kind of almost rhetorical, but like so everyone agrees, then they get all these people agreeing with them. Then what's the end goal? It's just, it's like becomes a kingdom, but then it just something's not adding up. Why would you destroy the economy first? Why it's out of order. Let me just put it that way.
Yes.
In world building terms,
Yes.
This is completely backwards. You don't, everyone has to agree with you first, then you take over the industry, not vice versa.
Thank you.
So it's just,
Thank
so
you.
what's the end goal? They don't want votes anymore. So what's the fucking end goal? It's just,
No.
very strange.
It's chaos. It's chaos. It's,
Yeah.
it's
Absolute
anarchy.
chaos.
Yes.
Yes.
These are the
Yes.
chaosists. We used to be concerned about the communists, about collectivists. Think now of the chaosists. This is now the true anti-godly agenda of the Edomites. This is Edomic. Remember, we used to worry about atomic warfare in the age of the communists.
Yes.
We're now worried
yes.
about Edomic warfare in the age of the anarchists. This is true anarchy. This is the anarchy of the anti-gods. This is the rebellion on earth simply to reflect that which happened in heaven before there was a history. This is exactly the end of the world as we know it, a real end times.
Yes.
Yeah, the end of one world, and it's our job to rebuild it into another. The enemy is here, and and please, by all means, join us, George, in speaking a bit about Britain. What's going on in Britain? It's always a good start.
Well, thank you, Douglas. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. And I just wanted to just come on firstly to say that Britain has finally taken note of our recommendations. They have recognized the Palestinian state, and a two-state solution is required rehabilitate the destabilization in the Middle East. But certainly the crisis that has been going on perpetually ever since the inception of the occupational state of Palestine has been going on for decades. But finally, the British government has recognised a Palestinian state, which is a grand what you would call, it's a grand achievement, and it's a grand it's to sow the seeds for the rehabilitation, and I'll say the self-determination of the Palestinian people, which is great from anyone's perspective that have empathy or sympathize with the Palestinians, and to recognize that they've been undergoing definitely a form of genocide, which has been indefinitively a genocide that's been perpetual, and persistent for decades now. This is a profound and remarkable what you want to call it, just an objective. This is brilliant. Nobody really recognized that. It's because, of course, to continue what you were just saying, Brendan, this is what it's all about. It's to incite a form of destabilization, anarchy, and chaos. You have a divide and separate divisions within our own society. So within our own nation states, you have two you'll call movements, and I refer to them as resistant movements, a resistance to a paradigm shift. And you've got these two opposite sides that are fighting each other in an all-out civil war, which is going on right now. And you have all these people, one stance saying that they do not want, like a Nigel Farage in Britain. We have a Nigel Farage stance, which is the same as Tommy Robinson. They do not want it's all to do with racial. It's all racially divided, and they do not. And as soon as Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, announced that we recognise the Palestinian state, then you had Nigel Farage jump on the bandwagon and start saying that, this is now a demeanour for all the Hamas terrorists. This is a victory on their part. Mm-hmm. And
of course,
he would say
that.
You have all these activists now rising up and saying, "Oh God, this is treasonous, or this is essentially just outrageous. How could we be such traitors?" And that's what it's all about.
Traitors to what? Israel?
Exactly, Douglas. And then you had all these people jumping on October 7th again, just saying that, they've won a victory because now the Palestine, and they were saying, what he really means is Hamas. And it's like, no, this is the Palestinian as a ethnic group, as an ethnicity, as a state which is occupied. And I'm just basically just summarising it, Douglas, because it's still so early in the morning. So I just wanted to come on and say, I do apologise. Give me time and I'll wake up and be a bit more coherent with what I say. Yes.
You're doing fine. And
brilliant.
Obviously this is...
Because I'm rambling on now.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah,
no, you're not.
Yes.
We also want to point out the fact that in terms of what has happened, this is the question is whether or not this is a game changer or simply
that's what I was
simply
a
gesture, or simply a gesture, because obviously it's so late in the game. It's for the Palestinians. I mean, for the Palestinians living on the ground, those that remain subsisting, they're not alive in the sense that you and I are alive. They're starving.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because all humanitarian aid has literally been, what they call a blockade. It's been, they have been prohibited from entering any group, any form of international community that wants to provide aid or supply aid has been restricted by Israel. And so that's a form of genocide, what they've been doing. They've been, they have been depleting the Palestinians of their basic needs and their basic survival, requirements for survival. So, they have simply just, they're just subsiding in every day. They're carrying their own struggles every single day with it. They're just surviving day by day. And the whole intent of it is to kill them all off by Israel. That's the whole intention of it. So it's a form of genocide completely. It's an ethnic cleansing of the people. So, so from our stance, whether or not something comes from it or whether it's just a stance, just to
be on the right side of history, to just say,
just to be on the right side, as a form of just a front, it's just a front. But we'll see what develops from it, Douglas. We'll certainly see what develops from that. But obviously, they're taking recommendations from us as well with a two-state solution. That's the only solution for what's going on in occupy Palestine. So yeah,
Thank you.
it's
And
but yeah,
and
at
in
any
terms
rate,
of how about just out of curiosity on a personal level?
yes.
Obviously, people care about Team Dietrich members personally. They'd like to know
Mhm.
just whatever you feel comfortable sharing about work, your family, everything going well. How's work? How's
Man,
weather over there?
let the man have his coffee. Let the man have his coffee, man.
Oh, I
I'm
can't.
drinking caffeine right now just to wake up. Yeah, just to, it's very early in the morning, but of course I want to come
Yeah,
on as
I'm
early
just
as possible for
I'm just
more
joking.
time.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of those things where you just you're transitioning from like sleep, detriment, and then you're coming into trying to wake up. So yeah, that's the state of mind I'm in at the moment, Douglas. I'm just awakening. So yeah,
No,
whereas
no.
most people are trying to switch off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously, anybody who's a working individual, man or woman, doesn't get enough sleep. But do you feel like you're getting enough sleep? Are you getting
I
enough
do, Douglas.
in general?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
good.
do. I didn't sleep too well the night before previous. Like last night, I didn't sleep too well. Yeah, not last night, but the night before, I only had about 4 hours sleep, and
Jeez,
so
why? What
I'm
happened?
catching up now. No idea. It's just it's the getting into a routine and body clock basically. Yeah, when everything gets thrown off, it throws you off guard and it throws you off routine. So when anything happens, so yeah, it's just one of those. But of course, I'm very heavily and dedicated to the gym side of things again, Douglas. So of course,
Excellent.
sleep is required because that's your recovery
Thank
state. So whenever you're sleeping, that's when you're growing. So because what I do is I try to build muscle. Your body's recovering whilst it's sleeping. And so it's essential and it's important. That's why bodybuilders, that's all they do all day is they train, sleep, eat, and repeat. And that's all they do. And
Yes.
that slogan is literally their lifestyle. And so, yeah, you literally become dedicated to a gym rat, but not in my case, Douglas. I'm not that involved like I once was. But it's just basically longevity from my side. That's the purpose. And to feel confident and strong and good and just make sure my health is up to scratch and my mind is sharp. That's the great thing of putting all these good nutrients into my body, just getting all the fundamentals that I need. And I do it obviously for a good purpose as well. It's the maintenance. And so yeah, I was thinking just yesterday. I was like just looking out because something the other day came into my news feed that MI6 are looking for recruiting spies. So I was looking at like possible career change eventually, but not for MI6, but probably for MI5. For people who don't know what it stands for, it's military intelligence. And there's one that's MI6 is for overseas operations, and the one MI5 is for home domestic infrastructure defenses. For counterintelligence and counter-insurgency and counter-terrorism. So yeah, it's to just that's probably the position I wouldn't mind looking at
Oh,
one day.
I heard like a glitch when you said MI5. It was like
No,
Yeah,
it's true.
probably.
sounded like you
They
were coming to a
did.
straw.
They did.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we know that they're listening, and that we know they're listening intently, and
Absolutely.
it's kind of like when they activated something when you said that. But by all means, I encourage your pursuit of these
Yes,
alternatives.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's only for so I can be. Yeah, it's important because it's for advisory and recommendations from our part. From our position. It's for the general defense of the nation because at the moment we are entering very precarious times right now. We are at war, and certainly Russia is the enemy. And obviously, when they're advertising for recruiting spies to go overseas, obviously they're basically telling you, well, there's one enemy we got to keep an eye on, and that's exactly what they've been just basically publishing at the moment, Douglas. You have all these MI6
chiefs and agents coming out saying that, yeah, we have conducted surveillance, reconnaissance, and the intelligence that we gathered is that Putin is the aggressor and that he is going to basically conduct what they call a grey zone invasion.
Yes.
And this is what he is going to be. This is his pursuit, and this is what his objective is. And it's to, basically trigger or implement, incept a war state between NATO and himself. And so, yeah, they're obviously heavily relying also with communist China to also invade Taiwan. This is the other intelligence that they gathered, that like with Ukraine, when Xi Jinping pulled out and he didn't invade, Russia invaded Ukraine, and I think Putin is he's hoping that that Xi Jinping would actually follow up on an invasion. That's what he's relying on, and so it'll be simultaneous in the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's we could go into this area, Douglas. I had no idea what was going to come on to say, but I'm just relaying what I know and what I've gathered recently. I do pay attention because I'm not in the circle, but hopefully, one day I'll be able to be in that circle. But that's why I'm, concentrating on my health and then building up my strength and everything. And it's to, obviously that will be a good transition, because obviously my job is not, it's not guaranteed. My job is not, it's not job security. So it's all right for now for a few years, but then who knows in the future. But then I could take my expertise and follow up somewhere else. So that's, I was thinking about it really seriously, taking it seriously, considering it yesterday. And so that's probably a good pursuit to go down. But I'll have to make contact soon. But also I would like to do a little reform about how we present intelligence, and not to keep it entirely secret. I think the population need to know some things. So, and that's obviously what we do. We expose the reality, where some people, certainly you understand the government's perspective. They want to keep things hidden from people, and it's a bit like with the UFO phenomena that's been going on. It's been parallel to ever since World War II. For national security reasons, they've always denied the existence of UFOs because of who they are, because of who the phenomena sources from. And so they've always been on a trajectory to seclude that information, to prevent panic and prevent fear amongst the population. Of course, they're dealing with a very precarious situation where people are seeing them all the time, and they're like, these are real. And there's governments in the stance of, well, but they're not recognized. We don't recognize them because they're the enemy. They're the enemy of the state, so they're unrecognized. And so it's just they've been going down this discourse for generations, for decades now. I would like to see a reform with that, where they actually do tell the population what, information such as that, what the reality is. And it's obviously, we know the reality that they won't, but what we need is civil war. And then what rises up is a takeover. And that's obviously what we're heavily relying on. But to put that into more perspective, Douglas, if you can,
Oh, yeah. Well,
reiterate or articulate that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The what's going on right now is a civil war is essentially being, shall we say, it's being conspired, and it's being, shall we say, waged already on the part of the enemy. And the best way to put that into perspective is how the Russians are carrying on a war without the kind of conventional methodology that people have come to expect. And the insanity is that people still attribute to the Russians in particular as they're being capable of waging it all. Russia's entire method of warfare has failed conventionally, even when they were the Greater Soviet Union with an ideological battering ram. The overwhelming majority of revolutions
that the
Yes.
Russians, or rather the Soviets,
Yes.
obviously centered on Russian imperialism, the
Yeah.
revolutions that they tried to project, meaning essentially incite in other nations, overwhelmingly failed. In general, communism historically expanded not by revolutions led by ideologues at all.
But by the
Most of
mind.
those fell into quagmires of civil war that would then be essentially counterinsurgent operated
Yeah.
against, because the Americans and the British and other people who were on the side of the West would help to run the counterinsurgency operations that would basically run these communist insurgencies into a point of exhaustion.
Yes.
So the only way communism actually historically spread more successfully was through invasion. So when it came to the Greater Soviet Union, it would invade Mongolia, Eastern European satellite states. This was literally Afghanistan. This was literally the only way it could spread its ideology, because its revolutions generally failed. Now, the entire difference
Very
now...
force majeure.
Yeah, the entire difference now is that the Russian war machine is in a perpetual state of collapse in Ukraine. It's fully committed, yet it is doing its damnedest to instigate war elsewhere. It is conducting operations that are obviously overt acts of war. Brendan, if you could help me out here and talk about the latest series of cyber assaults, including Heathrow Airport, where everything is hidden, obfuscated, obscured. This is important to emphasize, is that electronic attacks, cable cutting, these acts of war are essentially being tolerated. Now, what I brought up earlier, as a matter of fact, I'll timestamp it, of course, and hopefully you'll review this as you do elsewhere. One of the things I've always emphasized is, of course, the future of Britain is not as a United Kingdom, and it can afford to actually lose Scotland. It can afford to lose Wales. The Russians keep thinking of this as their great advantage. Rip England apart. Turn it into the disunited kingdom. Get the traitors. Get the Roundheads. The postmodern Roundheads to wave their British flags without the Union Jack. Basically taking Britain and its flag, the red cross on the white field, out of the Union Jack, and Britain truly stands alone. The Russians feel that this is their ultimate objective that will disempower Britain and turn it into Airstrip 1 of George Orwell's 1984, dependent on the Russians instead of on the Americans.
Yeah.
Under petty dictators like Nigel Farage and Tyler Robinson, whose name isn't even real.
No.
All of this is going to have a boomerang blowback. The British could lose Scotland. They could lose Wales. That's not really what's going to matter. It doesn't matter that Britain stops being a united kingdom. Britain can stand alone so long, as I've said before, they do not lose Gibraltar. But that being said, the British need to become something greater than the United Kingdom.
Yes.
Just as you have the concept of the United States of America and states in union, the British need to establish a United Kingdoms in the plural.
Yes.
One of these being the Kingdom of Norway. Both Britain and Norway shared the border of oil revenue, where you had the North Sea oil going to Great Britain.
Yes. Yep.
Norway's oil, of course, was not corrupted in its distribution of wealth as England's was. England's was corrupted by this Edomite insurgency that has been ongoing since their colonial empire, which was, in a very real sense, an Edomite empire, in the sense that the Hellfire Club was a satanic insurgency that began to corrupt England and turned it into a genocidal enemy of the Axis. The Third Reich, originally their own family. Their Kaiser was a cousin of the Queen.
Exactly. Yes.
And when this happened and the British Empire died in a welter of blood, treachery, and hatred, and even worse for the people back home, poverty and what they called the years of austerity. This was essentially a crash of the economy of mercantile economics that sustained a quality of life that is otherwise impossible because the British cannot go collectivist. There are no agricultural areas to develop that can be collectivized in any great range that would supply an economy at the level that the Soviet Union had. There are there's not enough resources to have a capitalist economy as the Americans have, simply because they have a land base, therefore, meaning large enough in North America where they could sustain a market economy. Britain's economy was always mercantilism, meaning that it requires colonial exchange and colonial input, resource development of nations that are essentially either, well, on par with it in the form of partnership, like Scotland and Wales, or in the future, kingdoms like Morocco, kingdoms like Norway.
Yes. And do you know, Douglas, no one's ever heard of mercantilism either. Nobody's even aware of it. That's how Britain has operated for years now.
It's incredible.
And it's not capitalist. It's not capitalist.
That's right.
Yes.
And what happens is the British people have been denied an education in their own economy. That's the horror of insurgency.
Yes. But please continue. Yes. Thank you so much.
Also, economists have been afraid to talk about it. Literally afraid.
Yes.
Because then they'd be accused of being imperialist or colonialist.
Yes.
And
exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Colonial imperialism has understandably acquired this political incendiary. It's politically incendiary, and it's the horrific irony. Say, for instance, the insanity in America. To give you a kind of context here, Brendan Zogit once admired Michael Sarian. And Michael Sarian is this charlatan and this academic, pseudo-academic pseudo-intellectual, who originally was doing a lot of research simply because he had come from a background. Brendan Zogit could explain more of the man's background. Yeah, Brendan, if you would be so kind, a little bit of an introduction to Michael Sarian here, because I'll compare his madness to that of the British conservatives.
Yes, I believe he's not on the call anymore, Douglas. I believe he might be listening.
It's strange because his square is lighting up, so to speak. So it shows us he's technically on the call, but may not be able to get through technologically. They might have muted him. Now that having been said, Michael Sarian was someone who became, as he got older, this is how I know of him, he became a radicalized right-wing American. Even though he is culturally Irish, he hates the left because of, quote-unquote, what the left did to Ireland. Obviously, Ireland as a republic was fighting the British Empire, and as a result, they needed a sponsor state to maintain the resistance. Their sponsor state was the Soviet Union, and they gradually became liberal progressives through this left-wing ideological influx that ultimately rendered them, well, some would say corrupted. It certainly ideologically influenced them to the point where they abandoned the Catholic Church for all intents and purposes. Ireland is now generally not a Catholic nation. It was once the most Catholic nation on earth, one of the epitome cultures of Catholicism. Ireland now, of course, is very liberal, progressive, and no longer cleaves to that line. And yet, because of their progressiveness, they were one of the first nations and the most adamant to recognize Palestine. Now, in the sense of Michael Sarian's madness, he's in America, claims he hates Ireland to try and prove how American he is, and he is rabidly pro-Israel. And so you have this yet he's a white supremacist. So you have a white supremacist who's always speaking against Nazism to show how American he is. The only thing he can do, because America has no culture, is to reflect itself as a mirror antithesis to Nazi culture.
Yes,
So,
anti-culture. Yes, yes, thank goodness.
All he does is he raves against Hitler and the Nazis, praises Israel, and calls anyone who, when England recognized Israel, he called it treasonous. Just like all these British right-wingers. This is the Sedgway back in Britain.
The contrarians.
So what you have are rabid white supremacists who are anti-Nazi, which goes to prove that Nazism is transcultural and multicultural and polycultural, or they wouldn't hate it so much. And they're rabidly pro-Israel because Israel is a racist apartheid state.
Exactly, it's an ethno state. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
So when you have this situation of the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union and the takeover by the satanic resistance, which the Soviet Union, or rather the Russian successor state to the Soviet Union, under a KGB agent named Vladimir Putin, is now trying to posit themselves because they listen to us. All you need to do is go into the text box here. I don't know if you can enter the text box of our call.
Yes,
George.
yes, Douglas, thank you.
So if you can, if you scroll up, you'll notice there's a link of Russia is now claiming and stealing, basically seizing the assets of satanic churches in Russia. Now, these are...
I saw that.
Yes.
I was made aware of that. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Now, all they're doing is...
The irony.
Yes, all they're doing is they're wiping out competition of Silicon Valley connected, Elon Musk connected satanic churches that are basically quite wealthy, and they're in Russia to help with human child trafficking and sex trafficking into Israel. And the Russians want a monopoly on that, and so they're seizing the assets of these fuckers. All that being said, it's a battle among Satanists for a kind of nationalization. This is like the nationalization now that the war economy is floundering, whereas before Putin had to nationalize the Jewish moguls and their property. He seized all their assets when the Jewish moguls were running the natural gas and the various other monopolies in Yeltsinite Russia. Putin, when he seized and he nationalized it. He seized all that, put them in jail unless they escaped, and then he personalized all that into his own personal wealth. Now that the war mobilization economy is floundering, he's got to nationalize the assets of these human trafficking organizations that are under the guise of Silicon Valley sponsored satanic religious communities. And by doing that, then he monopolizes the trade of Russian girls to Israel to be used as prostitutes and brothels, human child sex trafficking. All this is a very important point to be made. But the end result is that Russia's operation is, because of its failure in the Third World War, in effect, which is so grossly misnomered, the Cold War, because of its failure to overtake the world economically, which it never had the potential to do, all that it has now is this campaign of chaos warfare, what they call gray zone war. Don't think of it as gray zone war. For younger people to understand it, think of the Chaos Anti-Gods and Warhammer 40K, and this is the Chaos Cult Insurgency. All that they do is they stir up these psychotic nationalists who are pro-Israel, because nothing would make less sense in the world than a white nationalist who's anti-Nazi and pro-Israel. But that's the Rushism. This is Zio-Rushism. And so the Zio-Rushism says, you must be white supremacist, you must be pro-Israel, and this is what's now uniting the red Republican Party in the United States
And the people waving those red crosses in England with the Russians. This is the civil war that our man George and I is referring to.
Yes.
But the answer is, let the secessionists on the Isle of England go. You can lose Scotland, you can lose Wales. Unite instead, in the sense that there was once a United States, which is quickly fragmenting and falling apart. But in the sense that there was once a United States, think now of a new United Kingdoms in the plural. United Kingdoms of Norway, England, Morocco, other kingdoms as well, such as a kingdom of Israel. As I've said, simply coronate the heir to the Rothschilds' fortune, because they're also the heir to the Rothschilds' title of baronial estates, and literally can legally be coronated under the crown into a kingship over Israel. This is something that is simply a historical, shall we say, not only is it historically eurythmic in that it makes perfect sense, but it's a geopolitical necessity. And in that sense, England then becomes a United Kingdoms of Israel, Norway, Morocco, other kingdoms, both Muslim, Jewish, Christian. It becomes basically a truly pan-Abrahamic, a truly pan-monotheistic monarchy of monarchies. Think of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy as a precedent. This is where you have the royal crown of England reestablishing itself as an empire. All of this can only be done if the royalists win the new civil war against the Roundheads. The Roundheads are the Russian-sponsored right wing in England, making all these vague claims about getting their country back. Getting their country, if they want their fucking country back, get rid of the fucking Russian influence. If you want your fucking country back, this is where it boomerangs, this is where it backfires. Good example is what happened to England. When the Nazis participated in the Grand Exodus into Unterland, then England occupied the northern quarter of Germany. Then they occupied it and treated its population as if they were another crown colony. They treated the Germans as a kind of southern global developing nation. And the end result was the German economy prospered and the British economy essentially collapsed. It became this austerity welfare state. The Germans went on to this grand prosperity. This is a boomerang backlash of historical proportions. What's going on with the Russians right now is they are in effect occupying Britain through, as George Knight said, the largest army ever mobilized in recorded history. Millions of people swarmed London, waving the nationalist flag of England, among many other flags, but primarily that, claiming they wanted their country back from these nebulous immigrants or migrants who are there to do all the work they don't want to do, thus depriving themselves of a labor force. And Russia thinks it's winning by turning England into a battleground. This is the same kind of hubristic arrogance the British displayed when they were occupying that northwest corner of Germany and treating the Germans as if they were another colony. Now, the Russians feel that way about England. And the way the boomerang backlash will essentially impose itself historically is that Russia itself will become the new Raj. But this in and of itself is, as I said, it's not, as I said, NATO, when I clarified my position about NATO in the past few episodes, needs to be clarified again. You've got to understand that whereas NATO delegitimated itself during the war against the Serbs, because that was a war of aggression on NATO's part, had nothing to do with defense of its organization or its member states, but was instead an attack on a sovereign nation, times have changed.
and NATO remains, and its rationale is repurposed, this time justifiably, this time by all reason, against the Russian threat again. But it's not that this will help it succeed with the level of civil war insurgency that the Russians are conducting by sponsoring the radicalized right in England and all over the continent. The Russians are essentially going to wage a war that NATO could very well be destined to lose, simply because its enemy is the right-wing radicalized, the Russian radicalized element of its population. With member states being so vulnerable, the minor member states, the satellite states like Estonia, part of NATO, half of its population is fucking Russian.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to secede and create a microstate within Estonia. And when you have the Russians in Norway, which most people don't understand, during the time of the so-called Cold War, the Third World War in effect, Russia's relentless occupation of the Iron Curtain countries resulted in Russian settlers, basically insurgents, who colonized elements of Bulgaria, Romania, many of these Iron Curtain countries, and never left. This is how you have a sizable Russian population now acting as the Soviet exile state in Transnistria, occupying a good part of Moldova. When you have this sort of settler colonies of Russia throughout NATO land, you are in a position where they will inflict further chaos through encouraging other right-wingers, radicalized by the Russians, to tear NATO apart. But NATO headquarters in Brussels, this is why a part of England, which sacrificed so many on the fields of Flanders, has to retain that strip in Brussels. That strip, which is the capital of Europe, must always be maintained by England, in the sense that the English crown always claimed the Aquitaine on the continent, which is still on their heraldic shield. The heraldic shield of the monarchy of England contains the representation symbol of the Aquitaine, which people take for their invasions of France, referring to the parts of France that England would constantly attack until the New World was discovered. For hundreds of years, all the English had was take that part of France, the Aquitaine, reinvade the continent, try and hold that area of the continent for ourselves until the New World was discovered and both the French and the English had an opportunity for other lands and could afford to finally stop fighting each other, though they carried the war overseas and across the Atlantic to the New World against each other. Hence the French and Indian War, a world war between those two colonial empires. But all that being said, what the English must maintain on the continent, and that is what that symbol of Aquitaine will come to represent on their heraldic shield, will be that little strip of land in Belgium, which will cease to exist. It was always an artificial nation created as a buffer state between Gallic and Germanic Europe anyway. It will cease to exist, and instead the French-speaking Walloons will be, essentially integrated back into France. But the strip of Belgium that is unique in its culture will have to be maintained by Britain and guaranteed its neutrality as the headquarters of NATO. Yeah. This will be important even as NATO collapses, because Britain will, through London, be essentially the bulwark of NATO, its foundation, but NATO will then expand to, after everyone else secedes therefrom, as the Russians are encouraging, and the Russians aren't allowing anyone else to join NATO anymore, after Germany reasserts itself as the center of Europe, then NATO will expand with its headquarters in Brussels as essentially inclusive of Russia. The reason this is so important is because at that point in history, Russia doesn't simply become the new Raj for a third greater British Empire. Russia then becomes the new West.
Right.
In the sense that Japan was viewed and ultimately became the bastion of Western civilization. If people reflect upon the West today, the West is inclusive in the minds of the miscreant, the indoctrinated. To them, the West includes Israel. Nothing could be further from the truth. A third of Israel speaks Russian. All of their political pamphlets, the ingredients on their cereal boxes and candy bars are bilingual, written in Russian as well as Hebrew. It's the young Russians that are the future of Israel. This is why Putin considers them an ally. They're a satellite state of Russia, economically and otherwise. And if anything, they're the backbone of the Russian economy in the trafficking of human flesh.
Human flesh, yeah. Thank you, Douglas.
The hookers, the whores that are heroin addicted and shipped to Israel to serve in their bordellos, by which they locked through compromising and blackmailing the Saudi and United Arab Emirates and other trucial sheikdoms, as the British used to call them, the Gulf states elites. They compromised them and blackmailed them into the Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
So with Israel being effectively, essentially, the Russian, shall we say, capital, the Russians really have their outlet to the world through Israel, which is then facilitated through Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Britain's statement now in recognizing Palestine puts them firmly on the other side. And this means in the future, when the Russian Empire is defeated and retreats from Ukraine, the British then will integrate Russia into the new West, not simply as a subject state, as a new Greater British Raj, but as a member state of NATO on equal footing, and for the first time, Russia will be included in the West. This would make Russia part of the new West, a new Western frontier, in the sense that the cowboy West in old America was the new frontier for the British people and other investors, and as well, it will essentially integrate proudly and happily with great enthusiasm. Think of how the Americans understood what happened in their perception of post-war Japan. Now you take a look at the world today and you look at the West does not comprise Israel for all the reasons I've just articulated.
Yes.
But it does comprise states in a state of civil war. The United States, the United Kingdom. It comprises as well European Union, and the European Union is in a state of disarray. And even to a degree of disarray, my own Taiwan. The National Republic of China on Taiwan, the 100 Islands of Taiwan, is in a tremendous state of flux, bordering on civil war between the Democrats, who wish for a sovereign Taiwan, and the old Kuomintang, the old Nationalist Party, which used to be the bastion and bulwark of anti-communism, is now the treasonous party of communist collaboration with mainland China. So Taiwan is, to a degree, as vulnerable to civil war as the United Kingdom, United States, and the United Europe. But these are the West. This is the West. Europe, Britain, America, Taiwan. The only Western nation that stands united and without division is the Empire of Japan. It is the last standing bastion of Western civilization.
Yes. Yeah.
This is the irony of the boomerang blowback of history and historical cycles. Japan is now the center of the West. And just as Japan became the center of the West, by
integrating Russia into NATO, even though I foresee every single other member of NATO leaving that organization. Simply Russia and Britain alone, with a capital maintained in Brussels, what will come to represent the new British Aquitaine, that sliver of land in Europe that will forever be English, purchased by the blood of those who fell on the poppy fields of France. There you have the new NATO and the new West. This will be the new frontier West of, well, a new world order. One that will be essentially its own white world order. Certainly whiter than the rest of the power blocks that will be emerging, including Central Europe. It's one that would include, of course, Australia, most certainly, at least for a long period of time to come. And, of course, Egypt, which is where, believe me, much of British civilization will be forced to relocate because of the coming collapse of the Gulf Stream. Even if the Gulf Stream does not collapse by some miracle, the preparations have to be made simply because of the need for Britain to have other lands than the islands that its people are basically squatting upon and starving on. This is no exaggeration. Britain's people are starving and squatting on so little real estate that there's no room for economic growth. It requires mercantilism. A obviously postmodern form of colonial imperialism, one based on, instead of enforcement through conquest, a unification of kingdoms into a united kingdoms, but centered, geostrategically centered on the entry to the Mediterranean via Gibraltar.
Yes.
And this is why Egypt, of course, is building one of the largest cities in the world. And it's empty.
Yeah.
And they're doing this because of, well, there are, I can guarantee you, secret communications between the Egyptian government and the British monarchy for eventual relocation of a good part of the British population come any collapse of the Gulf Stream. And Brendan's asking how's the performance of the PC. He says if there's any heat buildup. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's beautiful, Brendan. There's no heat buildup. It's great. It's cool. It's we changed to a new computer, George, in case you didn't know.
Got you, Douglas. Thanks for letting me know. Yes.
Yes.
Well,
So,
you deserve a round of applause, Douglas. Thank you for that.
oh, bless you.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Yes.
Well, bless you. So in this sense, Germany will, of course, organize the satellite states of the Baltic littoral, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as Belarus, or White Russia, and Ukraine, into the new Warsaw Pact, along with the Balkans. And this new Warsaw Pact will be contained or counterbalanced by the new NATO of Russia, Norway, and Great Britain. Norway and Great Britain, of course, will be one nation at that point, the United Kingdoms of Great Britain, along with Morocco, and, of course, the coronation, which the British can legally and easily do, of a member of the Rothschilds dynasty, whoever's heir to that dynasty, into the King of Israel, which would, of course, bring at least northern Israel into heel. And, of course, I foresee a divided Israel with a demilitarized zone between the north and the south that will be the bridge between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as the new nation of Palestine. There will be no more problems because basically the British and the Germans in the south, that will be their Korean demilitarized zone. And South Israel will simply inherit the biblical title of Judea, which ironically, you take a look at some ignorant televangelical like Charlie Kirk,
And what he advocated was
Yeah.
the official recognition of the old biblical names of Samaria and Judea for the West Bank and the Gaza. Instead, Judea will basically apply to southern Israel, which is all one district of Israel anyway. And this will render the demilitarized zone between Germany in the south and Britain in the north. This will render Germany and Britain at the center of world politics once again, where they belong. With the twilight and the recessional, the geopolitical recessional of the Russians and the Americans from the world stage.
Mm-hmm.
This is, of course, leaves the British in control of the Suez Canal through a allied Egypt. And Egypt, of course, should be restructured into a new kingdom once again. After all, it's only been a few years, really, since Hosni Mubarak, the king of Egypt, had to leave. Really, that throne was abdicated so recently that even as, well, probably a single generation is still alive and able to reclaim the throne. But all such being said, this is the future of a NATO as opposed to NATO as people understand it today. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization will be North Atlantic, but it will no longer be European.
Mm-hmm.
It will be Mediterranean, or North African, and Rus-Slavic, and we'll call it Anglo-Scandinavian for the union of Britain and Norway.
Yeah. Yes. That's united. Thank you.
So this is what people need to reorient their vision of the future toward, and their any concept of long-term investment strategies. But definitely, this is Britain's being treated as a colony of Russia right now, and
Yes.
The British
That's
people,
right.
the British people like Nigel Farage, who
Yes.
regurgitate, who parrot Putin's talking
Echo.
points.
Yes.
Echo doesn't do it justice. They're parroting. They're
He's
parroting Putin.
regurgitating it. Yes.
These Putin parrots need to be recognized as traitors.
Traders. Yes.
This is a war between royalist and roundhead once again. And
Yes.
understand that when the British Crown tries its best to be diplomatic, bringing Trump into the castle of Windsor,
Yeah.
and Trump has no concept of etiquette. He walks in front of the king. He refers to the king as an elegant gentleman instead of his royal highness.
Yes.
Trump is a white trash piece of shit who wants to be the king of America. What a joke. This takes hundreds of years to develop any sense of the royal etiquette, the royal sense of noble carriage, where one is even able to understand interactivity on a geopolitical scale.
Yes. Thank you.
It's representative of the colonies trying to ape the parent that they ran away from.
Yeah.
The situation is such that it's expository of the fact that Britain has allowed the Japanese to plant fighter jets on the island of England itself. It shows an awareness that Japan is the last bastion of Western civilization. It shows an awareness that the Japanese also are positioning their interceptors in Western Europe. Everyone realizes now that Japan is the winner of World War II, even though they dare not speak of it. And it's to Japan that they're turning in this hour of crisis, this hour of greatest threat. What we are facing, of course, altogether is the Sino-Slavo-Sinic synaxis. Israel is really the linchpin of the Sino-Slavic synaxis, not Iran. Indeed, it's the reason why Israel is attempting to destroy Iran to take its place.
Yeah.
Israel is the genocidal enemy of America,
and those who side with Israel are on the side of Edom. This is the challenge that we face today. And everyone must take it into account, or they're simply blind and in denial.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, in terms of everything that we've related thus far, I do want to...
No, appreciate.
I mean, really, when it comes to... When you think about this, that absurd state visit to the United Kingdom where the British government, not the monarchy, but the government, ignoring Prince Andrew in its idiotic attempt to co-opt Donald Trump through flattery, put their king in the center of the Epstein scandal with Donald Trump sitting at the table, degrading His Royal Highness as merely an elegant gentleman after walking slightly ahead of him, no less, within 72 hours of dismissing former ambassador Peter Mandelson. Yeah, take it from here. I'm sick to my stomach.
Oh no, it's an absolute, yeah.
Perhaps you can explain to people who Peter Mandelson was. Explain to him his connection to the Epstein dynasty.
Oh God, yeah, Douglas. No, he was, he was close affiliated with Epstein. He was, and he was essentially he was fired. He wasn't made to resign. He was fired from his position within government, and I was going to say, it just reminds me of, when you mentioned about Donald Trump, both him and King Charles both underwent assassination attempts in their past. And as you said, it takes years. It takes years of training.
Well, generations.
And just to
generations.
display, generation. Well, exactly, Douglas. Just to point out to people, you can take a look at both footages of both assassination attempts. King Charles, going back decades ago, I believe he was in Australia.
In Australia.
Yes. He had this man run up to him with a handgun. I think, was he Philippine by his ethnicity?
I know he was Asian. He was definitely Asian.
Yes.
And he had, I believe he had either a firearm or a knife. But
yes. He was firing. I think he did have a gun. I think he did have a handgun. Yeah. And he was running up to the podium, the stage where King Charles was just, he was walking along and he was attempting to shoot him. And King Charles just stood there, looked at him, and he was just doing up his handcuff. He was doing up his cufflinks of his shirt. Yes. He just stood there. Yeah. And then once he was taken out, this assailant, he was taken out by the security. And then you don't see King Charles start jumping up and down. But then when this happens to Donald Trump, when he was taken out by a person on a roof, well, I forgot the young man's name who was the guy who was quickly
poor bastard.
He was quickly taken out, and then his body incinerated. But he was cremated within any investigation was taken out, to identify his body or anything like that. Any forensics to be carried out.
Any forensic evidence was destroyed.
Yes. Exactly. But at any rate, you have Donald Trump, being shot at facetiously by this assailant, and he's ducking. He's God, he got my ear, and then he ducks, and then he hides and cowards away. And that's the difference. That's the antithesis of a real king and a man who wants to be a king. He is the jester. Donald Trump. He is the Joker. Yeah, he is the clown. Yeah, that's the difference. That just reminds me of it, Douglas. Yeah. But also to go off the bat, what you were saying earlier with Israel being a satellite ally and a satellite ally state of Russia. Now, just think about what Douglas was saying earlier. To put it in layman terms, you have this, and you refer to them as, this far right activist, these far right activists in the UK waving these English flags. They're called the round heads.
I call them round heads. Good point. Round heads, not round hats. They're really called round heads. Truly.
Round heads. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, what we refer to as round heads. You have this, as you mentioned earlier, with, this Abrahamic Accords, the Abraham Accords, this normalization with relations between Israel, the state of Israel, and all these Arab states. And I think Donald Trump only this year, literally within the last few months, has announced that there's going to be added on more Arab states such as Syria, which is, as we know, is a Russian satellite ally state as well, to add on to the Abraham Accords. You have all these influx of migrants that are coming into this country that are being forced here by Russia.
Yes.
And you have all these roundheads who are regurgitating Russian propaganda, who are susceptible to all that Russian propaganda. And they don't even realize what's going on. That's just to summarize, just for people who are not aware of this, what Douglas was articulating earlier is that we are being, essentially, there is a Russian insurgency within the United Kingdom, within Britain, and it's to cause chaos and divide, and it's been perpetuated by Russia, and they're telling you that, oh, yeah, your country's being taken over. And all that is being promoted by Russia itself. Just think about what's going on. And they appoint all these men like Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson, which is his alias, it's the pseudonym, telling you that, oh, your country's being taken over, we must get it back. You are patriots. That's what's going on. Yeah. And yeah, you have Israel that wants to. Yeah, sorry, please continue,
they're
Douglas.
Traitors.
Just to,
Yeah, they're patriots. But
yes,
they're traitors. Outrageous.
Yes, the irony and the dichotomy of it all, Douglas. That yeah, it's Russia that is doing it, promoting all that propaganda, and yet the ones they are essentially being sent here by Russia and Israel through normalization through the Abraham Accords. Yes. And yeah, and this is and these idiots that are patrolling these streets and these protests don't even realize that. They're just, parroting all this Russian propaganda.
Yes.
Being led by Tommy Robinson and Elon Musk.
Yes.
And then you have, in Ireland, you have that Conor McGregor who wants to run as their prime minister.
What do you know about him,
then,
if you can tell us
and
about
he's also affiliated. He has correlation with Donald Trump. He met Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And so, yes, he is also another figurehead for the Russian state. And that's the other, dichotomy of it all, Douglas. And it's just people need to point out, people need to realize who the enemy actually really is. And that's just to go off the bat of what you were saying in that, tremendous articulation to put it all into context, Douglas. I really appreciate what you said. Somebody needs to recall that and upload that whole segment, what you just relayed to everyone. But I was just adding on to what I was just trying to put it in layman terms for some people, but it's not making any coherent sense. So I do apologize, Douglas.
Oh, no worries.
Eventually I will wake up. Yes.
No, you're doing fine. And as you said, if people are to review that, since it's on footage, we can find out by reviewing that footage what exactly it was that Asian would-be assassin attempted with Prince Charles. Whether it was a firearm or a knife, it was definitely when he was taken down. The thing you notice is that Prince Charles doesn't even need to stare him down. He ignored him. He literally ignored him and went to the podium. He gave one glance, just this one glance of disgust, where he looked down on him with this total contempt. It was just contempt, but there was no sense that he was confronting anything life-threatening because he was able to maintain his bearing. That's the training that comes from childhood, over generations of nobility. Yes. Whereas to Trump, this is a carny act. All of this is a carny act. It's a reality TV show. And and it's reflected by the wife of Charlie Kirk being a product of reality television shows that she herself was an actress on. And so she is essentially a crisis actress that is,
absolutely.
Yes.
That's an apropos term. Yes, absolutely. Yes. That's exactly what she is, Douglas. Yes. So thank you, much appreciated. I only found out the other day as well, that was pointed out, that she was a reality actress or reality personality. And that's he's only been with her only for a few short years. Charlie Kirk.
He basically hired her to act as his wife. Is basically what happened. But go on.
Yeah, because nobody wants to be with this. Yeah.
Nobody wanted to be with that.
misogynistic,
Piece of
egotistical,
shit.
yeah, who just thinks he's right about everything. And his foundations of what he was promoting was he would go around university and college campuses debating in a non-debatable what you call it. It's a because we know with debates the idea of a debate is to lose the debate.
Yes.
So you learn something.
To explain what
but
George
he
is saying,
Yeah.
George is saying, in ancient Athens and the Hellenic culture of Greece, from which the West derives its foundations, the idea of entering debate was in the hopes that you would lose, because then you would learn something.
because you gain something at the end of it. Yes. Thank you.
Whereas it became twisted, perverted into this concept of winning at all costs, which it was never about. But Charlie Kirk, of course, had no concept of classical debate whatsoever.
No.
He's simply trolling and terrorizing
He's
people.
simply trolling and terrorizing and to humiliate and demoralize the opponent. And he would go around only university and college campuses because it was what people don't understand is that he was against the youth, the youngsters who were liberal progressive. And that was exactly what he kept on doing. And that's why he wrote the book, It's a Scam. There's a title with College is Just a Scam. And that's what he would go around saying that, what you're learning is incorrect. What they're teaching you is incorrect. And
It's just another version. It's another version of Andrew Tate's Hustler University.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And it's just the irony of it all. And as soon as he, because I came on the show, I learned of his passing, of his death on the show when I came on a couple of weeks ago. And then after I, left the show, and it's just like all these people going online just saying, rest in peace. How tragic what this has happened to this wonderful young man. And it was just,
God, go on.
I was like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, fuck me. Yeah, go on.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. I had, and I only had a little exchange. I'll just point out that, back 3 years ago that he pointed out that, he stated that every single mass shooting in the United States is basically legitimized, or it is, what did he said worth it. That was what he used.
He says, he says rational.
Worth it.
Rational.
He's rationalizing it. Yeah, it's rational. And
he said it was, it's not that. He's not only rationalizing, but he literally said it was a rational price to pay for our quote unquote God-given rights. Go on, yes.
God-given rights, as God honorable men to have the rights to
kill each other. Kill each other and other people.
To use firearms to kill people. And then the irony is he was killed by the first by the First Amendment.
Yes.
He was killed by the First Amendment, which
he was killed by both the First and Second Amendment put together.
Yes. Put together. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And I think you were pointing out earlier, Douglas, just with the President of the United States, I was just listening just before I jumped on. You pointed out that, with the censorship, Donald Trump is preventing people from even saying anything against him. And yet previously, every president has always, like with George Bush, for example, everyone was ridiculing him and there was no censorship from that. He was labeled the most idiotic president in human history because of his Bushisms. And there's no censorship. But now, with what's his name? Is it Kimmel?
Yes, Kimmel.
Yes,
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy. That's it. I was going to say Jimmy. Yes, Jimmy Kimmel.
Like Kimmel's in bits. Like I said, like Kimmel's in bits.
Yes. Oh my God! Yeah, that's your Second Amendment, of course. Is it the First Amendment? Is it the first or second? This is the Second Amendment where you got the freedom of expression and speech. Is that correct, Douglas?
Actually,
correct
me if I'm wrong on this. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but actually, it's the First Amendment. It's the First Amendment. Second.
It is the first.
The second is the guns.
Second Amendment is guns, isn't it?
But it's this order. Think of it this way.
words are cheaper than bullets. So the words come
Yes.
first,
That's
and
come
they
first.
lead to the shooting. The words cause the shooting. So that's, you have to have the First
Yes.
Amendment is speech. Then you want to kill the person who's talking. That's where the Second Amendment comes in.
Comes in, yes,
That's-
yes, or vice versa. Yeah,
Yes.
to either shut that person up, you got the right to kill them, and if if you can't kill them with the words, then use the gun.
Then
So,
use the gun. Yes, that's the
if
second.
they both
yeah.
go in your favor, if you,
Yes.
for either way, yes.
That's
Oh,
right.
thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying that, Douglas. Like I said, it's too early in the morning for me to even. Yeah, I'm just coming on, just like just a general chit chat. I'm not taking it. I'm not coming on to try to do any like come on as a professional, because I'm not in any state of mind to come on as a professional right now, Douglas. So yeah, it's just
okay,
great
you're
that
doing
we
fine.
could just loosely term so much appreciated. Yeah, so it's very much appreciated and profound, thank you. But yeah, at any rate, that's the the irony of that situation with Charlie Kirk. That was just, it was alarming to me, because the amount of people. Yeah, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh yeah," and they all say the same thing. They go, "I didn't agree with everything he said, but I agree with the majority of what he was saying." And
That's insane.
and in other words,
What does that even mean?
yeah, it's insane, because how contradictory is that? That they say, "Oh yeah, free speech. You're allowed to say what you want, but if you speak up against Charlie Kirk, you're in the wrong." So that's just the irony and the contradiction of that.
Hypocrisy.
Is that
Yes.
yes.
And
Yes.
and
In other words,
yes. Go on.
they're allowed to speak, but you're not. That's the stance. That's their chaos. That's their stance of chaos.
Yes.
And Anyway, continue, Douglas. Yeah, to put things into perspective.
Oh,
Thank you.
I think that we've put things into how much time do we have left with you? How much?
Not too much longer now. I'll say another 10 minutes, and then I'll shoot off for the day. Yeah, thank you so
definitely,
much.
we're trying to get you to do some talking, even though, as you say, you're not
Mm.
necessarily in
the
peak
same
form.
Yes.
You're not necessarily in peak form.
Yes.
But still,
But don't worry, I'm not degenerated or anything like that.
I think you shared
not
quite a
to
bit
worry.
today. Yeah, I think no worries about that. No, I think you said quite a bit today about work that was impressive. I'm really supportive of what you brought up. We can talk about that more privately. But honestly,
Yes.
I really, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and you're doing the right thing. And besides, as you say, your government knows that they're at war, and your government
Yes.
knows that they're in a state of civil war, or very close to it.
Yes.
The mania. If I'd like you to try and vent or cathart a little
Yes.
bit about Elon Musk when he encouraged this army of people to dissolve their own government, their own
Yeah.
national government. I mean, yes, a little bit of some input there on your feelings, and honestly,
Absolutely.
somebody has to kill Elon Musk.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's all these individuals, the same people, Douglas, that I mentioned earlier. You've got you've got Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, you've got Elon Musk, you've got Tommy Robinson, you've got Nigel Farage. They're all on the same page, these individuals. They're all what Putin refers to as useful idiots. And they're all regurgitating and promoting that Russian propaganda, state-sponsored propaganda. As you know, I've relayed before. You've had all these individuals. You had George Galloway, Nigel Farage, all MPs. They're all members of Parliament within the British government that are then causing this chaos, that are inciting this chaos and regurgitating that Russian trope, that Russian trip, and it's telling you that it's the EU, it's migration, it's immigrants, and all of that is promulgated to incite racial hatred, a racial divide. And then you got this million-man march, 1 million to 2 million. I'm getting
3 million,
different
possibly 3 million. Yeah, at the
exactly. It's so ranging, but I've heard from individuals who were actually there. One person told me directly that it was at least 1 million, and then you have another individual that I heard through second sourcing that there was 2 million people. And so, yeah, it's so ranging, but that was the largest army ever mobilized. And yeah, for all the people who are conscripted in the British military at this moment, it is so minuscule. It's around, if you count to take an account, encompass all the departments, the Royal Air Force, the Navy, all branches, you combine them together, you've got around 225,000. Yeah. And then this was fully mobilized in the streets, not armed to the teeth, of course, but they're all, mobilized. They're marching, at least 1 million men, between 1 to 2, possibly 3 million. That's the largest army.
And generally young combat age.
And then, yes, absolutely, Douglas. And, they were presented on this gigantic, big screen that was erected to display Elon Musk. And Tommy Robinson's there introducing Elon Musk on screen. Now, I didn't listen to what he was saying. I didn't listen to Elon Musk. There's no point. I just switched off. I was like, oh, my God, here we go. And they're all cheering, chanting and cheering. The crowd are all just, they're all lapping it all up, lapping up this man, Elon Musk.
Disgusting.
And he came on, and that's why, I had to switch off from that. I was like, there you go. This tells you everything what's going on. And you had Katie Hopkins as well. You had Katie Hopkins. And the other individual, there's another man it's pointing out, because you had Katie Hopkins in the middle, arm to arm with the individual who interviews all these women that basically, they would copulate with young men. Wow. And they're doing it for obviously these are sex workers. You've got these women individuals, but this man comes on. And just like that, Brendan will know this. There's that podcast where they get all these women on that do OnlyFans and the sex workers, and they belittle them, and they demoralize them and derogate them, and and they're it's a war against women and a war against sex workers. And you had that individual on the other side of Kate Hopkins, and you had Tommy Robinson, which is his alias. It's a football hooligan's name that was his admirer. That was the man who he idolized, and he took that name and put it as himself because he's a criminal alias who has been in prison more times than who's in and out of prison all the time. And but at any rate, you had them on the streets. Leading the largest army mobilized in this march. And then, he presents Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is there essentially just saying that you are all here. Good for you. You're standing up and you're fighting. And it's against the establishment. You need to dissolve and dismantle your government. So
he said violence is coming. He said, even if you avoid violence, violence is coming for you.
Yes.
So yes.
That's yes. From understand, Douglas, that is exactly
it. Talk about incendiary agitation. That's dangerous. Mm-hmm. That's truly like fire in a crowded theater. It's like
that's detrimental. Absolutely. Yeah,
it's like when Trump launched the January 26th. Insurrection by saying
insurrection.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
you've got to fight. Yes.
Go to the Capitol and take them out.
Yes.
Inciting hate. Yeah, that's hate speech right there. That's inciting violence, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, talk about it. Yeah. And then, that's right. And so that's essentially what Elon Musk came on to do. And I think, he was I only saw literally this morning when I turned on my news feed. You can see like there was someone that was pointing out that Trump and Elon Musk at Charlie Kirk's funeral were there like having a discussion at his funeral. And so people don't understand what's going on. Only to listen to this, Douglas, to listen to what you're saying, then they have a better picture of what's going on. They can see what's going on in the world.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's truly horrifying. It's horrific and it's terrifying for anyone that, And when I point out to people, it is civil war and we're having, escalations all over the world. It's going to be an all-out global war. It's imminent and it's inevitable, essentially. And that is definitely coming. Don't forget when you got like Elon Musk saying it's coming, the violence is coming for you. You have literally no choice.
Talk about a threat. Talk about a threat.
Absolutely, yeah. When you point about this, and they're like, it frightens people. They say to me, "Oh, this is what I'm scared of," and these people, they will not stand up. But all those roundheads, they won't stand up and fight for king and country. They don't want to. They will sit in their living rooms when it's all going on, and they'll be cheering for the Russian side.
Yeah, that's how stupid they are. That's how stupid they are. Until, of course,
You don't see any Ukrainian flags on that march. I guarantee you will not see a Ukrainian flag on that march.
That's disgusting. That is disgusting. That's outrageously disgusting.
That's how patriotic they are.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing to do with patriotism. And
No,
so, but so what I don't expect you to be aware of. I do want people to know I'm aware of it. It is basically Jewish New Year's. That's so for those of you who don't know, it's Jewish New Year's Eve day. So it's basically Rosh Hashanah, so which is otherwise known as Jewish New Year. And so basically tomorrow is the New Year's Day itself through Wednesday, September 24th. And basically, we don't need to go into the whole history of the holy days or the biblical name. Well, I guess I could say that just to prove my bona fides as as someone who's somewhat of an expert on the Bible. Yom Teruah. So it's the first of the high holy days, as specified by Leviticus. I believe it's chapter 22, verses 23 through 25. It occurs in the late summer, early autumn of the northern hemisphere, but obviously this was a holiday of the desert. I just want people to know that hopefully this Jewish New Year's, Israelis, well, if they have any New Year's resolutions that they ever could conceive of making that would make any sense, you've got to break out of your collective madness on the Gaza. That would be an advisement from the son of Adolf Hitler. And I know they won't take that, and they'll just keep on doing what they're doing, which is simply, oh, by the way, Brendan, you're welcome to come on and talk about Navratri. He says, Navratri in 2025, also known as Shardiya Navratri, will be celebrated from September 22nd to October 1st of 2025, with the festival concluding on October 2nd with Vijaya Dashami. And this is, of course, Asian Indian or Aryan. Happy Kshetra Navratri to Heather Holman, who's our lovely practitioner of the Vedic faith and on Team Dietrich. And its 9-day festival honors the 9 forms of goddess Durga, with devotees observing fasts and performing various rituals and prayers dedicated to the divine feminine. Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And of course, he's joined us. So do help to send George off with the positive and talk a little bit about all of this. And talk about that. What was it George was bringing up about the OnlyFans?
That horrible podcast that it's just a bunch of these, like, he just brings on pays these chicks and trans to come on, and they just bash them.
That's it.
And it's just so, I don't understand how people like watching that. It's just, how can you watch that for an hour?
Thank you. It's
and the
the
clip I sent,
embarrassing. Yeah,
it's just sick. It's go ahead, George.
It's really, you can't stand. How could anyone listen to it? Because I feel so awkward, just like how he speaks to these young girls. But he tells them there's certain rules, there's strict rules. You're not allowed to go on that podcast when they're having that round table and wear glasses. And who does he invite on the show to then have a go at these girls? Andrew Tate. And he's allowed to wear glasses. And it's just like, what? Just
like sunglasses.
Yes.
Yeah,
they're not allowed to wear sunglasses, and yet Andrew Tate comes on and he gets away with it.
Of course.
Tate's an idiot. He says it's medical, but then when other people say, "Oh, I have medical issues," he'll say, "You're a bitch.
Yeah.
You're a bitch."
Yeah.
But he tells everyone, "Oh, I need these for medical reasons." It's like, talk about, what is it called? Like double standard.
Of course.
It's double standards. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
but
hypocritical.
that stupid podcast, the clip I sent you, it's like this she's pretty attractive. This blonde chick comes on. She says, "Oh, I believe I'm a medium. I've been seeing things since I was little." and they're just sitting there bashing her, saying, "Oh yeah, you think you're an alien too, bitch? You know, oh you're an idiot. You're stupid. You know, it's basically just bullying. They're all
It's
getting
bullying.
off on
Yeah,
this
it's horrible.
bullying shit.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's horrible. How can anyone sit there and listen to that? And they must be, yeah.
Why did we bring this up? Not that I'm protesting. I'm just, what was the context?
Because they brought Char Kirk on there every fucking week to get hits.
Okay.
And he would make them debate abortion. He would say, "You're a murderer, bitch. You killed 20
I know why,
kids
Douglas.
and shit." Yeah.
Yeah, it's because when I mentioned the march, there's an individual that's on the other side of Katie Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
The individuals that with Tommy Robinson, and he was the guy that was bashing these sex workers. Yeah, he would have it. He has his own podcast.
Yeah, he deliberately brings them on.
Yeah.
Yes. Why? Why would anyone bash sex workers? Is this like he's like the new Jack the Ripper or something?
Because they feel morally like superior or something.
That's the stupidest thing in the fucking
shit,
world.
they cut us off.
And the stance is that hello, when you have children one day, won't you be ashamed of when they find out what you did for a living?
It's so fucking stupid. It's like I remember what I said about Africa.
They cut me off, but yeah.
Yeah. How about you? Are you back, Brendan? Are you back, Brendan? Can you hear us?
I'm here. Yeah. They cut me off for a second. But,
I know they did. But
it's like, they were paying these chicks to come on, and it's just And like you said, it's this moral superiority. Why are they bashing sex workers?
If I were there, I would tell them these are simply fucking punks that want to be Jack the Ripper because his trip was sex workers. Only they don't have the guts to go out and get kissing close. Yeah, kissing close to the cunts that they're gonna fillet. No, they gotta sit back and bash them verbally because they're just a bunch of cunts. They're just a bunch of cunts.
Yeah. If these women are making millions, Douglas, that goes to show you how many men are interested in these women.
Well, beyond that,
just tells you everything.
It's like I said, when I was a mercenary in Africa, and the time that a United States aircraft carrier came in, and this was during the Clinton administration, but a United States aircraft carrier came into the Horn of Africa to berth, and you would have thought every sex worker in Africa had emerged out of the forest to fuck these sailors and pump them dry of their pay. All of this is so different in Africa, where they have a much more mature understanding of sex work, and where these women are it's a total opposite of Europe and America or the West, where they're not crack whores. These are not women supporting a drug habit. These are all mothers raising their children and sending their children to college through their sex
education.
Work. And
buying them uniforms.
Yes.
They're buying their children uniforms and books.
Yes, and
that's the answer. These women. Yeah, sorry, Douglas, continue.
No, but all the children, when they grow up, would say, "I thank God and I thank my mother for her sex work. You know, I thank God that my mother was a sex worker."
That's what these children should be saying. Yes. And when they find out.
Thank you. This is what someone needs to tell this piece of shit. So take it from there, George, what you were going to say, because I interrupted you. Yes, by all means.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say, Douglas, because you were I was just going off the bat what you were saying to reinforce and qualify what you were saying, that's what these children should be saying when they get asked the question, how do you feel when when they say, when you have children one day, how would you feel if you found out that your mother was a sex worker? And that's the answer that these children should come back with, or the answer that these women should say, what their children should be saying. Thank God that, I was able to fund your education system to put you through it. And I was able to, get all your, in America, I, paid for all your health support and health, insurance. And so, that's what these women should be saying to these individuals that are bashing them, that are there to demoralize them. And it goes to show you that if all these men are paying these women millions for either their OnlyFans or to actually interact with them in any sort of way, it goes to show you, and they're earning more than NFL players. They're earning more money than any of these high, paid football players are. It goes to show you Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. And it goes to show you, and like when they're earning more than car companies are, making a month. When they're making more money than that, it goes to show you the gravity of the situation.
That's why
how
these boys
vital
get
their
pissed
jobs
off.
actually are.
Yeah,
How vital their jobs
yeah, that's it. These useless pussy boys who are attacking them are jealous, and because no one would pay them for their sex.
Well, they
ever.
do. They say that. People like my uncle would say, "Oh, all they got to do is lay down and they get paid, and I'm working all the time." And shit. Like,
yeah.
But then they're the same people that
don't
go
even
to
get me
Asia and
started.
look for passport
and look for girly boys to fuck.
Yeah.
If he wasn't raping them outright. By
Right.
the way, Israel has been at war for 716 days. 716 days now, almost 2 years. Yeah, so it's been
2 years.
Oh, come on,
And
that's being generous. We're talking
those
like
poor
2,000
hostages,
years,
Douglas.
Yeah, good point.
4,000 years.
Yeah, good
Douglas.
point. Yeah, but go on.
Those poor hostages must be really emaciated right now.
Oh,
my God.
I don't even want to think about it.
Oh God, 2 years without food.
Yeah, there's no point in
Jeez.
getting.
It's like,
them
what
back.
are they gonna do? Like, go after skeletons? No offense to the dead people,
Yeah.
but
Now they're attacking Qatar because that's where the hostages are kept.
No. What Brendan is saying now, where are they going after? You mean the people in Gaza? They're basically like concentration camp internees.
well, everyone.
Yes,
I'm saying like
exactly,
those so-called hostages after 2 years. It's like, aren't they like dead? I mean, come on.
I would assume.
Thank you. This is what I pointed out. Yes, this is what. I
And
pointed
there's a
out
similar situation
weeks
with
ago.
Japan and North Korea where, I mean, they've had hostages for 50 years and they're still holding out, like, return the hostages. It's like, and it's sad, but
Yeah.
The
thing
someone's
is
just
with,
gotta say
the-
enough is enough.
Yeah, go on.
But in Gaza, where all those underground tunnels are, what Israel is saying, that all these Hamas leaders are all based under, they are holding hostages. And yet, but there's no aid going into Gaza. There's a blockade. No humanitarian aid is going in there. There's no food going in whatsoever. That's all been completely prohibited from entering Gaza. And so, but these Hamas leaders who are wealthy, keeping all the money, are then, keeping these hostages alive. It's like, what?
No.
And the people buy that. And this is their stance.
Yeah.
And someone pointed out the other day that all these 40 Arab nations are all, you've got Israel, poor little Israel, the size of Rhode Island, situated amongst all these Arab nations. And someone pointed this out only the other day, Douglas. So I had to respond with Abraham Accords to show now it's normalizing.
Mm-hmm.
It's now relations with these Arab states are all normalizing through this Abraham Accords. And the United States was the mediator under Donald Trump, his administration. And
Thank you.
and this is Israel's projection. This is their stance.
Thank you.
They're showing you, poor us. Poor us.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk to that topic. I definitely will address that topic. Once you take your leave of us, I'll have to, because it's going to be unavoidable. But definitely, some of the things I definitely want to bring up is that before George leaves us, I want to bring up these topics.
Yeah, let me stay a bit longer. I'll stay on a little bit longer, Douglas. I'll stay on a little bit longer.
So let's bring this up
only
while
when
you're
you're
here.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, while you're here, I want to first off, I want everyone to understand that it was brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit that Brigitte Macron is going to provide evidence that she's a biological female. This is something that, honestly, look, I would look. She's okay by me. I mean, it's not like she's a sexual fetish object of mine, but I wouldn't mind if she did an OnlyFans. And really, in France, that should be carried out as a cultural avant-garde piece of artwork. That she could do an OnlyFans and prove that, because if she gives just genetic or blood evidence, no one's going to believe it. Everyone's going to say they paid some other woman to donate those genes or something of that insanity. But Brigitte Macron, proving she is a woman, shows the mad power of conspiracies. This is forcing Brigitte Macron to prove she is a woman, shows how mad and powerful conspiracists have become. For those of you who don't know, Brigitte Macron is the wife of the French president, Emmanuel Macron. She's going to court in Delaware to prove that she is a woman. This is where the mind-boggling world of conspiracy theories has led us, and it has consequences for us all. This is Candace Owens insists that they'll fake kill Brigitte Macron rather than let her be deposed in a defamation lawsuit. This is the madness that we've come to. Again, because I've gotten some further questions about Donald Trump in London, where he was feted last week, festively celebrated with banquets and flypasts by, well, George's king and prime minister. Well, prominent in Trump's retinue was a group of courtiers from the techno world who arrived bearing gifts of 31 billion pounds sterling via a techno prosperity deal. And while it was lauded for securing investment and jobs in AI, quantum computing, and civil nuclear energy, I'd like George to tell us whether or not it was really as good as it sounded. If not tonight, then, the next time he joins us. Will you be able to join us on Wednesday?
Yes, hopefully, Douglas. Yeah, there shouldn't be any issues there. But of course, if there is, then I'll let you know beforehand, Douglas.
Because here's a direction to take with it. I want people to know there's, obviously, I'm very intimately familiar with Silicon Valley because of my son's husband, and I can tell you from what I found out from him that there's very new and extremely disturbing aspects to the Silicon Valley Trump whisperers and their ever closer, just incestuous relationship with the White House. Not only does the deal that I've just broached with George mean that the United Kingdom will be dangerously reliant on American imperial-owned technology in the future, and the caveats that could come with that, but the personal psychology of techno-billionaires and their extreme and extremist personalities makes them dangerous and potentially disastrous players in global politics. Now, I may not go into a devastating analysis of that tonight, but I will with George if he's able to join us on Wednesday, or if not on Sunday.
Yes.
If not, we'll do it Sunday. We'll do it soon.
Yes, Douglas.
But other than that, we need to at some point examine the sinister online culture, the subculture of blackpilling, which tends to take two forms, nihilistic and anarchist. It's really the same form with two different names. But the first is a belief that absolutely nothing matters at all. The second is a desire to disrupt and destroy our world through chaos. And now the question is really not important whether or not this played a role in the murder of Charlie Kirk, because it's obviously a moot point by now. But it brings us to the nature of Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom March in London. I mean, we're a week on. We're a week on from that.
Yeah.
And if we look at the fallout from what was claimed to be a legitimate protest of ordinary folk, if we look a little closer, and when we compare it to the far-right rallies of the National Front 100 years ago, you might think that little has changed. Apart from the normalization of what was once openly called out as racist rhetoric. So, aside from that, of course, there's a different battleground this side of the Atlantic, which I will be doing my best to analyze to death or deconstruct to death tonight. The small screen, basically, and how the culture wars are being waged there. When Jimmy Kimmel was taken off air for his comments about the murder of Charlie Kirk, it seemed like a win for Donald Trump. So how strange, then, just a few days later, that we see MAGA defenders joining liberal commentators in condemning the cancellation as a betrayal of the First Amendment, which protects freedom of speech. It's in and of itself so hypocritical that I have to join Brendan Zogid on this by decrying and condemning both sides. It's really, you know what? It's, as I've said before, free speech is such a canard that the First Amendment needs to be done away with anyway. That nobody uses it constructively because nobody understands the nature of debate as understood by George Knight.
Yeah.
So it's simply a, how would we say it? It's simply a 007 license to kill with your mouth. All anyone is doing is causing death and destruction by inciting violence, a la Elon Musk, as telling people that violence is coming for them, and therefore you might as well take down your government. That's not free speech. That's incitement. That's an act of aggression. It's an incitement to terrorism. We live in times where this is not only unconscionable, it absolutely cannot be tolerated by a civil state for reasons of national security. Elon Musk is essentially an illegal Canadian. He's actually, oh, by the way, Canada has revoked his citizenship, so he's really a South African refugee. Either way, he's a citizen of the Commonwealth, and the British have every right to terminate him. It would be considered by myself as a legal execution, just to send someone to take down this man and kill him.
Yeah.
But at any rate, so there we are. I wanted to get those off my chest before you.
Absolutely. That's so important. Yeah, they did revoke his citizenship, Douglas. Thank God for that.
Yes. Yes. I mean, they have brains. America doesn't. If America had brains, they'd revoke his citizenship.
Yes. And unfortunately, Douglas. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. As you said, he migrated over to Canada, nationalized as a citizen, and then he migrated then into
the
America.
States. Yeah, as an illegal immigrant. He was illegal for the longest period of time.
As an illegal immigrant, and that's what they're fighting this war on. That's what these roundheads are fighting their war on: illegal immigrants. And yet, on that screen, they had an illegal immigrant come on and tell them that it's coming for you. They're coming for you.
The asininity. The asininity.
That's double standards. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. It just makes your eyes roll and you have to laugh.
Yeah, seriously. It's the healthiest way to handle it. But what about the cyber attacks? Heathrow, you've got the Heathrow disruption. It's continued today. The Heathrow disruption has continued through today after these cyber attacks have grounded flights. Brendan, catch our man George up on all of this. The attacks are going on worldwide. Yeah. But
I would have to follow up on that, Douglas.
And Britain is claiming, we suffered it in Leningrad. We suffered it in Moscow, too. I mean, that's what the Russians are claiming. Obviously, they're trying to... They're just making it up. They're making it up as a cover for their attacks on everyone else.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, and what about the undersea cables that were sabotaged in the Red Sea recently? And they just keep doing it. So this is that's all out. That's act of war, act of aggression, and they just keep perpetually keep doing what they're doing. And as you pointed out earlier, Britain just seems to allow it to happen, but they recognise they're at war and they're contended with civil war simultaneously at the same time. It's very precarious times. And Britain has no other option. It has to establish kingdoms.
Well, they understand one thing, at least they're mobilizing militarily. They understand enough to be mobilizing militarily. So that's a good start. It's
and I think we scrambled we scrambled our fighter jets, RAF interceptors over Estonia, because I think the Russians violated that for 12 minutes. I think that's correct. Literally within the last 48 hours, I believe, or 72 hours. And I know that we scrambled our fighter jets to intercept them. And so this is what's going on. It's just a matter of literally within days. And some analysts, experts do predict before Christmas. That's when and they're calling it when Putin decides to conduct his grey zone invasion. That's when Article 5 will be implemented, and it will be enacted essentially, and NATO will be armed. You'll call
a form of combatancy, belligerency that will be subsumed. Yeah, after that, Douglas. So yeah, it's that's what's being projected, and that's what's we certainly know it's coming. But yeah, it's just now they're just playing with fire at the moment. They're playing with fire. What they're doing at the moment, invading, violating national airspace over Poland, Estonia, NATO countries. So it's going to happen very soon, Douglas. That's what I can guarantee. It's going to happen very, very soon. But and so thank you for.
Thank you. And so Brendan's dropped off the call. I hope he's okay. I'm sure. Hopefully he gets some sleep. His health was impacted by visiting my crypt to help me install the computer. I can guarantee you that. That's how deadly the crypt is for baseline humanity. He can testify to the fact that I can't be baseline human to even tolerate this environment the way I do when I'm here for days at a time. So he was here for about a few hours and got sick enough just by the mold and everything else that the environment entails here. So, but such being said, hopefully, your health, you're feeling good. You're feeling
I've actually started. Yeah, I feel better now. It's gone 8 a.m. now, so I have woken up now. So I'm ready to start the day. But it's always when I'm trying to catch up with sleep, when I've had such a bad night's sleep the day before, and then I wake up and you feel so groggy and like fog-headed. So your mind's not crystal clear until you finally awake. So that's how I felt earlier. I was like, disorientated, Douglas. It's a horrible feeling. But then my mind's not functioning as sharp as it should do. But so no, hopefully, I'll be able to catch up with my sleep in the next coming days and then feel right. And when I come on Wednesday's show, Thursday my time. So Douglas.
Well, definitely, what I want you to do is I've been time stamping the episodes for you, so definitely review them because I need your input.
Absolutely.
And I want you to do the same tonight. I will also timestamp tonight's episode for you. Certainly review the monologue. And certainly keep listening after you've taken off to work to tonight's episode. I'll go straight into back in. I'll dive right back into it. And
much appreciated, Douglas. Thank you for everything. And thank you for having me on as always.
Of course, we're privileged. We're privileged to have you with us, and so we're always appreciative of yourself. And so by all means, it looks like we've covered a lot of ground tonight, and of course there's always so much to cover, and this is what people just don't understand. They deal with a simplified black and white. It's like a children's book version of reality. They have no concept of the complex nature of interactive factors that we take into account. It's one reason why we're listened to so intently by the powers that be on either side of the Atlantic, all over the world, actually. And
no, absolutely, Douglas. No, they certainly do, because what they do is you hear them relay and they parrot.
They regurgitate what I say
without crediting you. Without giving you any due credit that you deserve. Yes. It's utterly, the audacity of it. But I see it all the time, Douglas. I can point it out, and I notice it straight away. And it's only because I've been, been exposed to such propaganda, exposed to it, and from what I've learned from you, so I'm aware of it. I can be consciously aware of it and see it. Whereas other people, they're susceptible to that, and they buy into it. And they go about their day regurgitating all that propaganda. And I was going to just share with you when I was speaking to Dad, my father, on historical matters with Ukraine. I pointed out that with the Holodomor, when Joseph Stalin initiated those famines throughout Ukraine, because of the fertile black soil in Ukraine. It's one of the most fertile, if not the most fertile soil in the whole world.
Yes.
That's where the majority of the world's grains come from, and also the element of neon gas, well, where neon gas is sourced from, the majority of it, which then goes to Taiwan.
Yes.
To go into their into the production of semiconductors. Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
And when I pointed that out, and I said, but when it came down to World War II, during the period of World War II, you had the Ukrainians take up the side of the Axis. They followed up because of the Holodomor that was perpetrated by Jewish Bolshevik commissars, because they were educated and they were the ones running the commissarian, or the commissars under Joseph Stalin's Soviets Union.
The collectives. They were running the collectives.
The collectives.
In what was effectively the Soviet middle class was effectively a commissarocracy with machine guns. Go on.
Yes, with machine guns. Thank you so much, Douglas. Yes, and the end result of the Holodomor, with the famine that was, which was you'll call created by man. It was man-made famine.
Yes.
Which
resulted socially
in millions.
It was socially engineered.
Engineered, yes. Thank you. Which resulted in 15 million, no more than 15 million Ukrainians perishing. And Holodomor is the Ukrainian word for starvation or death by hunger. And when I pointed this out, and during World War II, when they took up arms with the Axis and they conducted the largest outdoor extermination during World War II, it was a mass firing squad where they dug up mass graves using the prisoners, the Jewish prisoners in Ukraine, Ukraine. They conducted the largest outdoor massacre ever conducted, which was known as Babi Yar. Yes. And I pointed this out, and this is because of what they resulted in, that 15 million men that died under the collectivizers conducting, initiating their famine. That was the reason why Ukraine took up arms with the Axis. But my dad didn't quite, he didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend what I was saying. And he said that, the difference between when we went into Burma, when we were fighting against the Japanese, we actually cooperated with the people of Burma. What he's referring to nowadays as the Mayas, or the indigenous people.
Myanmar.
Or the Myanmar. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, much appreciated. And you have, but he said that because when the Third Reich went into Ukraine, they killed and exterminated all the local people. That's why they never cooperated. And I pointed out, but no, they did cooperate with the Third Reich. Yes. That's why they took up, that's why Vladimir Putin today refers to them as Nazis. Yes. Yes, we call them liberals. They call them Nazis. And that's the reason why. He didn't quite fathom what I was saying. And so what they do is they take parts of history and it gets distorted. It gets a bit twisted, and that's due to, this ignorance or this naivete that is projected by these historians. Yes. And it's to that projection to vilify the Third Reich.
The way to refer to that is cultural genocide. Your father's concept, his paradigm, is the result of a national lobotomy. That's the result of cultural genocide. Continue. Yes.
Exactly. No, thank you, Douglas. But I wanted to, just share that because that's like an example of that, of this, like you said, referred to as a cultural genocide, how people could be susceptible to that and they buy into it, and then they just, all they project is that propaganda. By regurgitating things like that, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It's that's a way to express this to people who don't comprehend the gravity of the situation. People have been using the term culture wars a lot, and these are culture wars that are going on, and that's like saying that Israel is involved in a war, that somehow they're engaged in a war. That's not a war; it's genocide. So
it's genocide. Yes,
we have to stop using the term culture wars. When people use that term culture wars, this is culture war. It's cultural genocide.
This is
Yeah.
one-sided. This is not an equal conflict. There is a genocide of history that has left everyone in the Western societies a victim of a
Yes.
national lobotomy. This is a national lobotomy that has occurred in each of
Yes.
these Western nations. They've been nationally lobotomized. This is what the
Yes.
Russians are taking advantage of, is that
Advantage
all
of.
of you
Yes.
are ahistorical. You're all illiterate in the sense of illiterate. If someone cannot read or write, they are illiterate. If they cannot add or subtract, they are innumerate. And if they don't know their history, they are ehistorate. And all of these people are ehistorate, yet they think
Yes.
they know everything because they have access to the internet, but the internet gives them nothing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Douglas. You've hit the nail on the head, so to speak, with that. That's exactly what that's what we're contending with. That's the type of people that we're contending with. They're in history. What is it? It's illiterate, and yes, ehistorate. Yes, I have to make sure I add that. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, that's so true. And it's not culture wars because it's not war. It's not on equal sides, as you pointed out. It is it is genocide. And so that's what we're contending with, people who have had their culture completely,
obliterated.
secluded.
Just
obliterated.
scrubbed. It's like, it's even the old British colonial troopers that operated in penny packets because they could afford to, because they had machine guns, would say that in certain engagements that it's not war, but murder. And that's how you have to portray it to your average British citizen. It just as they understood that they're operating asymmetrically against a vastly underarmed force. No matter how many people are charging, it doesn't matter when you have a machine gun emplacement that's barricaded and able to take down a advancing army that's effectively comparatively unarmed. So when these people are not mentally equipped or armed to take on the Russians, whose entire force projection model is based not on the battlefield of the conventional war. Obviously, they suck at that. They're losing in Ukraine their ass while claiming to advance on all fronts. Yet they're winning the war of the mind because Americans and Britons believe they're advancing on all fronts.
Exactly, Douglas. But I encounter it all the time. I've encountered it my entire life, and I can point out several instances where that's happened. Several accounts where I'm contending with people and they buy into that. Oh, we would lose in a conventional war with Russia. They have more nuclear weapons than anybody else on earth. Yes, of course they do, because they don't fucking work.
Yes.
Excuse my language.
Yes, it's all a joke. By the way,
because
you have
they
to
don't
explain to
effing
them,
work.
First explain to them that that's not conventional war. What you've just described is nuclear war, and they are incapable of waging nuclear war. You need to explain to them, if the Russians had a single working nuclear warhead, they would have used it.
They would have used it by now. They would have used it. Vladimir Putin's bluffing. Every time he propagandizes that he will use a thermal nuclear weapon or strategic or tactical nuclear weapon, he is bluffing, and it's all a lie. Because if he could, he would have by now.
Absolutely.
That is without a shadow of a doubt. There is no question. That's irrefutable. But he knows they don't work.
Yes.
And that just shows you the incompetence, and just shows you how incapable they are of conducting any strategic nuclear, or what they used to project as atomic warfare, or even conventional. They cannot conduct anything. They cannot wage it. So that's why they know they can do it by the mind, conducting psy war, mind war.
That's all their resources are going into that. They are fully mobilized for that. They are fully mobilized for psychological
They've invested
warfare.
so much. Yes, psychological warfare. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And that's why you had this 1 million man march. 2 million, 3 million. This is all perpetrated by the Russians.
Yeah, to them, that is a strategic victory on the level as if they had nuked London. That is the sociological equivalent of their having nuked London.
Exactly.
Think
When
about
Putin's saying,
yeah.
"I will send a missile, a ballistic missile,"
That's what
an
he means.
ICBM, that's what he means.
Yes.
That's what he did,
Yes.
and that's exactly what he accomplished.
Yes.
That Million Mountain March was the equivalent of that.
Oh.
That's that. What they call nuclear zone.
Yes.
That ground zero. That's what it was, right in the epicenter, right at the House of the Parliament. That was it.
Yes.
Where they say this is our strategic point. That was it, and that was the radius where it expands. That was from a satellite. That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like from space. You know, when they cannot.
Exactly.
Yeah, when you look at.
Thank you.
And that was it.
Yes, and this is so important, and so I want to share something with you here that this is thanks to our dear friend Mr. Aristides. Aristides was able to find a book for me that its PDF is not publicly available. You can only get the book by buying it, and but most people don't know where to look. Let me see if I can get this a little larger, and so interesting. It disappears the moment I try for that. Let's aim for a window length of window size of. Don't know if that will help, but we can try this. If that makes it bigger, it seems to. Okay, so I'll try to make this large enough so that it can be seen before I do a screen share here. So here, let's do a screen share. And we're going to press this button and then screen share. Okay. So can you see this photograph? I'm sure it's difficult.
Oh, yes, Douglas. Yeah, I can zoom in. Thank you so much, Douglas. Yes.
Okay.
8 Soviet submarines sit on the barge of the Rotterdam's harbour. Yes, I can read it, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah.
1994.
This is from a journalist investigating. Read to our listeners what the journalist was investigating.
Yeah, August 94. Yeah, a canister with Russian. Let me just see. Should I just read out the top line?
No, not the top line. That's actually
no.
That's actually well, you can read that, but that's a different photograph. That's this photograph. So go ahead
there
and
we
read
go.
that.
That's something else. Yes.
Yeah, but go ahead and read that.
So 8 Soviet submarines sit on the barge of the Rotterdam's harbour, waiting to be sold as scrap. In October 94, a journalist investigating illegal sales of Russian military equipment was murdered. Now,
But this is what to explain to people. Here's a canister with Russian plutonium seized at a railway station in Bremen, Germany in August of 1994. All of the Russian fissile materials were immediately smuggled out for sale to anyone who could buy them. They have no fissile materials in their nuclear shells. All of the stuff was sold to terrorists so they could build dirty bombs all over the world. And as for their submarines, these are nuclear. Everything in the Russian fleet is nuclear. These are leaking nuclear submarines with radioactive engines just spilling into the bay, piled on top of each other. This is how serious the situation was and is in Russia. They have no force projection, either conventional or nuclear. Everything is just wherever they can drive. Everything is just wherever their tanks can tread. And tanks, what a joke. They can't produce those. Everything they have, this is a modern war that relies on microchips. Microchips are the new oil. Without microchips, without the chips, you can't win. And the Russians don't produce chips. Everything they get has to be produced by the communist Chinese. So the Chinese are simply testing out various military tactics and technologies using the Russians and their North Korean allies who are fighting for the Russians. I mean, this is a war of third world developing nations against the developed world. The developed world is fighting their war for them by fighting itself. So this
during World War II, Douglas, they were actually going to try to invade the northern part of Japan using rubber dinghies.
Yes.
They were doing what the migrants arrive in the British shores on.
Yeah,
that's what
that's not an invasion. That's a mass migration. And the Japanese just mowed them out of the water. They never made it to Hokkaido, the main island. The Japanese just sent in the amphibious tanks and blew them out of the water.
Yeah,
Yet
exactly.
the Americans portray this as some incredible victory. It's the insanity of where we're at.
Yeah, life rafts.
Yes.
Yeah, rubber dinghies, inflatables. That's what they were pursuing that invasion on. And on horseback.
Yes.
Through, yes, the cavalry were sent in, not tanks.
Yes.
They couldn't even mobilize an armorized column to mobilize and advance across that terrain in China. They had no, and in Korea they couldn't even orchestrate it. They couldn't even it was non-viable. Just that whole, because of the terrain itself, it prevented them to mobilize and advance mechanically. So yeah, it was just
and for those
preposterous.
Of you who don't know, all the dumbass war faggots, all those war faggots who get on YouTube and just worship the Russian T-34 tank, and all these people on History Channel, all these armchair historians who talk about the great Russian T-34. All of this is hot rod enough when it comes to the Russian steppes and the open country. It didn't help them worth a shit when it came to Korea, which is an insular peninsula that is mountainous, and those T-34 tanks had to operate in columns that came to a crashing halt, and one of them has its tread blown out. The entire column is stopped. Nobody's going to pass them on a mountain range on these narrow ravines that they were maneuvering their tanks on. All their mechanical blitzkrieg went to shit in the Korean peninsula, and that's how the Japanese nuked them, literally nuked them, with what was the equivalent of atomic landmines. Atomic ordnance produced using the plutonium, or rather the uranium, I mean to say. The Americans produced the plutonium, but they used the uranium extracted from North Korea itself to build atomic warheads. The ordnance, of course, which we've discussed at length in the past, and this ordnance was used to literally atomize, nuke and atomize, literally disintegrate the Russian advance, which never made it to mainland Japan, either through the Korean peninsula or through an amphibious invasion attempt. Yet the Americans make this incredible claim.
Yeah, absolutely does.
So maniacally stupid as to be hysterically funny or simply lunatic, that the Russians somehow brought the Japanese to surrender when the Russians and the Japanese are still legally at fucking war. To the point where Putin's first target of attack was not Ukraine, it was Japan.
Japan.
Yes. Which is true. You can tell people about that. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's so true, Douglas. It is so true. And yeah, it just reminded me of the largest industrial output outside of Japan, which was not in Japan itself, because Korea was an integral part of Japan, and that's where all those dams that were essentially they were
the Yalu
used,
and the Chosin River. And
the Chosin.
There were three major dams that provided enough
hydroelectricity.
Yeah, they generated enough hydroelectricity to power, half the Japanese nation had the power been directed there. But no, they used it in area in Korea on a peninsula. They used it regionally to generate their processing of uranium into atomic bombs.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. And they're all manufactured and produced out of these old World War II era facilities that were in Korea throughout that peninsula, but particularly the Kornam, which was the largest. That's right along the demilitarized zone. That is situated right there on the peninsula, right along that DMZ zone, that line that's drawn. And that's how North Korea get all their uranium, and that's how they produce all these nuclear weapons. When I point out to people, they are literally gobsmacked. They literally don't know that. And I say, the way North Korea gets their nuclear weapons today are manufactured out of these Japanese old World War II facilities.
That's right.
And they have no idea about that, because nobody talks about it and nobody mentions it.
Yeah. No, of course not. Of course, you hear people allude to it without crediting myself. And
Yourself,
there
much
are people who allude to,
appreciated.
yeah. And, but
Yes.
yeah. Such being said, what else does that bring to mind? It's so when it comes to these various insanities that the Americans buy into and that the public buys into, and the thing is, bring this up with people as well. Of course, just the fact that. Building a ship is an incredible technological, multi-layered project. America is proud of its shipbuilding industry in what few ports it has left that are turning out ships, and yet what they're producing is so small in terms of tonnage, in terms of they're producing carrier vehicles. I'm not just talking about the CVs that they produce, which of course is an industry unto itself that just keeps an entire segment of the population employed to produce these stupid, what Hitler would have called Wehrmacht carriers, useless concentrations of air power and firepower that would be sunk with a single Chinese sunburst missile in a heartbeat. It's just a like a rubber ducky in a bathtub. It's just a sitting target. But when it comes to forget the super carriers, but the merchant vessels, America is proud of what it produces, and yet they're like dinghies compared to what's produced in South Korea, which has just orders of magnitude more tonnage size. Of course, world trade is dependent on shipping, and there's only 3 nations in the world producing ships to any significance where they can sell them to other nations or dominate the sea lanes. It's the Empire of Japan, having won World War II, South Korea, and Communist China. And half the time, Communist China is contracting South Korea to produce their merchant ships. So it's like the South Koreans, who are just a shrimp in a whale fight. They're between two superpowers, that China and Japan, not America and Russia. And but the South Koreans are producing the majority of ships that dominate the world sea lanes. So it's if you think of America as having won World War II, you're out of your fucking mind. Who dominates the sea lanes? It's all fucking Chi-Com, Japanese, and South Korean ships.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of the Treasury bills as well. Who owns all the American Treasury debts? It's Japan who has the majority. Not Korea, not South Korea or China, but Japan.
But they come in. They come in after Japan. After Japan, it's South Korea and Communist China.
Japan
for what it's worth.
Has the majority of all the Treasury debts. Who owns it? Yes. Yeah. Exactly. That shows you who won the war. Just that alone.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We're. So I refer to it as the reoriented West. In other words, the original expansion of Britain in Europe was basically a white barbarian invasion with gunpowder that took over much older and much more advanced cultural civilizations through sheer force majeure, through the power of gunpowder, the power of firearms. But it was all, no matter where they conquered, whether it was the New World or Africa, every conquest was an attempt to expedite an easier or more accessible route to the Orient. So Europe's entire purpose was orientation, meaning trips to Asia, trade with Asia. And they couldn't go through Eurasia because that was conquered by Islam. Since Eurasia was conquered by Islam, this created the maritime empires of Spain and Portugal and the successor empire of England, all based on maritime routes to Asia. So when they conquered the New World, it was all to get to Asia. Everything was just to get to Asia. But the world today, the West today, because the maritime routes, the oceans, are dominated by Asian shipping, Chinese, Japanese, and South Korean shipping, and everybody calls it pivot to Asia. This is simply reorientation. The West has to recognize itself as reoriented. And the bastion of Western civilization the front lines on that in Asia. That's Japan. Americans think of, oh, is Japan on our side in this war? No, you're on theirs, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
You're on theirs. They're on the front lines. They're on the front lines of fighting Russia and China.
Yes.
America is just the backup. You're there as the
Yeah.
resource pool, the labor pool for what the Japanese are going to be facing. So
Yes, that's right, Douglas. So
sorry.
yeah, absolutely. So that whole thesis on Japan being a Stonewall, that's not applicable anymore. It's you're on their side. You're there as their backup because they've been at war since World War II with Russia.
Yes.
And so as you just pointed out, much appreciated, Douglas. I want to just add that into that. Please continue with
No. I mean, I think we've covered quite a bit. I mean, we've
covered it. Yeah,
if
that's
you want
just
to cover
wonderful.
Something else, by all means. I mean,
Whatever
else you feel the need to bring up. It's again, I'm just appalled at what we've all been dealing with on either side of the Atlantic in terms of I'm left with it's been an assault on the senses. It really has been. What did you do?
No, I agree.
When that army swarmed London, were you forced to work that day, or did you take the day off?
Yeah, no. I was with my daughter, and so I like I pointed out, I am not going anywhere near London for that reason. And I believe there were some families that took their children with them on that march. They believe it was all going to be a peaceful protest. And according to them, it was all peaceful because that's what Tommy Robinson was telling them in this: do not act, do not respond.
Yeah. Contrast that with Elon Musk trying to incite them to revolution. But go on.
Exactly, to incite them to revolution. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. So I pointed out, I'm staying well away from London that day, because the town I live in is a direct rail link directly to London Waterloo, and it's basically the end point of that link. That's why a lot of people move to the town I live in, because there's literally less than a 15-minute. It's about a 15-minute commute directly from the town I live in to London. It's a direct link straight in, and I knew that if I was going to get on the public transport, there's going to be carnage. And it was going to be chanting and raving because, once they get to London, it might be so-called peaceful, quote unquote, but certainly leading up to that, it certainly wouldn't. So I knew to stay well away of everything because, I knew it was what Tommy Robinson was calling was the mass mobilization from all corners of Britain, all corners to rendezvous in London for this march. And so I knew what he was calling for, essentially mobilization. He was calling for an army, and he had the Metropolitan Police on his side saying that we will protect you, but also they were inciting some form of, rise or friction. Yeah. They were trying to instigate it, antagonize it. They were there provoking it. And so, I knew what was going on, and I knew it was not certainly not the environment I wanted my daughter to see. No way. And so, stayed well away, safe. As far away as possible. But a lot of people from the town I live in went to that march. And so you can imagine the carnage. And it's very heavily, the town I live in is very heavily indoctrinated under that Russian influence. Very heavily indoctrinated. Most people regurgitate that. And they're susceptible to that propaganda that they can wage war in a form of conventional and nuclear tactics. And so this is the people I've been contending with, Douglas. But a lot of people, they're very anti-immigration. There are very few migrants that live in this town, but it's growing. It is growing. But it's just because they're forced out by these people. They're forcing them out of it. And so it's horrible. It is, but it's asinine as well. It's just truly, it's, they're saying about, they don't want migrants to come here, but yet they're standing down their labour force. They don't want to work the fields. They don't want to do labour jobs. No. So it's just, preposterous. Point that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outrageous. It's just
It's completely
the
outrageous.
stupidity, the short-sightedness,
Yes.
the fact that they can't see past their nose.
No,
It's
they can't
beyond-
speculate to accumulate. They cannot do that. They don't have that function. They don't have that capability.
When you
Yeah.
were trying to talk to that individual about the internet and telling him that it's like a physical highway and just as dangerous, and he couldn't grasp common sense. He couldn't grasp
No.
the concept of of putting an age barrier so that young people do not get on the information superhighway without adult supervision. That
Yes.
an adult needs to be driving until their legal age, and you really need a license to get on the internet, just like you need to drive.
Yes.
This is like this should be intrinsically commonsensical. This should strike someone as
Yes.
obvious.
But no one can fathom that. No one has any comprehension about that. That's very, and it's not even an analogy. That's just reality. Yeah, you do not put your child or a minor behind the wheel of an automobile or a vehicle because they are not trained to operate it, and especially to go on the main highway or the roads.
Well, beyond that, they are physically
Yeah.
incapable of the neurological coordination or even the physical reach or reflexes. So it's the same thing with the mind on the internet.
The mind.
As
It's
for
the
their
same with the
body-
mind.
Yes, as for their
Yes.
body on a physical highway. But go on.
Yes, they don't have the reach. They don't have the, they're not, they're not tall enough. They can't reach the pedals. They can't operate the wheel. They can't see over the wheel to look out the window.
Yes.
They can't look at the mirrors all simultaneously. They can't do that. They don't have the functional capability. But as you pointed out, Douglas, it's so true. They can't do that even on the information highway because they don't have the mind capability to basically to operate simultaneously, gather information, and then to have a full comprehension of what's being displayed to them.
Oh, and here's the other point to make.
But-
And just like
Yes.
an adult who has never received driver's training, has never driven a car in their life, you can't trust them in a car either. They may not be at the same physical incapacity of a child, but they are still not. You couldn't allow them behind the wheel for obvious reasons.
No, exactly,
That's the same
Douglas.
thing
yes.
with most adults. They're driving blind on the internet. Their minds are like a child's. They've never been trained in information consumption or critical thinking. They are...
Yeah, exactly,
yes.
Douglas.
So they're all crashing.
And look at that Gary McKinnon.
Yeah. Go
Yes,
on.
and look at that Gary McKinnon, who I mentioned, very recently on the show, Douglas. What was he doing? He was conducting espionage virtually whilst under the influence,
Yes.
whilst being high. And he
Yes.
was conducting malicious
Yes.
operations,
Yes.
which violated many
National
United
security.
States laws.
National
National security.
security.
Yeah,
Yes.
compromising national security. Yes. It's the same with a wheel of a car. You do not go behind the wheel of a car under the influence of any form of drugs or narcotics because you're not in a functional state to even operate it. It's the same with that Gary McKinnon. He was operating under the influence and he was
Outrageous.
conducting it on the internet.
Yes.
He was using the internet for that.
Yes, but
So
by
that's
the
the
way,
equivalent.
the other day,
Yes.
I went out taking out the garbage the other day, and not my next door neighbor, but the one next to him. It was like the house was on fire. This guy was smoking so much pot. There was a party going on. All these people were smoking pot. The smell of the pot was enough to give me a contact high. And when
Yes.
my neighbor came out, rushing out, I never expected him to. It truly startled me because he came rushing out of all that pot smoke. It's the last thing I expected my immediate neighbor to do. But he came running at me with a mooncake because the Chinese Moon Festival's coming up. And
Right, yes,
to
yes.
give me a mooncake. And I said,
Yes.
party next door? And he said, oh, that guy, he works at home and he smokes pot all day. And he said, smokes pot all day while he's working from home. And I said, how can he work? What kind of
Yes.
work is he doing on the internet
Yes.
where he's that fucking high all day? I can't even imagine
Day
what he
long.
would be doing. Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah, it's like somebody driving drunk. That's like somebody driving a truck. That's like a trucker
Yeah.
who's driving drunk all fucking day. But go
Yeah.
on.
Exactly, yeah, because it reminds me of what you were saying years ago, Douglas, that if you work for the government, whether you're on the municipal level, the federal, or the
Yes.
state,
Yes.
you can turn up to work drunk
Yes.
or
It's true.
or high, and you will not be fired for
Yeah.
turning up to work either drunk, under the influence, or high. They will send in a SWAT team to take you
out if you get violent. Yes.
Yes, out or get violent. Yes, you will. Obviously, you can get shot, but you will die employed.
Yes.
Yeah, they will not fire you for turning up to work
by the
drunk.
way, that's all changed. That actually all changed because of Elon Musk. Because of Dodgy and Elon Musk, that invulnerability is now gone. So the government's very precarious now. These people now know fear. These people in the government now know fear. That's it used to be in the old days when James Arthur Yanchik was driving his truck. You remember that? To the fire, James Arthur Yanchik. He said whenever he was driving his truck to civilian facilities of employment, everybody's running around, hustling, looking worried, very concerned because everybody's trying to keep their job and everybody's worried about, taxes, everything else. And they all look miserable and just stressed. But whenever you went to a government facility, everybody was just leaning against the wall, talking to each other at the water cooler. And just... They just didn't give a shit. Just work is like they're just showing up. That's all. They're just there to clock in, clock out, and all they do is talk about what they're gonna do when they retire. And that's changed now. That's I would have to say I'm not necessarily reveling in it. I'm not giving Elon any credit. But the one thing he put an end to was that sense of immunity and impunity of the federal workers.
Yes. Yeah, immunity and impunity. Yeah, absolutely. To turn up to be in that state, that non-cognizant state to actually operate functionally. Yeah, that is just truly what you call benevolent, like what you call that's negligence, complete utter negligence on their part.
It's dereliction of duty.
And the dereliction of duty. Yes, absolutely, Douglas. No, completely, absolutely. Yeah, just how the confluence of it all. Yeah, and people have no idea about that. It was like because it just reminds me of when I pointed out that, with like what happened on 9/11, people were pointing out, all the security cameras, that are displayed on the outside. Well, no, because it's a federal building. Anything that is government, there are cameras on the outside, but you don't see any cameras on the inside. It's because they're not trying to survey. Or they're not trying to conduct surveillance on themselves. They're doing it on you. They don't want it on
record that they're not doing anything. That's why they don't want it on record that they spend all day jacking off.
Or your tax... Yes, or your tax money, cruising all day and all that. Yes, I know exactly, Douglas. Yeah. It's all important to point out because most people have no idea about it. They think their government is competent, and it's just like the military. People look at the military as a father figure. They point out, we need to turn towards our military, and that's what Andrew Tate is now. What his position is. He goes, it's really quite strange. Yeah, see if you notice this as well, Douglas. It's when Andrew Tate comes out and he goes, once civilization collapses, he says, once civilization collapses, he goes, once Nigel has taken over, I'll take it over after him and I'll do a better job of it. And that's what he was saying. He was saying once Nigel Farage runs and he wins, after civilization has collapsed, then he will take over and he'll do a better job. And he said what he'll do is he'll put the military in charge. He will put the military on the streets.
Good God. Yeah.
That's his position.
And what is that supposed to do? What does that do?
Exactly. And he goes, he will give them the best wages. He will give them the best salary than anybody in any other private sector, public sector. He will pay them better than any other sector would.
Well, you only need to look at the United States for the result there. The military gets all the benefits, free drugs, free medical care, and look at the shape we're in.
Yeah.
It's a welfare state.
It's a welfare state,
that delivers no service. that delivers no. So in fact, they claim they did this great service for you. What the fuck is the service?
Exactly. Yeah, what service for what? Yeah. And that's all they keep saying. They keep saying, "Oh, yeah, thank you for your service."
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your service. But yeah, what have they done? Exactly.
Granted,
yes.
The British military is different with a different history, but that's still it's an absurd. This goes to show you how stupid, ignorant Andrew Tate is. What are the economics of a military occupation of your own nation?
Exactly. Yes. Where would the money come from? What benefit? What strategy would that impose? What is it? Nothing.
He's occupying it for the Russians. He's occupying it for the Russians. It's basically, this is what Trump is doing in America. He's following the Trump model, where the Russian satrap, the Russian satellite state, the Russian colony occupies itself.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas.
That's the Trump model. That's the Trump model he's following. Yes. So.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah, because what you've pointed out in, for your recommendations for your own expositions, you've pointed out that what you need is within the what you call the constabulary side of things to prevent police brutality is that you need a female workforce. And certainly when adolescents are going through the adulthood, it requires national service. That's what you've pointed out, which would be the solution, which makes sense. But for Andrew Tate to come out and say that he'll put the military in charge of policing, he'll put the military on the streets, but what economic strategy would that impose?
Only that. What is the graduated level of response? It's kind of like because the communist Chinese had no level of nuance or sophistication, they bring in heavy artillery units and tanks to deal with students who are conducting a sit-in. Is that what Andrew Tate is suggesting? Oh, so
it sounds it certainly sounds like it.
How are the tanks supposed to respond to muggings and, say, for instance, stabbings? You know how in Britain, because they have gun control, they don't have mass shootings, they have stabbings.
They got mass stabbings.
Yeah, so how is a tank supposed to respond to mass stabbings? It's just going to start blowing people away with heavy artillery shells? It's just this is how there's no concept here of graduated level of escalation. It's called graduated escalation of response. And so there's no concept of leveling one's response capacity here. It's you go straight for the nuke. This fucker's going straight for the nuke. And the point is, that's not law enforcement. That's massacre. At that point, but it's just completely. It's so stupid. It doesn't even bear dissecting.
No,
it's hard to believe that there are people that stupid. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people who listen to him go, yes,
that's my guy.
so what Brendan was telling me was he was saying that in Britain they've got like we were talking about. Dear John Henry Warrington, if you're out there, John Henry Warrington, we love you, we pray for you, we hope you're okay. Honestly, but we're presuming he's in, the low-income housing. What do we call it again in Britain?
Oh yeah, they either do it council housing or they'll do what they call it
council housing.
You call it the council will supply housing, but you have what's it called? Yeah, sorry, this is how bad it is. In the mornings, my mind doesn't.
No worries.
But it will come to me in a minute. It will come to me in a minute.
Yeah, we presume that.
Housing Association. Okay. Housing Association.
Well, I'm presuming the Housing Association would be Britain's version of the HUD or the HUD, the Housing and Urban Development in the United States. Okay, so the Housing Association. We presume that that Jonathan Warrington is in Housing Association provided council housing. And but our understanding is that from what you've taught us, Britain considers the internet to be an inalienable, not just a human right, but a human necessity on par with air or water. So
that's it. It's a utility. Yes, an essential.
Yeah. So if that's the case,
communication.
then
Yes.
we're presuming that Britain provides internet, but in places like where Jonathan Warrington lives, they probably still have copper fucking wiring, and
That's exactly it.
and so
Yeah.
the internet, does the internet go through copper wiring?
It does. Yep. It acts as a frequency. It acts as a frequency through a copper to conduct electricity. Shoots 5 volts through that electricity from the exchange, and it goes through these green cabinets from the copper side, and that gets converted into data, into information through that cabinet. From the cabinet itself, there's a signal coming from the exchange, gets converted to a frequency through the fiber from the exchange to the that's if it's going fiber to and then into copper, and then it gets converted into a frequency and it goes to the house.
So,
And that's connected then from a socket to your router, which is providing you the internet service, because it's
that's
converted from a free.
that's the most
Yes.
incredible ad hoc system. Oh my God! But
Exactly.
But Brendan was under the impression that because it's going through the copper for its data transferal, that the internet is for these people, these recipients, it must be incredibly slow. He said slow to the point where he when he was visiting, he saw cases personally where people actually went to their friend's home to use their internet. Who
Exactly.
had fiberglass or whatever, as opposed to because staying at home to use it was
Yeah.
just pointless. Is it that bad? Is that true?
Exactly.
Oh my
It's
God.
that's very, very true. And it all depends on how far away your house is to the green cabinet, like I mentioned,
Yeah.
because the further you are away from it, the slower the speeds are. The closer you are to it, the greater the speeds are. It's all to do with distance and the condition of that copper wiring. That
can't-
determines it.
If I
That's
were, if I
when
would
I
die,
joined my job.
I would
When I joined my
die.
job,
The thing like that.
that was my job, was
Yeah.
to upkeep and maintain and to uplift that copper service when I first joined. Thank God I moved over to fiber because it doesn't have any of those problems.
Oh my God! If I were in council housing, reliant on copper wiring, I would die. I would die. I could not imagine. Is it conceivable, knowing what you know, which is not everything, of course, but knowing what you know about my situation, is it conceivable I could even produce this show from out of council housing?
Oh God, Douglas, yeah, that's the question. Yeah, it will be, no, because I know obviously from, the circumstances in the past with the services that you've gone through.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly when it comes down to, from what I've gathered with people's individual cases, certainly like they say about dropouts all the time. Can you imagine that being on and then you have these disruptions because it drops that service? And that's all to do with that conditioning of that copper wiring. So no, it'll be very, you'll be gambling, I would say.
Yeah.
Certainly, yeah.
That's incredible.
With the copper wire, it's not the liability. You can't basically
The reliability. The reliability.
reliability. Yes, you can't rely on it, Douglas. Yes.
That's incredible. I mean, and so his other impression is, so these people are not paying rent, yet they're given some amount of money a month, maybe $1,200 or something. I don't know what they're getting, but apparently they use it all. Apparently it's enough where they can just drink all the time. So he says that they tend to be spending all their time drinking. That's
Right.
pretty much the case as well? I take it from your experience or from your own observation. Oh my God.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, a lot of these people. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. But yeah, it's just awful. And drinking obviously it doesn't do anyone any good either. As myself, stop drinking because before, only until the few recent years, I started to consume a bit more alcohol after COVID and all that. It's because the situation you just drink to block everything out to erase memory.
By the way, Amanda Eitenayer, do you remember her?
I don't, Douglas. Amanda Yu, yes, that's how I know her.
Her real name is Eitenayer. Because it's German, they had to shorten it to you because nobody in America could pronounce German. So Amanda Yu, she asked about you. So I spoke to her recently.
Oh, bless.
Yeah,
yes,
she was asking
bless.
she was very interested in how you were doing, and I apparently she didn't even know that you had been a bartender for many years, and I told her, I said, look, and I told her, that you're doing great. I said, look, the guy is he's a field engineer in fiber optics technology. And she was so impressed. And I said, but, his old job keeps begging him to come back. I said, look, he was so loved.
Literally a week ago, they asked me. Yeah, a week ago, they asked me again. I saw somebody else there. They keep asking for it, Douglas. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Sorry, continue, and I'll jump in. Yeah.
So I was just telling her that you were doing great. That, and she had no idea I don't believe she ever knew what you did before or now. Either case. So
it's funny, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I worked there from being my college days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was the first job I ever got officially, my first employed job. I was there for 16 years, literally when I was in college. And it was a part-time job. And then they offered me full-time in my gap year because I was going to go on to pursue a university, I was going to go on to become a programmer, computer programmer. And that was my ambition. But then, I took on a full-time position at the hotel to run the bars. So that's what I did instead. And I did that for 16 years. And I wouldn't touch alcohol. Even though I was a bartender, I would not touch alcohol.
Saved your life. That saved your life.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't even enjoy it, but in the recent years since COVID, I took up drinking quite a lot, and it was to block everything out. And just because my life was turning so miserable, I just realized this is not good for me. And then you turn to drink. A lot of people I can resonate with people why they do it. It's because it blocks out memories, it blocks everything out, but it also destroys you, which is why I always advise people not to do it. Just like I've done steroids, I advise people not to do that either. I've been there and done it. And I've wore the shirt, and I know I can speak of things
what it's
like
worth,
that.
In all fairness, both you and I started drinking late. You and I started drinking late, so you and I are not going to be impacted the way your average alcohol consumer is going to be impacted. Your average alcohol consumer starts young. And
they do it for years.
And they do it all their lives. I know they do it all their lives.
Thank you. Yeah, so I came across someone yesterday. It was because I used to skateboard before everything when I was a young kid. But I saw the story of a skateboarder because it's very in that culture, the skateboarding culture. A lot of them drink all the time, and one of them was saying from the ages of 15 because they start in the adolescence before it's legal for them to purchase it. They start young, and then one guy, his name was Brian Anderson. He was drinking from 15 to 45, and then he quit. I was like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's miraculous he's still alive. It's miraculous he's still alive.
Like for me, at least my whole life, being 37, I've only drunk for 3-4 years of my life. That's it. So that's nothing compared to these other people.
Yeah. No, of course not. So it's not going to impact you. But the point is... you don't need to rationalize it. Obviously, you had COVID.
It's not.
And believe me, if I had contracted COVID myself, I would have been driven to drink if I hadn't drank before. That's like, no. COVID, I don't even know how you survived that or how anyone did in your family. Everly or your wife. Good God, it's been so long since I've said her name. Sarah? Jesus
Christ. That's it, Douglas. Yes, that's it, Douglas.
But
it was
shout out,
COVID,
Sarah, in case you're listening. But go on. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
No, absolutely, Douglas. COVID was absolutely what a time that with that we could go obviously over COVID. Obviously that was again accepted by Russia.
The world has never recovered.
No, of course not. And people haven't recovered. People haven't forgotten, and they haven't recovered from it. No, it's again, that was people were under the impression that our government has taken away your freedom and liberty, so they're going to keep you locked up in your own house.
Oh, it's so sick.
Yes, whilst paying you furlough. Yes, of course.
Yes,
they're out to
out to
how
get
ridiculous.
You. Yeah, they're out to get you. Yes, I mean the fact that people. And the COVID generators, the elderly,
and the vaccines, and the COVID generators,
you're installing COVID generators that people would accuse you of that. That's just
these telephone masts. That's why they're chucking, these were engineered cocktail Molotovs that they were just producing in their basements or in their sheds out in the garden. They were throwing them at these telephone masts to keep them alive because they thought, oh God,
people who do that are
try
terrorists.
my brain.
Yeah, people who do
Yes.
that are terrorists, and they need to be treated as terrorists. These people need to,
Yeah.
they need to send in
These are domestic terrorists.
yeah,
Yeah.
SWAT teams. They need
Yes.
to send in SWAT teams to take those people out. That's where military special units should be applied, if anything. Would be against that. Of course, the Tates are too retarded to think like that. Yeah,
Yes.
what a nightmare. But at any rate, this is all resultant, again, Russian propaganda. So this is war. It's war in the mind. The Russians have been winning. Your average adult has no more comprehension than a child when it comes to critical thinking. And so the end result is the nightmare we're facing now. I still have every confidence we'll win, simply because of the incredible incompetence the Russians have themselves. It's like they can succeed in destroying and devastating other cultures. The problem is they have no capacity to occupy and administer
Exactly.
after that.
Exactly. Like they tell us with World War II, their rationale behind it is, with the Kuril Islands, they're still legally at war with Japan. Russia and Japan are still legally at war because of the dispute for the Kuril Islands. And it's like, well, no, Russia hasn't got the capacity to maintain or occupy them.
Thank you.
And it has nothing to do with a dispute. It's because they're still legally at war.
Yes.
And they've been at war ever since World War II.
Yes.
That signing of peace, the San Francisco Peace Treaty, they weren't signatories to that peace treaty that was signed. They were there, but they never signed it. 49 nation states were there to adhere to it, but not Russia.
Yes.
Not the former Soviet Union.
Yes.
They're still legally at war. Technically,
Yes.
still legally at war with Japan.
Thank you.
And so, the Kuril Islands, they might have the largest landmass in the world, but they can't occupy it all.
Yes. And
They have no
empty.
capacity to do so.
Yes, and they have less and less people every year because
That's why they're
yeah.
bringing out all these felons, these
Yes.
convicted felons out of prison to then be conscripted in the military.
Yes.
We'll give you pardons. We'll pay you this amount of rubles. Yeah.
It's a
Who's it
form
going to
of
go
execution.
to?
It's a form of mass
Yeah.
execution. It's a form of mass execution, really. They're emptying the prisons and they're mass executing all the prisoners so they don't have to feed them. Seriously,
Yes,
or maintain them. But when it comes to the Russian people themselves, they're just not breeding fast enough. Their population, by the way, the population worldwide is declining. The idea that we ever had an overpopulation problem is insane. So no matter where you are in the world, other than Nigeria or India, the population is fucking shrinking. We're in
Absolutely.
we're in for a depopulated planet, and less people with far more resources to share in one sense, but far less resources. It's only going to balance out in the sense of still having few resources, only because of global burning. The global burning will change our capacity to produce. It'll impact our capacity to produce food. But then again, there's not going to be that many people to feed. It's gonna, so I guess it all balances out in one way or the other.
Exactly. Yeah.
But,
absolutely. But I could personally vouch and bring credence to certainly with the cases and situations. I can speak of myself and possibly people that are in my facility that are close by, like neighbours wise. But I won't speak of family members. But in the UK, people are having less children. Before, the preferred was a large family. Going back, during my mum's generation, she was brought up with 9 siblings. Now, people can't afford to have even one. No. So that's the decline of the situation, the gravity of the situation, and so people are now can't afford to have multiple children. It is astronomically expensive. It is it is just ridiculous to even comprehend having more than one child. It's astronomical, the prices to even just raise a child. It is
for childcare alone, it's the most expensive for Europe to even put a child
God.
through what you call we call it nursery.
Daycare.
Yeah, like daycare center in the US. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And so it's astronomical. Just the prices
Good
to even
God.
raise children. Yeah, so people are having less and less children, and that I can personally vouch for. I can personally vouch for that. It's so true. And personal circumstances, like people who I actually know, they've said the same thing. It is just so you can't afford to raise children now.
Yes, it's what a nightmare, and well, obviously things have to change, and this requires massive social changes. But well, since they're collapsing the very structures of society around us, we'll have to rebuild anyway. So we'll have an opportunity for that. All that being said, so dear George, how much time do we have left with you? As far as
obviously I've been rolling it over. So should we say 10 more minutes, Douglas? Should we say 10 more minutes just to wrap up? Yeah. Are you going to continue with the show? I know I've
sure
made you
I'll
go on a
continue.
bit longer. It's probably a longer show than
No. I mean, I'm trying to get back to a little longer shows. I know nowhere near 12 hours, but certainly 8 is fine to aim for. I mean, I would have done easily 8 hours last episode, except they cut me off. Literally, the live stream was cut. But tonight it looks like we're going strong, so I'll just stay on for as long as I can, as long as I can stand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, just so people understand as well, like with Douglas, because the one thing, it is so it's admiring, and it's just to just put things into perspective. Like the normal average person works like 7.5 hours a day on average. That's a normal average day, with breaks. But, with yourself, Douglas, when you used to do like 12, 13, 14-hour shows, but continuous without any pauses or breaks, really, it goes to show, that is not the average person can't, sustain themselves for that long. And even I struggle for a few hours to try and stay focused and concentrate. So like for people out there, please, donate to Douglas, because this is essentially his job. But also when he does those hours, he's working overtime, and in a normal job, when you work overtime, that's time and a half double pay. So please, I just wanted to reiterate that to people.
Well, bless you.
Yeah, just point out. Yes. So it is. Yes.
Continue.
It's impressive. It's impressive, Douglas. It's impressive. And it just goes to show again, just to reinforce that you're not baseline human, because nobody can do that. Nobody can do, and to enable to, to relay that amount of information in that space of time, nobody does that. There's no one alive that does that. You can't compare you to anyone else, because it's no one like you has ever existed before.
Thank you.
And it's true.
Other than my biological father, Adolf Hitler, yes, who I inherited the skill from, the gift from. It's basically what I call entering the zone. And once I enter in the zone, then generally speaking, the bathroom breaks stop. I just go in talking, just go on conveying the information. Hitler had that capacity, and so that's what I inherited, the gift from my father.
Absolutely, yes. No, much appreciated.
Yeah, and but thank you very much for that, and again, it's profoundly appreciated. Since you brought it up, I want to thank 2 individuals for their contributions. Want to thank Matthew Bush for sending $250 United States dollars. He sent $25 and said, "Love you. I love you in return, Matthew Bush. You're the best." Thanks to John Kulik, sent $11.50, and I want to thank him very much for his contribution. Whoop shit. At any rate, let me move on. Yeah, I just read his note. That's all. Which is fine. His note's fine. I didn't read it in time. At any rate, memory spans are short here. I mean, in America and over too much of the Western world, your average person will forget that in 15 seconds. Okay, so such being said, I want to also thank our man. Oh God, what was his name? Who was he? Coogan?
I'm sorry, there was an individual who brought up a question he was relaying. Robert Kuba. Thank you, Robert Kuba. I know that you sent a follow-up email about, communications, how you were simply relaying from people on, I don't know, Reddit or TikTok. And I get it. I'll open that email up soon. I have been overwhelmed by the need to change the computer. And we had to literally prepare for the arrival. Nobody's been in this flat for, other than myself. For over 10 years. And so that was the first visitor I had in well over 10 years. Maybe much longer when I think about it. But anyhow, so I had to prepare for Brendan showing up. And when he did, of course, we had a lot of challenges getting the computer established and, and getting services changed and all the rest of this. It was, but we did it. And like you said, apparently you can sense the difference. So tell us about this, George. You can sense the difference in the new computer, how the show's production value is?
Yeah, no, it's functional, operating very, very, it's reliable. And that's the main thing. That's what you want. You want a service that's reliable. And it's for you to able to produce your shows. It's your livelihood, Douglas. So it's noted. It's noted. And I'm given good feedback. It's good. For you. Good. It's great.
And let your let the lady who's our mutual fangirl know that, believe me, I'm still working on the essay. I've got 2 essays I'm working on. One concerns the adding on the German elements because I didn't concentrate much on the Germanic elements when I was writing about Theories, the plant Theories. I'm adding all of this history that is actually pre-Nazi. It's actually pre-Nazi history. I'm adding to that essay. And I'm also working on the essay on Transnistria and the Crimea, which was asked for by our dear man T. Tank Berry. And so everybody be patient with me. That is ongoing. And it truly, I could, I do show everybody snippets from it. But if anybody gets into a demand mode, I can always release an unfinished copy. But I'm a perfectionist, so I prefer to get these things perfect. So just be patient. We'll get there. Obviously, time had to be taken out for this computer thing, but now that I've got it, should make life a lot easier. I mean,
absolutely, Douglas.
So, such being said,
and I did actually, Sorry, no, continue, Douglas. I've got someone else just to,
please,
share.
Take over. No, take over.
Much appreciated. I did, it's to go off the bat of what we were saying the other day when Brendan was with us, because we mentioned about, we could go into Moscow. We'll send in a conventional army. We could just roll straight in. That's no problem whatsoever. But just to reinforce it, because, they did release, I did see some footage, and I hate the word leaked, but they did release this footage of it was essentially one of those, what they refer to them, spheres. They call them spheres, metallic spheres that was compromising and violating Moscow airspace. And it was just conducting aerial reconnaissance, surveilling just all over Moscow, and yet no one intercepted it.
There you go. Wow. Yeah, of course. And that shows you that they've got nothing. They've got nothing to throw up in the air. That's why.
Nothing to throw up in the air. Just like that. It was just for, well good a quarter of an hour. Just easily. Just floating around. Just, it could do whatever it wants.
Lazily.
Whatever it wants.
Lazily.
With complete impunity. Complete impunity. And I just wanted to point out, and I was going to, if I can, I've got it saved somewhere, but, I can share it with Brendan just to show you just how incapable they are of any defenses, any strategic operations, any form of deterrent, any form of, defense. They have nothing. And that's just how easy it is. Yes. You can just roll straight up.
Thank you.
And nothing will happen. Literally nothing will happen.
Also in America, equal time for the Chinese balloon that was hovering all over America, traveling the full distance of the United States.
Yes. What are we going to do about this, Mr. President? Oh, I don't know. I'll ask my advisors. Oh, let's shoot it down. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's just shoot it down. But how many days went by after that?
God, it was days. Just days. Went all the way across the North American continent, floating near
missile installations, taking endless photos and relaying them back to China. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Lazily. Yeah.
In that time, they could have, they could have easily have, have
Released
easily sprayed
biological
out,
weapons. They could easily have aerosolized.
botulinum
Yeah.
toxin. They could have, deployed anything they wanted to in that time.
Yes.
Yeah, and they've wiped out half the population easily.
Yeah.
But that just shows you, the impotence and certainly the just how detrimental their national security and national defenses are.
Yes.
And on both.
And these are the supposed superpowers that held the world in fear of nuclear war. What a joke! What a fucking joke! Seriously, that was not. Yeah. Like, you remember that idiot Derek Talley's father when he came on? Who used to work with NORAD. He came
former
on,
military.
Right.
Yeah,
I spoke to him, and this fucker had this, this fallback. We'll call it. He was a one-trick pony. All he had was, it's nothing like War Games, the movie. Nothing like War Games, the movie. I said, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. And I kept trying to ask him about, what about 9/11? When 9/11 happened, there was nothing to throw up in the air against these planes, these civilian planes that had been hijacked.
That were being tracked for an hour.
Yes. Other than Heather Penny was sent on a suicide mission to literally body crash into this one plane that was headed towards San Francisco. They keep saying it was headed towards the White House. It was not. It was headed towards the Trans-American Pyramid. But her job was to body slam into it with her own fighter jet because they had no time to load weapons or anything. It just had enough fuel for a one-way trip. And she was sent up to take that plane down by suicide.
Mission.
Yes, and yet, fortunately for her, the passengers broke into the pilot's compartment, tried to fly the plane, but couldn't, and it crashed. But this is the horror that they experienced. But the horrific nature of what happened that day shows that America had nothing to defend itself with. And when I was bringing this up, that's when I talked to him about Heather Penny, who's a real person who has gone around lecturing on her experience as America's suicide pilot who was sent up to take down the flight that was headed towards San Francisco. He was like, that sounds like rumor to me. That can't be real. And it's like, are you out of your mind? It's like, how can you deny something that has that much of an amount of concrete evidence behind it? It's literally irrefutable.
Integrity. Yes. Yes.
So there we go.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly, Douglas. It's like with these people that have encountered, with their notion of, nuclear weapons, the only purpose for them is that it's a deterrent, as an act of a deterrent, where nobody's going to attack us.
Well, then they're not a deterrent. It's not a deterrent if you don't use them.
Exactly, Douglas. And I point out, 9/11, you were attacked by foreign adversaries, by foreign elements, and yet, where were the nukes used?
Yes.
Nothing was used.
Yes.
There you have that. Yeah. And they attacked the Pentagon, which is a military asset.
Yes.
Which is the largest office block building in the world. Yeah. And nothing, all they have is military assets in there. That was attacked. That was compromised. Yes. That's what they tell us with their narrative.
Yes.
And you had the Twin Towers in New York City, and the ultimate result was they killed thousands and thousands of people. Yes. Where was the nukes used to retaliate?
Yeah, nowhere. This is the insanity of what we're dealing with, is that...
and then you get people going, but they didn't know who attacked. Well, how come you had former Prime Minister of Israel, Abel Barak, tell you it was Osama bin Laden who done it?
Yes.
Just like with Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Just like with assassination. How did they tell you before, just after the announcement? Who was the first man to announce it? Yeah. Donald Trump. Who did he say done it? The Democrats.
Yes. That's the
They
insanity.
know who done it.
Yes.
They tell you who done it.
Yes.
They tell you who done it.
Yes.
When it's happening.
Yes.
In real time.
Yes.
And yet, then, so where are the nukes? Where's the retaliation? Where's the deterrent?
Yes.
Non-existent.
Well, obviously.
NORAD. That's NORAD.
Yes.
That's Derek Talley's dad, NORAD.
Thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you. obviously it deterred no one. Yes, it's kind of like, you know, if you want to see some real entertaining bullshit, I put it in the infinite call, so you'd have to scroll up. So you're in the infinite call. Can you access the text box? And if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see
I will
where,
be, Douglas.
I have the shit emoji. Literally, I put a load of shit emoji. I said, what a load of shit. And it's this black guy who said who's convinced he received the last direct message from Charlie Kirk. Saying that, I learned about, conflict management, in terms of handling political differences. You learn from Charlie Kirk that I mean, you can see that did him a hell of a lot of good. He obviously can't handle political differences. He obviously doesn't know anything about conflict management. He got himself fucking killed. He tripped over his own tongue and broke his fucking neck. You want to learn from that guy? What a fucking joke. Yeah, that's it shows you where we're at. Just the shit people are coming out with. Of course. Yeah, I gotta save all the
shit. Honestly, it's all a load of shit. Yeah. It's like that guy who said, we could have won Vietnam if we dropped an atomic bomb, dropped a nuclear bomb, and just obliterated them like that. And it's just like, what?
How is that? First off, how is that victory? First off, even if that was done, of course, it's
from their own admission. From their own admission about guerrilla warfare, where they're all underground tunnels. How is that going to do anything to them? Even from their own admission.
Thank you. And just the we're faced with people. First off, if strategic bombing won the Second World War, why did the Allies never strategically bomb Berlin? Because Hitler's in a bunker that was totally inaccessible, even if they dropped an atomic bomb. Even if they had dropped the ordnance they had dropped on Japan on Berlin, it would have done nothing to Adolf Hitler.
Exactly.
So
it would have touched him.
And they knew that. So this is where we're at with the insanity. That's the other differentiation of conflict that may also be used terminologically, because obviously nuclear weapons are simply nuclear weapons, but there are also chemical and biological weapons. So the way to refer to the difference in conflict would be the difference between conventional and strategic warfare. So that would be once you resort to weapons of mass destruction, then it's called strategic warfare. But first thing everyone thinks of is nuclear, because obviously nuclear is the most convenient. It's not just the most convenient visualization, it's also the most convenient go-to weapon on the wall, because it's semi-directed, it's semi-precise. You've got this ability to as opposed to chemical or biological.
That you need to contain it.
It gets very difficult to contain. So, but as for the Chinese balloon bomb that was over the United States, that was more of a message. Obviously, if the Chinese were truly serious, they would have sent over thousands of those balloon bombs. I mean, just thousands of them, at which point aerosolized distribution of bacteria or various other weapons, it would have been... The Americans would be dead. We would have been wiped out as certainly as an economy. And essentially as a population base. I don't even know if the term civilization is applicable, but it's kind of...
I know what you mean. Yes, absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you so much. And where else was I going to go? Sorry, there was somewhere else I was going to just point out. And I pointed out to that individual, nuclear weapons do not work. And I said, because they learned the hard way after World War II. And World War II, for people who don't know, was a nuclear war. There was weapons used on both sides that you don't know about. And Douglas pointed out earlier with that atomic ordnance, that cluster landmine bombing. That's just a colloquial, but it's referred to as like what you call a landmine ordnance that was deployed across the DMZ in Korea.
What made
that was deployed by the Japanese.
That's what created the DMZ.
Yes, which is a man-made creation, which is man-made engineering, and as you point out in the past, Douglas, with the astronauts, when they arrived on the lunar surface, they confirmed 2 man-made objects on the moon that they can see without the help of telescopic aid. They spotted and they identified the Great Wall of China from space because you can see the Great Wall of China's shadow, and the other man-made object they could see was the demilitarized zone across that Korean peninsula. Those are the 2 man-made objects that they could identify from space. I guess that's
With the
astronauts,
naked
not
eye.
just from the lunar surface, but also from when they're when they're doing their low orbiting
That's
around
correct. That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And
They can see that from
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, good God, it's amazing how stupid people are. They'll write me, oh, when I was in a plane over China, I could not see the Great Wall from the sky, and it's like, it's called air pollution, you dumb fuck. It's the Great Wall of China is made out of the same earth as the
Same
soil
materials
around
as Earth.
it.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
and
yeah,
so
exactly.
it camouflages in there, and when you've got a huge smog cover, yes, it becomes hard to see from a certain distance in the sky, but when you're in space, you're seeing the shadow. So it's like, this is how stupid people are. It's like,
People are.
Yeah, but everybody's mind stuck. They're brain locked into. It's almost like, that Esther Fishman, the woman who was my representative payee when I got onto the Social Security disability insurance through my complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and how it literally changed the shape of my frontal cortex. Which, just so people again understand, complex post-traumatic stress disorder is not a mental illness; it's a psychological injury. But it leaves you physically impacted as much as if you've lost a limb. It literally changes the shape of your brain, which is how it was proven that I had it. So when I was required for a year to have a representative payee, Esther Fishman was the lady who did that. And she pointed out something astute about observing me when I was presenting my presentations to people, how it was all the men, only the men, because men are just on this adrenaline-fueled, testosterone competitiveness, where they are threatened when you know more than they do. So
exactly, Douglas. Yes, very important.
And she noted that the way the men would respond, rather than absorbing any information, all they would do is react to my information by asking me, well, did you know this? Oh, do you know that? Yeah.
That's a sign. That's a sign. Of their insecurity.
And they'll come up with these factoids, and I could say, no, I did not know that. But as she said, they're only doing that to try and show that they know something, but it does nothing to alter my point.
No, exactly. I have people do that to me all the time, Douglas. I had that to me all the time. Yeah. I remember one situation I mentioned about Sundraramani and Chandrasekhar's equations. He calculated the existence of black holes 50 years before the Americans had done so. And then this individual pointed out, he goes to me, oh, but did you know what was it? Something to do with either gravity or something else, something that was completely
unrelated.
Not even related.
It's not not related. It's irrelevant. To what... The term is irrelevant. It was irrelevant.
Yes, exactly. Something completely and it was just a joke. Oh, I know this and you don't. Oh, well, there you go. That's your insecurity.
Thank you.
And so because they feel threatened, intimidated, and you're basically you're just showing them, well, you're not even there to even project that threat. You're just there trying to relay information. And people can see, like with me, that's my passion. I want to share it. And I'm sharing it because I want to share that knowledge, because that's what true power is. It's your knowledge. It's what you know. And it's not the people who are smart, because that Charlie Kirk, I saw this little video snippet of him saying, oh, do you know what? I'm not the smartest person in the world.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't. Yeah, no shit there, Charlie. You're right about one thing. Yeah, there you go.
Go on.
Yeah, and then he said, oh, I don't have the highest IQ, but I can stand up against the best of them. Like, yeah. But he was saying
what does that mean?
And I'm not the
what does that mean? How,
yes.
if he's confronted with a towering intellect, How
Yeah.
can he stand up against the best of them by doing what? Shouting them down?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bullying. Yeah, that's it. Intimidating, trolling.
It's not only
That's
that,
what it is.
but somebody of a superior intellect or a far wider range of knowledge, how would he stand up against them based on what? They would present an argument that he probably could not even understand. So
No.
and because he couldn't even comprehend what they were saying, he would think that he had somehow not been deflected or not been defeated. It's like
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, it's just
he's
just ridiculous.
He's too stupid to realize he's lost or that he has nothing to offer.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, the point that I was going with it, Douglas, was just to point out to people, it's not, and this is what I learned from yourself, it's not what the people who are the smartest in the world are the most powerful, or the people who are the most intelligent. It's the people who are in the know.
Yes.
It's the people who know everything.
Yes.
They're the most powerful people, and they're the people that call the shots. It's not the people who are innovative, who produce things, who come up with new innovative ideas. It's the people who know everything are the most powerful. And that's why they say knowledge is true power.
Or
and
another way to express that, this is the situation we're dealing with, however,
Yeah.
is that in the Middle Ages, we were in the aftermath of a golden age. It's not that the Middle Ages were ignorant, but rather that there were few people who could comprehend knowledge of great depth because they were too busy surviving. It was very much like a ant colony in the sense that people had assigned roles in life. And the peasantry, of course, had to concentrate on making certain there was a harvest. When it came to the nobility, obviously they could be educated, but the knowledge was maintained by the church, who specifically their entire role in life was to amass knowledge and to make certain it did not die out. But they all knew that before them, there was a golden age of far greater scientific advances by the Persians, the Greeks, the people of the Mediterranean world. And because of the Hellenic civilization that had preceded them, that was filtered to them through Rome, then they had this knowledge that there was a lost science, lost technology, lost mathematics. And because of this, we have to understand that they were able to function knowing that they could carry out certain traditions that would yield results without necessarily understanding the details or the intricacy of the methods they were using, how these methods had been developed. And in other words, they didn't necessarily understand the physics or the science behind what they used to render their lives more, shall we say, survivable. But when it comes to the modern world that we live in, we have a sense of, shall we say, people, knowledge being power. Think of it this way. The people in power are really, first off, as you said, the true scientific minds, or the creative people, inventors, geniuses, and the like. They're obviously slaves to the need for sponsorship.
Exactly.
But the people who sponsor them are in power. The people who sponsor them in power are not necessarily very knowledgeable, and certainly most of the wealthy people are just plain stupid. Elon Musk epitomizes this. I mean, they have an idiot savant talent for amassing money, but it's not based even on talent, because almost all of them, without exception, are born rich. So they're simply born rich and they make themselves more rich. It's really not that big an accomplishment. If you have something,
No, exactly, Douglas.
multiplying what you have is no great deal. So when it comes to the stupidity of the wealthy, what George Knight has focused on is the powerful. The powerful are in the know in a certain sense, in that they know that there is a knowledge of the world situation that other people simply do not have. However, the majority of wealthy people in power today, after generations of propaganda,
have come to believe their
Yes.
own lies. They've come to believe the lies of the propagandists. It's like in North Korea,
Exactly.
Kim
Yes.
Jong-un truly believes, I'm certain in his own mind, he truly believes that the rest of the world is somehow jealous of him, and that he, that somehow, I'm sure he believes his own propaganda that he's a god among men.
Yes.
But when it comes to, say, for instance, these powerful people at this point, the reason our world is falling apart is because everything has gone off the rails. The powerful people don't know how they got here, and therefore the knowledge is lost. They don't know about World War II. They really don't. They don't know Japan won the war, except in perhaps a certain abstract sense. But I am certain that they're operating on pure ignorance, generally speaking. The people who would know were people like George Bush Sr., but he died, and his son was an idiot. So it does. By the time of George Bush Jr., all that knowledge George Bush Sr. had is lost. So the children after that in that dynasty cannot recover that. So it's basically unless you have something like the British monarchy, where there is a passing on of knowledge from generation to generation, that's different. But that's why monarchies are so stabilizing. That's why constitutional monarchies are the best form of government, because they have a stable tradition that is intergenerational and is in effect eternal. But when it comes to what we've got with the rest of the power brokers, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, I mean, it's game over. The knowledge is lost. These are just, at this point, monomaniacrats who are running a machine on sheer inertia, but they have no memory of World War II, no personal memory.
No.
Donald John Trump knows more about the Civil War because his grandfather and likely his father were Klansmen than he knows about World War II. So this is the level of paradox we're working with. So it's no longer, yes, knowledge is power, but you can have knowledge. Obviously,
And
I
not
have knowledge.
Yes.
But that doesn't
We have power
make
and
me
no
power.
knowledge.
Yes, we have knowledge and no secular power. But all that we can hope for is, well, we look at it. One thing we know, because we do know more, we do know that the people in power are destroying their own power base. They're destroying their own foundations of power. And as a result,
self-emulating.
Yes, it gives us an opportunity to hopefully assume power, simply to repair the damage, simply to recover, literally reconstruct. After the destruction, which is what these people are so madly seeking.
Yes.
But go on, take it from there. Any other thoughts?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, as with the Marshall Plan, George Carlin Marshall being the general, the only general in history that won the Nobel Peace Prize because of his contributions to the Marshall Plan of the reconstruction to help reconstruct and the rehabilitation of Japan after the so-called strategic bombing.
He's famous for Europe, but he's famous for Europe, but actually MacArthur carried it out for him in Japan. So
he was a representative in Japan. Yes.
So what we could say was that MacArthur carried out was a covert, unofficial MacArthur plan, which was basically his working directly for the emperor, fighting the war for him on the Korean Peninsula. Yes, but as a mercenary. But go on, to continue. But Marshall was
absolutely.
Europe. Marshall was
Europe. No, absolutely. And so he redistributed those reparations that was put into the Marshall Plan, and that was the Allies that were paying for those reparations, not the Axis.
Not the Axis,
but from the Allies. Yeah, the Allies were paying reparations, and the Marshall Plan was the reconstruction and the you were called to restabilize European and Japanese economy. But of course, that's not the case whatsoever. The Japanese were, through their peace negotiations with the Americans, with their forced the Americans to sue for peace in the peace top-down processes. One of the things that they demanded was privileged trade in the United States. And that is what boosted the Japanese
economy. It was
which was the whole reason why the war was fought. That's the entire reason.
Which was the reason why it was fought in the first. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And because at that time, Emperor Hirohito, and it's to go back to what you were saying earlier with the people in the scientific community, people who are scientists are essentially impotent. They have no power control what they do any form of research into. They only are funded to do research or conduct any scientific experiments based on who funds them. And so what sponsors, what industry they're in. So, but with Emperor Hirohito, who was a marine biologist, he was also the head of state. And he was the only male scientist to ever become or was a head of state. And so he had an enormous amount of power. With an unlimited budget, he could conduct any form of scientific studying, investigation, experiments, wherever and whatever he wanted, which then goes back to World War II and his funding of what people call Unit 731 in Manchuria, Hengfeng Complex. That facility was the facility run by General Ishishiro. With the surname preceding in Japan.
That's correct.
Yeah, he was known as the biological warfare general or biological warfare expert, and he was the man conducting all these experiments on Asians and including white Caucasian prisoners of war. And Emperor Hirohito's marine biologist was working with biocidal weapons. He was working with biocidal experiments. So like you mentioned earlier, Douglas, with science, these people who are intelligent, they are innovative, they produce, and they come out with results of all these experiments to contribute to the scientific community. But with Emperor Hirohito, who had full power, he was able to conduct these experiments. Yeah. And because he was a scientist, but he was able to fund the experiments that he wanted, as opposed to getting a sponsor, which is basically telling you what you should be conducting your experiments on. So yeah, he was able to do everything he ever wanted to do.
He was God.
Yes,
he was effectively God.
Essentially,
in Japan, he was worshipped as such, but beyond being worshipped as such, he truly had the power of such. He effectively was God on earth in both the practical and metaphorical sense.
And the metaphorical,
Japanese, in terms of the Japanese culture and in terms of his impact on Asia and the world. Here's some things to put into perspective, just for the sake of political trivia. It's really meaningless, but there was a scientist who was elected to power in Poland well before World War II, but he was assassinated after one single day in office. So that didn't amount to nothing.
Oh, there you go. He lasted for a day.
Yeah, he lasted for a day. And that was like maybe in the 20s or something. I'd have to look it up. But it's like, it's almost a moot point. The only other scientists that became heads of state, I believe, were Margaret Thatcher, and
Angela Merkel,
and Angela Merkel, and they both turned out to be catastrophic disasters in their own way, in different ways, especially Angela Merkel. But but in terms, she was a traitoress. She was born in East Germany and essentially was trying to reintegrate Germany back behind the Iron Curtain under Russian power. And so, what a catastrophe. But all that being said, probably the far more important thing to mention to people is that here's the bizarre situation with, as we mentioned before, Dr. John Trump was a electromechanical engineer. He was the person who worked for the Office of Alien Property and was sent in to basically decide what Tesla technology was useful to the United States government. Of course, the United States government impounded it all. And this is the important point to make. Not just the fact that Donald John Trump basically took the best of Tesla technology and stole it and told the United States government the rest of it was useless and it was all just conceptual shit. but the United States government took whatever they could anyway, and
Yeah.
they basically, as Amanda Eitenayer pointed out when I was speaking to her for hours the other day, Amanda, you pointed out that the government effectively registered or trademarked everything Tesla, so it became government property. Of course, a lot of it was already stolen by Dr. John Trump, who made that the foundation for the expansion of the Trump fortune.
Dynasty,
Which then brought Donald Trump into power based on stolen Tesla technology.
Yes, and Japanese real estate, as well. Sorry, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
But beyond that, what is bizarre is that Elon Musk then tries to take this brand and calls it Tesla.
Yes, exactly.
But the name Tesla, because the government appropriated his property, the name Tesla is federal property. So how did he get that privilege to use federal property for a private commercial brand name? That's
and the government can take it away from him whenever they want to. They can seize that.
This is the legal rationale for nationalization. This is the legal rationale for nationalization of it.
And that's why Donald Trump has the hold. Yeah, that's his hold on Elon Musk. That's why he's got him by the balls, and that's why Elon Musk came crawling back. Because after he said he was going to release those files, and Trump was going to, he was going to threaten with lawsuits to seize his asset.
Now, people might try to differentiate Starlink technology, but you don't understand. The federal government has ultimate power anyway. It doesn't matter that that's not federal property per se. Under the grounds of national security, the U.S. government can nationalize everything that Musk has. So, which is what I've recommended doing. So I want people to understand that, Musk is not at power here. Trump has all the power over Musk, or rather the federal government has all the power over Musk. But Trump, for whatever reason, is not acting on that, at least not yet. And and who knows, he'll probably die before he can. But then again, that's part of the mystery. We've all seen Vladimir Putin at death's edge. We've seen, Kim Jong-un at death's edge, knocking on death's door. We've seen that with Donald Trump, where there were medical signs. He had the same patches on his hand that the Queen did before she died. The same, his vessels breaking, his blood vessels breaking, spotting his hands that appeared on the hands of the Queen before she passed away. We know they were all knocking on death's door, and yet they keep coming back. Obviously, they're receiving treatments. So I do want people to understand, when you take a look at the multi-billionaires like Brian Johnson, who's torturing himself to death to try and elongate his life, extend his lifespan. Brian Johnson is doing treadmills, 500, half a thousand supplements a day. I'm sure he's hurting himself. All of this just goes to show he does not have access to the technology that Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump have. They come back from knocking at death's door at the precipice of extinction, but they keep coming back. And where does this come from? Trade with Unterland. It's all trade with Unterland, where the Nazis use this technology as a society. At a social level, they all have this life extension technology to rebound from death.
Yes.
But that they sell it to the surface world, but the surface world, only the power elite monopolize it. This is the knowledge that you're talking about. It's knowledge of who to trade with to extend their lifespans that only the powerful have, not the wealthy. Brian Johnson is still killing himself trying to extend his lifespan, dying of stress over the fact that he gets older every day. But these guys, they wait till they're knocking on death's door and everybody signs their death warrant saying, oh, he's dying now. And we all know medically they're right. MDs make the observation. This guy's dying. This guy's only got, look at the swelling on his ankles. Look at his hands, the venous bleeding.
Yeah, it's deteriorating.
And yet they keep coming back. That is the Nazi biotechnology. Go on. And
Douglas. And with Joseph Mengele, he was conducting these experiments on the prisoners of war, on these Jewish prisoners of war.
Well,
and
right,
that's why these Holocaust survivors...
you're absolutely right. Of course, they really were prisoners of war because they had declared war on Germany. Judea had declared war on Germany. So understand that they were prisoners of war. And when Józef Mengele extended their lifespans, you see that in all these Holocaust survivors. Go on, to tell them,
That's why he was called the Angel of Death, because he has the power of life and death.
And he could bring it back. He could bring them back.
That's why he was called the Angel of Death. Yes. The true Angel of Death. And so, this is why he's extended a lot of their lifespans. That's why they still keep receiving reparations each month from, United Germany. Yeah. And so... Yeah,
well,
they've been doing this.
The most touching story was one of the Dachau dwarves, where that one dwarf woman said that if she were brought on the stand to testify against Józef Mengele, she would refuse to testify.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And so, that's just to show you, what we're speaking of is quite substantiated. It's very concrete. This is what the men like Donald Trump, they keep doing. And you used a very applicable term very recently, Douglas. What's it called? Because we were talking about the open mic conversation where you had the translators had their mics still on, basically still switched on, whereas with Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping, they had their mics turned off, but the translators had their mics still turned on and were still broadcasting. And so that's how they caught that conversation, because the translators were still talking about what they're saying. They're translating the conversation. And they said about, within this decade, we're able to extend lifespans up to 150 years. And that's how they keep bouncing back. Because they point out for years now, because a colleague of mine, a former colleague, pointed out, Vladimir Putin, he's most likely going to use nuclear weapons because his health's deteriorating. Because they're starting to point out, all these experts started pointing out, these physicians started pointing out that, his health is, he's knocking on death doors.
But by the way, if he had nuclear weapons, that would actually be a logical assumption. If he had nuclear weapons and he truly was dying, I could see that. But go on.
Exactly. But the fact that, he's not dying.
And he's not dying. He doesn't have them, and he's not dying. So
and he's not dying. That's the situation. Yes. And so that's what that's the point out. That's the whole point of what what we're saying, Douglas, is the fact that these men have been pointed out that their health's completely deteriorating. They're on the brink of dying, and yet they keep bouncing back. And you have this very convoluted situation where people were this is the conclusion that they come up with, but it's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. And so what's going on? And it's obviously the interaction with Unterland.
Thank you. Not cloning for reasons I've explained.
No. This is not stem cell. This isn't cloning. This isn't it's none of that. This is to do with exchanges and trade with the Unterlanders. Yes. And this is why, we point out before why Trump so much wants Greenland. Yes. NORAD 40, and I can remember it now, Douglas. It's NORAD 40.
That's right. NORAD 40, which is colloquially among the professionals who dealt with it, they called it Ice Station Zebra.
Yes. Oh. Much appreciate, Douglas. Much appreciate.
So Amy asked the question. Amy, I'm sorry, but finish what you thought first before I bring you the question.
No, not at all. No, you ask your question, Douglas. No, because
Amy asked the question: if Trump were to acquire Greenland, would that increase his power? Maybe dictatorship. So please respond.
Well. Oh God, Douglas. What I was going to point out is, he's got obviously merchandise displayed in his Oval Office saying that he wants to run for a third term. It's obviously a dictatorship. That's what he wants. He wants to remain in power, and he's trying to rewrite that constitution. He's writing out all these executive orders, and he's trying to rewrite everything. So that's what he obviously wants to do. We know that for a fact, that he wants to remain in power. He wants to become another Roosevelt who won 4 terms, who won 4 elections, but he didn't win them. He was a dictator.
That's correct.
And so, yes, he became a dictator. So, there was 4 times. And, that's unconstitutional.
And so, yeah, that's we know the reason why he wants Greenland, but yeah, that's, that should, bring people's attention, make people aware that, yeah, when you have the president of the United States who brings up the prime ministress of Denmark to threaten her down the throne that he's going to use military force to take Greenland, whether you like it or not, that should be ringing alarm bells for anyone.
Right. And by the way, Greenland, or rather Denmark, which of course, shall we say, I guess the best way to say it would be to maintains Greenland. Denmark maintains Greenland.
Yes.
They've made a huge weapons purchase to defend Greenland from the United States.
Yes, from the United States.
So
yes.
You've heard about this. So yes. So
absolutely. They're mobilized. Yeah, because that's what we pointed out, I think, earlier on in the year when that conversation occurred. Yes, because that was one of the first things he did. That was one of the first things he did. And unfortunately, this is the first, we've only gone through 1 year of it. Under this Trump administration, he's done so much within this first year. Unfortunately. So that was one of the first things he did. He wants to, and obviously that's all bluff as well. He doesn't want to purchase it. He wants to invade and take it over.
Yes.
And so, yes, it's nothing to do with purchasing. That was just his polite term of, trying to be polite. And of course, no, because he's not someone that is very diplomatic. He's been bankrupt so many times. And so, he's not very good at negotiating or very good at coming up with any form of diplomacy in any sense, whether professionally or he can't be qualified to be in that position to make any such judgment or decisions. He's just corrupt. Carry on, Douglas.
So someone asked me if you've heard about how Trump wants a golden dome for America.
Yes, like an Iron Dome. Is that correct?
Yeah, he calls it golden dome
strategically.
Because all he can think of is gold, him and his golden Trump towers and shit.
As opposed to iron.
Yeah, as opposed to Iron Dome, yes. He calls it Golden Dome, which is an appropriate enough name considering the cost. It'd be a jaw-dropping $3.6 trillion. That's triple the entire...
More than his wall.
Yeah.
Far more than his wall would have cost. Yeah.
Yes.
United States taxpayer.
Yes.
Yeah. Idiot. Yeah.
He is. It's more than triple the entire F-35 program. It's about 100 times the Manhattan Project if we, inflated the cost from then till the current costs. But this is what I would say. Someone has asked me if the Golden Dome is to protect America from the Third Reich, and I say no, it's not to protect America from the Third Reich. It is simply to bankrupt America. That's his assignment from Putin, is to bankrupt America.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's outlined in that book, Douglas, the Foundation of Geopolitics. It's to use the United States, it's to destabilize them and to break the economy. And that's all it is. It's just to bring them on the brink of collapse.
But the important thing to emphasize is the cycles of history here is based on the fact that the Americans bankrupted the Soviet Union under Reagan through SDI and the Strategic Defense Initiative. So with the Soviets trying to keep up with that, that's one of the comorbidities that bankrupted their empire. And so now the Russians want to use this Golden Dome to bankrupt the American empire. That's their version of SDI. Yes, they can't produce their own SDI for the Americans to race against, so they force Trump to. They put their puppet into power so that Trump will bankrupt America by trying to create a Golden Dome in what's apparently a arms defense race with Israel.
Exactly. And as I pointed out, on the last show, Douglas, I pointed out that, I think it was on the last show, the show before that, I pointed out that no one is going to conduct an amphibious land invasion on the United States because you have 360 million people all armed to the teeth with guns. That's your defense. That's your Golden Dome. You don't need a Golden Dome to protect you. No one is going to conduct that. No nation state on earth is that insane enough to do so. And that's what people need to come up, to come up with that realization, to make them realize that they do not need that. And as you point out, Douglas, the purpose for that is to bankrupt the United States, is to have that strategically in place. And yeah, whether it works or not, it will be beneficiary for the Russians. And I remember going back years ago, you know, we've got all those posters. I've seen all that propaganda posters of the Soviets, the hammer and sickle, you know, it under ice, over ice, and you got the Twin Towers in the background. I've got all that, you know, they want the United States. That's what they want. It's not the Third Reich.
Thank you.
It's not the Third Reich in exile.
And by the way, I will
emphasize through that you know, that Prime series. What was it called?
Oh God!
Man in the Castle.
The Man in the High Castle. The Man in the High Castle.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. Yeah, emphasize through that. Yes, propagandize.
And here's what I will qualify: things change with time, and I do want. George Knight is pointing out what I had pointed out before about the Second Amendment. And the arming of America, the fact that this is a nation of quote unquote
the best defense. That's your best defense. You don't need a Department of Defense. Continue. Yes,
no
that's
worries.
Exactly where we'll get. Yeah,
no
I know exactly where you're going with it, Douglas. Yes,
maybe not. Like I said, things change with time, and as I pointed out before, we have to use history to balance out what becomes, it seems, self-evident at one point, and then at another point becomes obviated by developments, or basically developments change the situation. So just short explanation here. When it comes to the Second Amendment, as I pointed out, and this is why it's important for you to review the past few episodes that I've timestamped for you and shared with you. The important thing that I said about the Second Amendment in one of my recent episodes, the one before last, I believe, was the fact that the Americans who created the Second Amendment were dealing with at that time with a war with Great Britain. It's important to remember as well that the Hudson Bay Company was one of the largest. It was with Britain's mercantilist economy. The Hudson Bay Company, like the British East India Company that would come later, the Hudson Bay Company was first. The Hudson Bay Company at that time was the closest you could get to a mega corporation. This was like so when the Americans went to war against the Empire of Great Britain, they were also going to war against the Hudson Bay Company, which was so powerful. You're talking about, it's at the level of the British East India Company, where they had their own army. They could mint their own coins. They had their own army. So the Americans are not only confronting at that time the British Empire, but the world's largest armed mega corporation. And when it comes to that, they're responding with this militia ideal that we inherit as a myth. Obviously, your average American was armed, simply because they are dealing with hunting and they're dealing with Native Americans, who the European Americans have rendered hostile. So they need their guns. They have their guns. Such being said, also they needed them in the South to form militias so they could keep the slaves in line, because the slave population was enormous and vastly outnumbered the white master class. So that was really the formation of militias, was the slave patrols. But when the Americans, granted, now this is like guerrilla warfare. You're going to have your success, you're going to have your failures. The Americans against the British Empire were the Viet Cong of their day. This obviously required an insurgency of militias, but ultimately the American war against the British Empire was waged in its most decisive battles by the Continental Army formed by George Washington, which is a standing conventional army. It's not militia, it's not Minutemen. And there were battles at which the Minutemen, or the militia, just fled without firing a shot when they were facing British conventional forces, because there was no hope. So the British conventional forces there's just no contest when they faced off against militia in a head-on combat. That's why it's strictly guerrilla war. All they could do was snipe, ambush, but they're not going to be fighting the battles. That's the conventional army was created to do that under George Washington. So that being said, it's important to remember that it doesn't matter how many people have the guns. The militia can only do so much. Anything at that level. So
yeah, anything at that level. Yes, that's right.
So
yeah.
So a conventional invasion of the United States is indeed possible by a determined enemy, but it's more possible now than fucking ever for this reason. What was then for the longest period of time an advantage, where it was always rumored that Admiral Yamamoto said there would be an American with a gun behind every blade of grass. By the way, I don't believe there's any real evidence he actually said that, but the Americans attributed that to him. The reality is, at this point in history, all Americans having those guns is at the level of what happened in Operation Desert Storm. And remember what I said about that. Now, on Operation Desert Storm, now, at the time that I was in the Marine Corps, the police were becoming extremely militarized, whereas the military was becoming, for all intents and purposes, disarmed. By the time of the Clinton administration, they actually had the U.S. Army remove all of the firing pins from their rifles, saying these guys can't handle their weapons and they'll accidentally shoot each other and all this other bullshit. There's a reason for this. As I said, the average man who's in the U.S. military is the kind of person who is so unemployable, so psychotic, so sociopathic, they're unemployable in any civilian employment range. They're just not... These are people who would otherwise be in jail. Literally otherwise be in jail. And what happens in a prison? Whenever you have a prison revolt, a prison riot, they don't kill the warden, they don't kill the guards, they kill each other. Because they're ethnically enclaved gangs. And any modicum of common sense they have, they know they've got to keep the guards and the warden alive as bargaining chips, as hostages. In the U.S. military, it's the same way. When they finally gave these guys their firing pins back, when they finally gave them live ammo, and they let them loose in the desert in Operation Desert Storm, you can statistically say, quite truthfully, the only American fatalities, all 300 Americans that died, there were only like 19 that died in a barracks behind the lines because a Scud missile hit them. And it wasn't even on purpose. It had gone offline and hit them by accident. But every other American that died in Operation Desert Storm was killed by another American.
Yeah, friendly fire.
So-called friendly fire. Nothing friendly about it.
No.
And aside from mistakes made by guys in planes who hit their own men, there's some exceptions to this statement, such as the spoiler attack at Al-Kafia, where when the Iraqis fought back, they kicked the ass of the United States Marine Corps. They kicked their asses to hell and back when the Iraqis fought back. But otherwise, from Marines that died in that action, that counterattack, every other American that died was killed by another American. Most of them at point blank range, just Americans killing each other. And when I relate this fact to people, they just, of course they shut down. They don't believe it. But I'm talking Canadians. When I talk to Canadians who have more of an open mind because they're not Americans, they're still blown away. It's why? Why? It's because they're all criminals who are ethnically enclaved in gangs in the military. And just like in a prison riot, you give them guns. Who are they going to kill? They're going to kill each other.
They're going to kill each other.
Meaningless. So there is no enemy to them on the other side. To them, the enemy is the ethnic gang that they're fighting in the military that they're in prison with. So this is what happened. So what's going to happen is if there's any conventional invasion from a foreign nation, you may have isolated pockets of resistance from organized militias that would be spontaneous, but in reality, I'll tell you, no, you're not. It's a myth. You're going to have maybe some families fight back as families. You're going to have maybe something, organized pockets of resistance, lone wolves resisting. But honestly, all of these militias would turn on each other and kill each other the moment that a foreign invasion came.
They're all going to
Yeah,
kill
like
each
what-
other to fight over supplies to escape with and
Yes.
retreat with. Woman to steal. They're all going to kill each other for woman to steal. They're all going to kill each other for food and shelter and just in retreat. They'll all be in, just like Desert Storm, where they all advanced while killing each other. And the only thing that kept the advance going was air power. That
Yeah.
was paving the way for them to continue advance while killing each other. The Americans are going to be killing each other in retreat. That's
Yes.
what you're going to see if there's a concerted foreign invasion of the United States of North America. The concept of the armed American as a factor in defense no longer
Defense.
exists. It no longer
Yeah, no,
exists
no.
at this point in history. So,
No, you're absolutely right, Douglas. No, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that. And that's what you pointed out before. All the enemy has to do, instead of conducting, airspace runs, violating, doing these scouting runs, they ain't got to deploy any bombs or incendiaries. All they got to drop is guns,
yes.
and then the people pick them up on the ground and then point them at each other.
Yes.
And that's all the enemy has to do.
It's
And
so
you pointed that in the past, Douglas. I remember. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
But thank you for putting it into perspective and into context
Yeah.
for people.
I mean, and
so,
people
yeah.
will think of things like, what if they use a psychoactive drug that triggers a? Remember, 28 days later, that's the whole thing. Oh, we're
Yeah, I know.
developing a weapon.
When you said that, I was just thinking of that movie.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Oh, yeah,
yes,
we-
that's
we-
where the
we-
whole concept comes from. Yes.
We've developed a
Yeah.
psychoactive chemical weapon called rage, which triggers the reptilian cortex of the brain and turns you
Yes.
all into violent primates that are killing each other. And it's like,
Devouring. Yes.
what a waste! That is what's called a budget black hole. That's just a budget black
Yes.
where people are conducting a scam on the government by
Mhm.
saying, "Oh, we can
Mhm.
design this way," because you don't need to do that at all. You just pass out the loaded guns, dude.
Yes, they'll do that naturally on their
They'll
own.
do it
They don't
naturally
need
on their
no-
own. They will do it naturally on their own.
They are self-aware. They'll do
Yes.
it themselves.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, the only reason Britain is safer is through massive gun legislation that
Restrictions.
came
Yes. There is
after
legislation.
after
Yes.
massacres, after horrific massacres that took place in Britain. I brought that up in the episode before last. So when you review that, you'll hear me go into detail about that. Yeah.
Yes.
But obviously, people still attack with knives. It's a legitimate claim of the NRA is that if you take away all their guns, they'll just find something else to kill each other with. Yes, that's true. But you do a lot less damage with a knife. Remember in Las Vegas how the guy from his window in Las Vegas took fully automatic weapons and killed hundreds of people in Las Vegas, that massacre?
Yeah.
I'd like to see
Yeah.
him try to do that by throwing knives. Okay, you
Yes,
can't do
exactly.
that by
Knife
throwing
thrower.
knives. You're
Yes.
just,
Yes.
so understand this. Gun control is effective. You will never have mass stabbings ever do as much damage as machine guns or automatic.
Yeah,
guns.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Amy is asking the question, do you think there are sleeper cells in America that can easily be mobilized? Well, we know we have them in Britain, so yeah, they're in America. Sure, but it's like, what's the point? The Brits and the Americans are already violent enough. Look what they're doing to themselves. It's like the sleeper cells are redundant. It's these days you don't need sleeper cells. You get these fuckers like Nigel Farage and Tony or Tommy Robinson?
Tommy, yes.
Tommy
yes.
Robinson, and they just, or Elon Musk, just
Or
getting
Elon
out
Musk.
there. Yeah, go kill people is basically the orders. Well, obviously Elon Musk was countermanding the orders of Tommy Robinson. So
Yes, Stephen Christopher Yateley Lennon. That's
thank
his
you.
real name.
That's his real name. So
Just looked it up. I'm just looking up now,
Yeah,
Douglas.
thank
Yeah.
you. And it's almost impossible to remember. It's like Subramanian Chandrasekhar. It takes a PhD
Yes.
to remember his name. Yes, there are sleeper cells, but they're more like agitation propagandists, and they are agents provocateurs. But they're there. But it's almost like they're redundant at this point. These societies are destroying themselves so effectively, so efficiently. Their job is rendered almost like as a support role. I suppose the real
Yes.
fifth column, the real insurgency on American shores is the Republican Party. So
Yes.
that's in Britain. Of
Thank
course,
you.
the
Thank
situation's
you.
a bit more complicated now. But it used to be you used to be able to say the Tories are like the Republicans and the Labour is like the Democrats. But
Yeah,
yeah, the
no, yeah,
situation's
completely.
changed. Yeah, it really
Yeah,
has.
absolutely. Yeah, it's like night and day, like chalk and cheese. Absolutely. Yeah, they couldn't be any close. Yeah, they couldn't. Yeah, they're polar opposites. But yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, I do appreciate everything tonight. Yeah, thank you so much. Are you going to continue the show, continue to talk, or are you going to, yeah, call it a night yourself, or
I'll probably continue for a little while. Like I
for a
said, as
little
long as I
while?
can
Yes,
stand it.
I'll probably,
Yeah.
yeah, give me another, let's say another 10 minutes, and then I'll drift off, Douglas. I'm in no
Sure.
rush, but I have got things to contend with. So yeah, I will. Yeah,
Understood.
but I'll stay on for another 10
Sure,
minutes.
I'm
Yeah.
glad to have that. Yeah, I'm in no particular hurry either. I mean, obviously, I end these shows a bit earlier these days because the home delivered meals, the Meals on Wheels system now, I'm required to meet the food delivery personnel at the door. Whereas before I would just
Yes.
put out a food bin, I could sleep right through delivery. I can't do that anymore, so I have to get a few hours sleep before they show up. It's not a big problem because I always had to wait for them to show up so I could transfer the food into the refrigerator before going anywhere. But obviously these days, because I have to meet them, I need to get a few hours sleep before seeing them. I could,
Oh, absolutely.
stay for, I mean, that's just the smarter thing to do. I could stay up throughout the night and then meet them, but then again, then it feels rather stupid.
Yeah.
but the
No.
other thing I want to bring up is to catch you up on my situation is then after doing that because of Trump, then they cut the food in half, which doesn't do anything to me because I always threw half the food away anyway because half the food was crap. I mean, half the food is good food. It's edible. It keeps you alive. It's survival food. But some of the food was truly just filler food. It was just like the vegetarian dishes in particular that just inedible. So no, seriously.
Yeah.
So I was on average throwing half the food away. And I'm sure many recipients were, but honestly, I'm sure there's other people who lived off this through every meal counted. And the fact that they're cutting the meals in half, yes, people are going to die. I won't be one of them, but many other recipients are going to die. But this is what Trump did to the recipients of Meals on Wheels, his administration, and all the pressure on nonprofits and charities. It's so yeah, just to catch you up there. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm all right. Obviously, I'll need more financial help for food, so everybody, it's important to emphasize that. And yeah, by all means, everyone contribute whatever you can. And believe me, it's an emergency this month because I had to remunerate our dear Brendan Zogit to come here to help me with the computer. I had to give him $300 for that because he needed it. He needs it, and I made him skip overtime, working on a weekend for overtime, to come up here to help me with the computer. And so, by God, I need it now. So let's raise that $300 back, and I had to spend an extra $300 on other things around the situation, dealing with the computer and bringing Brendan up here. And by God, let's raise $600. So we're going to try and raise $600. We need $100 contributions, and we need them now.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
and
to George.
The cost of living in San Francisco is one of the highest, if not the highest, isn't it, in the country as well?
Yeah, one of the highest in the world.
Astronomical.
One of the highest in the world. Certainly one of the highest in the country.
Yeah, excuse me.
Up there with New York City. Up there with New York City. Yeah, and Tokyo. New York City, Tokyo, maybe certain places in Hawaii. I'm not sure, but definitely London is another one. That's
London's high.
Yeah,
it's very high.
bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh God, tell them about the food. I still can never forget all the green bananas you found. That's all they had.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh my God, that's just absolutely. Oh my God, flies flying around them. Oh my Lord,
so sad.
just awful. Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about that, Douglas. Yeah, that was horrific. Horrific sight that was.
Yeah, now you know what drives people to
Yes.
drink. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason people
Yes.
drink. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah, forget everything. My flipping God. Yeah. Yeah, my God, Douglas. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you for sharing that about your situation. Yeah, as I said, it's pointed out, it's so expensive to live in San Francisco, so it goes to a very good cause. You know, it's for yourself and for your livelihood and well-being, and making sure you're all right and that you can you know, afford to live and to carry on doing what you're doing, which is producing these, to share this information. So yeah, without that, Christ, yeah, I think the world will be a much darker place without you, Douglas, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, in
yeah.
the sense that I am a continuity of knowledge that has
Yes.
been discontinued. Let's put it that way.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you'll never come across anyone that says the same thing.
Yes.
Or if they do, they're trying to they're relaying it without giving you any credit. So yeah.
Yes.
So I'm incredibly privileged to actually know you. So yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. No, much
Believe
appreciated.
me, Aristides, yourself, Brendan Zogit, believe me, and of course the ladies, we won't forget them. Holly and Heather and everybody else, but definitely, I've surrounded myself with very good men at this point, in particular, to get a lot of things done. So so such having been said,
yes.
is there anything in terms of British entertainment that's worth watching in terms of or do you even watch entertainment? Is it just kind of
nothing at all.
Work out and sleep, work out and sleep and eat and be a parent, right? Oh my God.
Yeah, do you know what, Douglas? Yeah, I think about this quite often actually, because it's one of those things that, when you're working with just like, normal average Britons in the UK, they often ask that question like, oh, what do you watch on TV? And then they watch all these soap operas, these soap shows, all these TV reality shows, all these movies. And I'm like, none of that interests me. None of that. And they find it hard to comprehend, like, with you, George, what do you do? And I'm like, I love my history and I do a lot of research. And if I'm not, researching, what you've taught, Douglas, it's other things. And they just can't seem to grasp that at all. And so I don't rely on it, because like I've pointed out, like, before I even discovered yourself, being like a people, a lot of my friends play video games. A lot of it was like that Call of Duty series. A lot of it's the Call of Duty, the first person shooters, all anti-Nazi trips.
Yes. By the way,
once I realized,
shout out to Super Clutch, who does those little snippets from my videos and with his channel.
Yeah, 420. Super Clutch 420.
Thank you. I couldn't even get that out without you. Thank you, Super Clutch 420. Yeah. I looked on his channel, and aside from what he's clipped from my shows and a few other up things, it's a lot of his video games, like what you did. That's what you did.
I saw it, yeah, because obviously with Frederick Barbarossa, I got on his channel just to relay that one, and he's done a couple other ones with, like, you're talking about the Vril Society, Douglas.
Yes.
And so I reviewed that, a little bit of that, but I noticed going down his video playlist.
That's
he's playing video games. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, there must be a whole generation of people. Obviously, like when I was born, and we were talking about this the other day, when I was 3 years old, obviously the year I was born, 1987, we had the NES come out, the Nintendo Entertainment System, with Super Mario. And when I was 3 years old, I was playing it and obviously reading the screen, and I could play it and operate it. And like, even my dad was pointing out, like, wow, you were quite, advanced for your age. You could read, write, and play video games like that. It's like, well, it wasn't hard. I think that's what, most kids nowadays are programmed to even operate on these tablets and phone just by touching the interface. They can navigate for it quite easily now, because they're more prone to it and more susceptible to all that nowadays. I was just probably the birth of it. And so, but I was always brought up with video games, but the whole generation playing Call of Duty, first person shooters, and it's like, no, now I understand about the indoctrination program. It's like a social engineering program where it indoctrinates you to kill Nazis on sight. And I was like, I'm not playing that anymore, because I know what the whole intent of it is.
Thank you.
And it's indoctrinated an entire generation, multiple generations, to be that pathological. And that's pathological behavior. That's why I avoid it now, because I understand the why it, because you don't see that with anything else.
You, other than, we point out a video game, about the Soviet Union, we saw, we point out some examples, but there's not a great deal. But with the anti-Nazi trip, it is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. You see it throughout. You're constantly you're constantly under a it's just broadcasted. It's just what's the word I'm thinking of? It's just projected at you constantly, perpetually. You're just facetiously just constant bombardment of anti-Nazi propaganda all day long through your academia, through media, through movies. Everything is to indoctrinate you to have an anti-Nazi, to be antithetical towards Nazis. And that's the whole intent of that programming. And once I learned that, I realized, holy shit, yeah, this is insane. But people love it.
It's all they know. Well, it's all they know. It's all they know. That's what they grow up with.
It's all they know.
Yeah,
they're reliving it. They're reliving it. And it's not just enough just to annihilate them once to win World War II, quote unquote, from their perspective, from what they've been, what they've been indoctrinated to believe, but they want to dig up their bodies and desecrate them again and again and again. They want to keep killing them again and again and again. They're reliving that in memory. Yes. And so, yeah, that's all they live for. And I was like, I'm not buying that. So I've never played it ever since. So got completely away from all that. Whereas other people, my age, older, younger, are all still doing that. They're all still fighting their campaign against Nazis. They're still fighting. They're still mobilized. Again, it's another condition. You're still at war because you're still under that campaign. You're still mobilized to fight them. All of that is deliberate and it's orchestrated. It's synchronistical. So yes.
Yeah.
And so yeah, with all that, yeah. So yeah, like that individual. And I was going to say just a shout out and a message to him. If he can record and upload your first segment of Tonight Show when I arrived, that will be very much appreciated. That will be regarded. If he could record, when you were talking, what you were speaking about earlier with your articulation, Douglas, with geopolitics. If he can re-upload that, that'll be tremendous.
I hope
and so yeah, that's just
I'm sure he's hearing you. Sure he's hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sure
we'll
he's hearing right now.
Review.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he can do that, that would be great. Yes.
That would be. Yes. And
if not, I'll have to do it. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you'll pretty much get it almost into transcript. Yeah, that's
yes.
Yeah. And but such having been said, in terms of what's it look like for you for the next several days in terms of weather, work, everything?
Yes. Yeah, just to go back, there's not a great, with people, they watch, I don't know what they watch. They go on Netflix, they go on Prime, they watch all these movies. That's not me. But obviously, a lot of these people nowadays, that's all they do. They either play the video games or they watch movies at night, and then they're not, there's no, you think, Christ, they're going to do that for the rest of their lives. What they're gaining from that? There's nothing they're gaining.
It's so sad.
They're just stuck.
Yes.
They're stuck, and it's sad. It's sad. That's how I look at it. I kind of like have that, when I hear of these stories, when I hear of people's testimonies, when they encountered the Third Reich in exile, they look at them with absolute, they pity them. And and now I'm on that same level where I'm looking at people, I'm like, I actually pity them. I feel sorry for them.
Yes. Yes.
They're decent people. They're not out. They're not malicious. They're not. They're not volatile in any way. But you just think, Christ, I feel so sorry for your lives or what you actually believe. I feel sorry for you, and that's how I look at them. You can't help it.
It's true. It's I will say this. Obviously, it's perfectly fine that there are people out there who are happy to go to work and then come home and watch television, and that essentially becomes their visceral life. It's like their what do you call it? It's like people who play Second Life, and that becomes their life. With many people, there's a real false sense of intimacy with the characters on television that they bond with. But such having been said,
It's not so much that which is pitiful. What's pitiful, as you say, is what they've been indoctrinated to believe is so far from the truth, because they do. What's pitiful is the fact that so many of them care enough to ask the question. All of those people who were mobilized for that march understand something is terribly wrong, but
Yes, exactly.
yet they will not. They refuse to understand what you're talking about when you tell them, yes, something is terribly wrong. You lost the fucking war. You're on the losing side, and you're listening to another side
Russian
that's
propaganda.
part of that losing side that has its own grievance that it's trying to drastically revise, where it's the Russians obviously have a double whammy where they lost not only World War II, they lost World War III. The so-called Cold War, and they're trying desperately to recover that empire by destroying yours and your society. And
they lost World War One, Two, and Three. They lost every crime. They
lost
every
war.
war.
It's no wonder they're so fucked up and bitter and hate everybody and just want to take everybody down, because misery loves company. And they're succeeding. And they're succeeding because these idiots who say, gee, something's wrong, and then and they think somehow that the Russians are the solution. Oh, you know what I get these days?
Yeah, the Great White Hope. Yeah.
Yeah, but
sorry, carry on, yes.
Beyond that, here's the we got a message coming in from Brendan. Let's see what that is. He's typing something under it, so he might explain it. The housing one is accurate. There we are. Okay, and so let me heart his last comment, and here we are. Let me go with that, and we're going to let me see if I can recover this. Oh yes. Oh, how could I forget? So we'll go on YouTube here before I share screen, and here we are. Russian housing or Soviet housing. Here we are. Soviet housing. This is like absolutely bizarre. This has been coming up in my news feed quite a bit, and let me see if I can find the ones that in particular just had the really whacked out long summaries and whatnot. But okay, so I found one of them, and I'm going to scroll down a bit further and see if I can find the other ones. The commie blocks, they would call them commie blocks. So
Wow.
they lived in those concrete rabbit hutches. The Soviets and Soviet urban planning. Here we are, urban planning, and this is like here we are, insanely well designed. Oh, this is insane. All right, yes. Here we are. There we are. Okay, so I'm going to do a screen share now. So let me go back to the call and grab yourself here, put on the screen share, and this is because I talk history. It's all based on what I talk about. I get this stuff in my news feed, but dig this shit. So here we go. The genius design. Look at this. Oh my god. I just passed it. Here we are. The genius design of communist apartment blocks. Genius design of communist parking. Let's go there. To put that on still for a moment. To most, Soviet housing blocks are lifeless concrete slabs, gray, repetitive, and soulless. But hidden in their stark geometry lies one of the most ambitious social design experiments of the 20th century. That doesn't mean it's good. These commie blocks weren't just homes. They were tools to shape ideology, enforce equality. Yeah, you're all equally fucked and poor. And redesign society itself. And then this one. Oh my god, when it comes to why Soviet cities are insanely well designed. And they're saying in the shadow of the Cold War, the Soviet urban planners created something remarkable. Cities designed not just for efficiency, but for human connection.
while the West embraced sprawling suburbs and car dependency, the USSR developed a revolutionary approach to urban living. By the way, they say, discover the truth about how Soviet children had more freedom than American kids today. How these concrete boxes fostered stronger communities than modern luxury development. Okay, here's to put this into perspective for people. Okay, they're saying things like, Soviet children could walk to school without fear of abduction, without adult supervision. And, there's several factors here that they're not bringing in. First off, these Soviet societies did not have car dependency because no one could afford a car.
Exactly. They still don't. Yeah.
Nobody's manufacturing cars that were any good anyway. But, great example brought up by Brendan Zogit from a guy in Romania. They saved up 3 years to buy one of these Yugo type production cars from the Soviet Union. And when they made the purchase, they were put on a waiting list for another 3 years before the car showed up. And then it was always broken and in the shop anyway. So since the cars are fucking useless, yes, the kids are walking to school. They don't have a choice, not to mention there's no parking lots in these so-called genius designed fucking facilities. So there's no place to park a car if you had one. So
look at that. Look at that image. You can't see any.
Yes.
Can't see nothing.
Yes. It's like, so the whole concept is so fucking stupid. But why are they now promoting this? Because in America, they're trying to say the Soviet Union had it great so they can literally convert Americans to believing that they need to Russify. This is part of the Russification campaign of the Trump misadministration and all these radical reds, meaning the Republican Party, the Russo collaboration.
These roundheads.
Yes, Red Republican Party, the roundheads. This is like the insanity that we're contending with. And honestly, this is there's only one place where this works. That's Transnistria, because they're so small. And believe it or not, because they're so small, they actually have an even distribution of cars. So they really have a car population because this was the privileged elite of the Soviet Union that moved there and they brought their cars with them. So it's just, these people just don't get it. Something like this can work in a small place like Transnistria. It does not work at an enormous continental scale where you cannot just carry out this experiment and expect anything good to come from it. As for the lack of abductions, you're generally in an ethnically homogenized society until the Soviet Union collapsed. Once it collapsed, the ethnic enclaving began. And even though to an American they all look alike, remember that what I've said about Japan has Chinatowns. Japan has always been multi-ethnic. Japan has always been multicultural. That's why you had Koreans and Chinese and Okinawans and Taiwanese fighting in the Japanese Imperial Army. Even if they were drafted, they were still fighting, but the Americans couldn't tell them apart. They all looked like Asians to them, and they all spoke Japanese. It's just like to an Asian, the Scots and the Irish and the Britons all look and sound alike, and they're all speaking English, but they have radically different cultures, and they can, at times, hate each other, and at times are trying to kill each other at a genocidal scale. So the American,
it's like with the Roswell camps, the concentration camps there, Douglas. I've seen that they say, we have a percentage that are Korean, we have a percentage that are Okinawan, we have a percentage that is Taiwanese. Well, you know what I'm saying. They would say that there was a percentage that were Japanese. These are all Pacific Islanders that were all kept captive in these prisoner of war camps, and stationed at Roswell and throughout. So that was because they had all of these that were drafted in the military, the Japanese military. So but I just wanted to that was just to qualify and reinforce what you're saying, Douglas. Thank you.
And the important thing to remember is when the Soviet Union collapsed, that sense of white homogeneity completely disappeared. Imagine if you had Britons and Irish and Scots and Welsh just compact it in urban clusters, and you would see instant bickering back in the day. I don't know if they've
absolutely
adapted to each other today, but the history of conflict behind them
still goes on.
Yeah,
it still goes. Yes.
Thank you. I mean, just like you said, I mean, the Brits down south think all the Brits up north are just morbidly inbred fucking hicks. You know, I mean, they're just, and they can't understand them when they talk. By the way, we have an earthquake.
No, exactly.
There's an earthquake. Hey, we're having an earthquake right now in San Francisco.
Oh no.
Yeah,
you're right.
There's an earthquake that's going on. So I just want you to know I'm fine. But you know, I'm on Russian Hill. I'm on solid granite. You know, but you know, it's so I don't know how the damage is to the rest of the city, but obviously it's not doing anything to my electricity or my internet. But I want everyone to know we are just now going through an earthquake. So that's something. But yeah, so when the Soviet Union collapsed, kids did start getting abducted. Kids could no longer walk to school, but you have no automotive alternative. Unless you're in Moscow, and you know, even then it's nothing, the traffic's nothing like compared in England or the United States. It's but this sudden nostalgia for Soviet living being promoted to Americans, I find this appalling. I find it very sinister, and I find it it's but it's Trump trying to convince everybody we're going to live like Russia. This is occupation by the Russians through a puppet president, and under this misadministration they're now promoting it in popular culture like, well, they lived the life. That was the way to live. Really? You fought a war to defeat this. You fought a war so you wouldn't have to live like this. You have no idea what you're talking about. And if you truly believe that, why don't you fucking move to Russia? Seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyone who believes that.
Being deadly serious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Douglas.
Yes, take
completely
it from there,
agree.
George. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and is it still going on? Is that still persisting, the earthquake, Douglas? No,
it's not. No, thank you for asking. There may be some later, but it lasted about, I don't know, maybe about 30 seconds. I'd say about 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, but let's look that up now. San Francisco earthquake now. San Francisco earthquake, and everybody will read about it tomorrow. San Francisco earthquake. Let's see if it's I don't know if they're going to be able to today. Right now. Let's see if there's anything online. Magnitude 4.7 earthquake. 2 miles from Berkeley, California. 2:56 a.m. There you go. So
there you go. That's real time. Yeah,
real time.
Douglas. Yeah,
and I'm impressed. So the internet age for you. Now, if I were living in one of those console houses and had copper wiring,
expect a delay. A delay.
Yeah, there'd be info delay. I like a data delay. Oh,
yeah, certainly will.
I would die.
Yeah, literally, and they call it a utility service. Yeah, for communication. But Christ, if it works, yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. That's why they so much need for you to be on the job, on the front lines of the home front, replacing this with fiberglass as fast as fucking possible. Oh my God. The copper wiring they're using was there since Jack the Ripper. Since fucking...
since the time of Jack the Ripper, Douglas. Yeah, it's been in the ground, in the air for that long. It's insanity.
Yeah. Oh my God. But other than that, what else is on your mind? What else comes to mind to point out to our listeners?
Oh God, yeah. No, it was just I don't want to badmouth any the organization I work for, but they're worried now because there's all this competition out there, all these alternative networks that people can use for fiber optic. Well, if you had put fiber in the ground and in the air years ago, you wouldn't have this worry. You would have full monopoly over everything. But now they're worrying about that. Well, it's because you're late. You're late on the scene. You've now acted because you've realized that you've basically not done anything about it. So it's in a race. We're an arms race at the moment. Douglas. Yeah, so that's what we're contending with.
That's so. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But I'd like to talk to you privately
Oh.
But yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to talk to you privately as well later. We'll talk about some other issues, but obviously it won't be too long between now and Wednesday. Hopefully you'll be on then, and then Sunday we'll cover things if you haven't been able to look up some of these things I suggested before Wednesday.
Yeah, no, much
we'll get
appreciated.
to them on Sunday.
Yeah.
And aside from that, yes, when the spotting of the spheres over Moscow. It's that and the it's, let's put it this way. I mean, in terms of the Third Reich in exile and the silly question people have about, why don't they invade? It's like, why would they want anything to do with that?
What? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why would they want to inherit your mess? All this we've been articulating. Why do they want any of that? Why would what benefit would it come to them where they have their own world? Yes, they don't want your world; they've got their own. Yes. Like I said, they pity you; they feel sorry for you.
Yes. Yeah. It's true.
I like it with the testimony when this Mexican man, when he reported it to the officials, when he spotted 3 Andromeda Gerrats all side by side, and he looked at these. He called them portholes, but you could see the silhouette of these, just the outline of these silhouettes from people pointing at him. And he goes, "Oh, I felt like a mosquito in a jar. I felt like an exhibit at a zoo. I felt like they were just pointing and laughing at me." It's like, that's exactly what they were doing. Look at him.
Yes. Poor
that was just, yes. Yeah. He just felt, he felt very, what's the word? Violated. He felt very, yes.
Oh my God, that's funny. Well, you finally realize your place in the food chain. I guess that's pretty traumatic. Yeah. But by the way, funny fucking link from Brendan Zogit. He just put it inside of the text box here. They've left trash all over that stadium where they were honoring Charlie Kirk, and of course he pointed out Trump was dancing. Trump was practically dancing on stage.
There you go.
Yeah, he obviously didn't give a shit about this guy.
They were firing people. They were firing people for celebrating. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's what a funeral's supposed to be for. It's a celebration of somebody's life, isn't it? Well, there you go. You got him dancing.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. What's the radical right going to say about that?
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait.
Oh.
Nothing,
yes.
Of course. They're not going to say shit, of course. They're so fucked up.
Yeah, sock puppets. Yeah, no, they're not going to do anything. Yeah, no, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, there you go. It's just, there you go, people who because obviously you do get, we get individuals that I know people come on the show and they buy into what they read online or what they see, and it's just what was it spring to my mind? It was like, when I said the other day, we could send in just a small group of SAS. We can send in like what you call like a SWAT team, but send in like these SAS enforcements, whatever you want to. You just send in like a team that are specially trained elites. They can take out Vladimir Putin, just like that. And you can end a lot of this, the crisis and the disputes that are going on by just taking this guy out, whether or not they kill him or they bring him out alive.
To face trial.
That's what I would recommend. That's what I would prefer. Yeah. Like if I went in myself, I'll get the man out for him to be on the stand for trialing. For many, many different types of war crimes he's committed over the years, for many, many violations against international law. To seek proper judicial sentencing and trial. Obviously he will be executed, obviously. That's what I prefer. But people were pointing out, some people were saying, because obviously you got the side that are susceptible to all that propaganda, because they're obviously, they've been defeated by that mind war, by that psyops, and they say, don't fuck with Russia, because it all at the moment, it's every headline by whether it's Sky News or the BBC, they're saying all these the warnings from like the head of the MI6 division, saying that there is going to be war before the end of the year. Britain will be in armed conflict directly with Russia. And people were saying about, oh no, you don't want to mess with Russia, going on that tangent. And then, but some people pointed out, we'll just send in the SAS. They'll be able to accomplish it. And that's what I pointed out. That's all they have to do. Or just roll in a mobilized army or column to go in and roll straight into Moscow and take him out. It's easy as that, but they don't do that. And so it is, it's very, from my part, it's very frustrating to see that they're not following. But sorry, carry on, Douglas.
No, it's profoundly frustrating when you think, not that the Wagner mercenary chief would have been any better, but certainly he could have so easily have taken Putin out. And when the mechanized column that he had advancing on Moscow was pushing forward, they took down planes. They were taking down combat planes on their way to Moscow. Helicopters and combat planes. They were shooting them down. And but then he somehow got that phone call from Putin and was so... I can't believe anyone would be that stupid, especially a Russian, knowing the history of Russians and how they fuck each other over. How on earth did he think this would work out? But of course, he stopped what he was doing, and then Putin later had him killed. Goes without saying. But when it comes to a team going in to take Putin out, they could bring him out for trial. For what it's worth, he could be sentenced to death theoretically. The way The Hague operates, Slobodan Milosevic, for instance, simply died of a heart attack or was assassinated. They could have assassinated him in the cell and just said he died of a heart attack. That's completely conceivable, because they didn't want to execute him because they were just too afraid to. Because it would seem Europe would suddenly look maybe like bad. You know what I'm saying? So maybe just for the sake of optics, they just had someone just kill him in the cell with poisoning. So that's easy to imagine. Putin would likely die like something like that. I mean, for one thing, Putin would not be getting the kind of whatever treatment he gets with the trade that they have ongoing with Unterland, probably through the United States. And obviously Trump gets it, and they get it through NORAD 40, which, again, that's why Trump wants to conquer Greenland and just have total control over the
control and monopoly.
Monopoly of the entry to Unterland.
Yes,
but obviously, when it comes to the situation, a single person going in would have to kill him. It'd be so difficult for a single person to get him out alive to face trial. So a single person going in would be termination. They'd be there to terminate him. Obviously it would probably be very difficult to get out alive after that for that individual, but maybe not. Like I said, there's two factors here. One is that a lot of people would probably simply turn away because they're just so happy that he's dead.
Exactly. No, that's a good point as well, Douglas. Yeah, people have pointed out that this one individual came on the Good Morning Good Morning Britain show, where Piers used to be like a host on there. He had a co-host.
That piece of shit.
That show.
Go on. Yes, that piece of shit. He was talking about Charlie Kirk. Did you hear him talking about Charlie Kirk's death?
Oh, I have. I have seen segments, only clippets of it, Douglas. Yes. Yeah. Bloody, what's his name? Yeah, Charlie Sheen on as well, because Joe Rogan, when it all kicked off, when it all happened, Joe Rogan had Charlie Sheen on, and then all of a sudden, Piers Morgan had Charlie Sheen on to basically follow up and continue what he was talking about on Joe Rogan, basically. But that was all to do with Charlie Kirk. And what I was going to say, he basically on Good Morning Television, they had this was just shortly after the 2022 February invasion of Ukraine. Someone pointed out that he has officials in the Kremlin. They asked him a question: will he push the button? That's what the question was asked. Will Putin, is he capable of pushing the button? And this guy said, well, his advisors, the people around Putin, he's probably told them to push the button, but yet someone on the other side has disconnected the button. So that's what
I love it. Yeah.
That's what this man said. That's what this individual, I can't remember his name at all, but I remember what he said. And that people can look that probably on YouTube and find that interview conducted with this bloke saying that. And yeah, which is true, because some people, you know, when you turn in there, because if I went in, Douglas, if I personally went in, I'd say you got two options. You could either point your rifle at me, or you can point in a direction Putin is hiding.
Yes.
And most people will probably point to where he's hiding, because they'll be glad.
Yes.
So yeah, I know that will probably be the situation. That will probably be the scenario that would occur. But yeah, to get one person to get him in and out would be very, very hard. Obviously, you know, you would need, in order for it to be accomplished, you need that one individual would need a lot of help.
Yes.
And obviously with the technological capabilities of the Third Reich in exile, that'd be one factor to go in and out, as in to violate and to retreat, obviously. And then the other factor that popped in my head is obviously, do you remember with the circle, the night of the broken circle, you know, when those officers were calling in to turn the area, the angel of death, to turn the area black, as in not turn out the lights, so the environment, you know, so all the lights dim and so the rooms are all dark, but literally to turn everything black and their eyes would illuminate so they can see in the dark. You would need something along that level in order for one individual to go in and to retreat him, to cap him and then take him out. Obviously, something along that level, but that requires like a magic practitioner to conduct that sort of level of spelling. I would call it that. Yes,
quite true.
And so in order to do something like that operationally on their own, but without that, that would be the advice from myself. Obviously, you know, I've always advised people not to dive into that, because of course, when it comes down to situations like that, when you're invoking like Melek Tausch or anyone like that, you obviously, you know, you're bringing forth an entity that has royal proceedings, and you're going to piss them off big time, and they want something in return, and they take something in return. So obviously, I always advise people not to mess with it and not to even pursue it. So I've never pursued it, Douglas, because I've taken your advice, but never get involved with it. Leave it to the experts. But yeah, in order to take Putin out, that's what someone will be required if they're going to do it on their own. But without that, you would need a special elite team to do so.
Right.
And
even then, contact with some form of resistance would help. I would think, but certainly, what I can say is that just to clarify a bit about the Angel of Death, calling forth the Angel of Death would basically obviate the need for any individual to be involved. The Angel of Death would be the agent. Would be the agent of destruction. In that case, the angel of the individual's demise. So it's but as George has said, obviously there's a reason this doesn't happen more often. You're talking about something that's a procedure that is fraught with peril. And it's something that, as George said, there's very few people on Earth that are capable of doing this sort of thing. Michael Aquino, of course, was one of them, and the rest of the coven was kind of able to operate only because of his guidance. There are other people, of course, who have in the past and in the future will be able to do this sort of thing. It's still, how would I say it? It's very difficult to. Magic is not common. It's as a process. Rather, magic is simply applied quantum mechanics. So don't think of it as something rare like a mineral. Rather, the elements of quantum mechanics are rather physical forces that can be applied into something through quantum mechanics are everywhere. So in that
everywhere,
sense,
it's all around us.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Thank you.
The ability to harness it requires knowledge and technology most people don't have. So when it comes to the technology and the ability to use it concerning the occult, we can go into that in different shows. As the
Oh
beauty,
yeah,
the
absolutely.
beauty
Yeah.
of George, beauty of George is, of course, George never really cared for that. So that doesn't need to be the
Yes.
shows that we're involved with when it comes to George, because thankfully that's not his. You remember the people I dealt with who were into that were
Yes.
like Jameson Reese, and just what a
Yes.
nightmare.
I caught him red-handed.
Yes.
In private. Yeah, caught him in private. Yeah, trying to extract. Yeah,
Yes.
he was trying to extract. Occult knowledge from yourself, Douglas. Obviously, I've never ever asked any of that because I know the like as you said, the power. You referred to it as it's very detrimental. It's
Yes.
very, very precarious to even consider you utilizing that aspect. And it just brings to mind, what with Michael Aquino, what he would say about dark energy. Dark energy is all around us. And he was the man that developed that whole pyramid structure of the known universe, the
Yes.
matters and the universal structure of the universe, where dark energy is all around us. That encompasses over 70% of what's around us is dark energy. Then it goes dark matter, and then it goes to, helium and hydrogen, and then it goes to invisible atoms, and then it's got all the things that are physical, which is the physical atoms, the physical matter of the universe, which is 0.001%. It's
Yes. Yes.
which is everything around
Minuscule.
us, which is us.
Yes.
So minuscule. Yes. But with dark energy, it's all around us, and it's far easier, like the expression was used that he taught yourself, Douglas. It's far easier to reach down than it is to reach up, because dark energy is all around us. And so, that's why it was so easy for someone like him to understand that, to know that. I mean, he learned of that because he intuitively learned it from the entity that he was summoning, which was Set. So that's how he learned that. And that's in that interview that I shared with you. He relays that and emphasizes it of when he summoned him. And the Dark Lord, I think he referred to him. He referred to it as the Dark Lord. So yes,
among other names,
among other names, yes. But I know, when that not to mess with these, because you lose something of yourself, and it's a sacrifice they're looking for. So that's why you don't mess with it. You don't mess with magic unless you have the knowledge and you have the technological means of harnessing that, whatever you're invoking, or So that's why I've never dived into it, but I'm only aware of it only through yourself, Douglas. I've never been acquainted with any of that information before with anyone else, because it's never made any sense. What's that man, that guy who we mentioned the other day, Moore, whatever his name is?
Oh God, who was that? There's been so many.
That individual, we mentioned him on the last show. What's his name? But when he mentioned about occult magic, he's not to pay attention to, but people, he has his own followers that really thought he was something serious. But no, what's his name?
I don't remember offhand. Well, I'd have to listen to the show, because we discussed so many topics
in so many things. Yes,
definitely, I'm just glad that you came on tonight. I mean, believe me.
Appreciate it. Yes, and I've stayed on longer than what I anticipated, Douglas. Yeah,
and that's fine.
That was the other thing.
Go on.
And that was the other thing to mention with what you point out with the Night of the Broken Circle. Those officers were above a certain rank, but obviously they were not under supervision by Aquino that night, so that's why all hell broke loose, so to speak, quite literally. And that's why it just it was out of control. And well, thank God you were on site to to basically contain the matter.
It certainly changed my life, and as my hair is pure white as the driven snow since that night. I obviously, and it resulted in my being owned by the Peacock Angel, Maluk Tausch, and certainly a fragment of him is within myself. It's obviously this is not the way I planned my life or anything I would have planned for. But it's definitely is what it is, and it's not necessarily the worst fate in the universe. the way it's turned out, it works out well enough. So in terms of let's see now, we've discussed quite a bit. And my voice is probably going, so probably after you check out, after you check out tonight, I'll probably end this live stream very shortly.
That's all right, Douglas. Yeah, much appreciated. It's been great talking to you. Thank you for your time and everything, Douglas.
No, but we can keep this going a while longer. I'm just saying that I'm not quite sure if my voice will hold out much longer, but I do want you to know, probably after you check out, I'll check out right afterwards. But the live stream,
no worries.
We've been very successful at, shall we say, expositing on many subjects. And on Wednesday, of course, I'll just dive probably very soon into the monologue. Tonight, I was trying to get my head back into it after dealing with the change in the computer and different things that were kind of resulting collaterally, because you're always going to have that. You're always going to have changes that come in after the change of the computer that just make things even more horrible. But other than that, it's worked out great. I mean, the computer is lasted through the night. Our internet has lasted, though that, of course, has nothing to do with the computer itself. Our internet lasted through the earthquake, so that's good, as did my lights.
That's a good sign, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, very good sign.
Yeah, and so aside from all of that, how old is Everly now? I mean, what age?
Oh, she's going to be 5. She will be 5.
Oh, God,
so yeah, she started school now. She started school now, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So this is her early years.
Okay, so thank God she's not even at the point yet of asking questions about this historical stuff. It'll be a long while yet. Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine someone that young around. Oh my God. What's it like?
No. Yeah, no, I love it because she's so much fun. I love playing with her, and it's all that. She's so outgoing, so lovable, and she's the best thing ever, Douglas. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me, anyway. And she's a miracle, and she's certainly changed my outlook on life, and everything I do is for her. And the reason why, I am so, I don't want Putin to ruin her world. That's what I do it for. Yes. That's how I look at it. She's my legacy. And so, be my dream. We all have our fantasies and our wishes and our dreams. It will be my dream for her to, have a great life ahead of her and to do whatever she wants to be. I'm not ever going to be that sort of dad or father to push for her to be whatever she can be whatever she wants to be in this world. It's my job to support her and to be there for her and to protect her. And obviously, I know the dangers and the gravity of the situation of the world we live in. I don't want her to be, consumed by any of that. So I will protect her from all that. So if she comes home one day and starts spewing all this Russian propaganda, I'll sit her down, and that's when I'll have a conversation with her. And I'll even play back some of these videos to her one day.
Well, I'll tell you one thing: things are changing so rapidly. I'm not quite sure it'll get to that point. Hopefully, she's never exposed to that shit.
No, exactly. I don't want her to be exposed to it. Yes, Douglas.
But in terms of the enemies of humanity right now, it's Putin's certainly up there, and he's reckless, he's active, but it would be Putin, Xi Jinping.
Yes.
Bibi Netanyahu, of course.
Absolutely, Bibi. I've hated him for years. I do hate him.
There's no words. And
you know what? Hate is a strong word. I've always been brought up not to use the word hate, but I do hate Bibi Netanyahu, and I do hate Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, and they deserve it.
And
they deserve
it. If they want to kill me for it, go ahead. Try it.
Yeah,
I would love to see them try.
so true. And Donald John Trump. I mean, those are 4 people right now. This is truly just Kim Jong-un is too powerless to count, in the sense that he's too small a satellite state to count. But those four, these are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yeah,
it's Bibi and Vlad and Xi and Donnie. Yeah, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I keep interrupting you, Douglas. I do apologise, but things come on my head, and it's just what was relayed. I did see the quote what Donald Trump said about Benjamin Netanyahu. he keeps fucking me. He keeps fucking me.
Yeah.
And he was like,
It's
he was
funny.
complaining about him.
Of
I was like,
course.
Christ,
Yeah.
you've only just realised this, Donald Trump? Every fucking president that has had to deal with Benjamin Netanyahu, they all say the same thing. They keep fucking him.
Yes.
Because he's pulling the strings.
Thank you. It's disgusting, and just this is like all I can
He's
say
like,
is-
have you just realised this?
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'll
Barack
cut loose.
Obama was on open mic and he said the same thing. Christ, this guy is such a him and who was it? It was Barack Obama. I'm trying to think. This was a few years ago, probably about over 10, 15 years ago now. When was it? He said, an open mic with another president, and this president, who was it? Was it of France or I can't remember who it was. I'll have to look it up, Douglas. But he said, "Oh my God, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's such a liar." And then Barack Obama turned around and said, You think he's such a liar? I've got to deal with him every single day.
Yeah.
And
oh my God.
They all complain about him.
Yeah, of course, as well they should.
Of course they, yes. Yes.
So
they're allowed to get away with it.
Yeah, it's horrific. The level of impunity that, well, fortunately, all I can say is good does come out of evil, and in this sense, the evil of Bibi Netanyahu, whose real name, what's his real Polish name again?
It's Milakaliski, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, disgusting.
Benjamin, his father, Ben Zion Milakaliski, was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky, who admired Adolf Hitler, because they're all on that. They're all Zionists who all were in support of Hitler.
That's right.
And so Benjamin Netanyahu came out publicly and said, Hitler didn't want to cause the Holocaust. He didn't want to kill the Jews. He wanted to expel the Jews. He's a Holocaust denier.
Yes.
This man. Yes. There you go. That's coming from the Prime Minister of Israel.
The fact that this has to be exposed on the transmission of the son of Adolf Hitler, the surrealism of the universe that we live in, the ironies are just indescribable. I think most people can't even wrap their brain around this world. I will say
no.
Anything else you can think of before I was going to mention this?
No, there's so much. No, but please continue. Yeah, what you were saying, Douglas. Because I could go on. Yes,
just reminding people that because it's Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, it will still be Jewish New Year on Wednesday the 24th when we reconvene this transmission. So when we reconvene this transmission, it'll still be Jewish New Year. And if I don't go into it tonight, I'll go into it at least a bit on Wednesday. If there's any such thing as a Jewish New Year resolution, honestly, if there's something that any Israelis can do, make a resolution to help others break out of their collective madness on Gaza in Israel. It's like the conventional wisdom about what Israelis could and would tolerate has been proven wrong, and increasingly seems less like societal resilience. It's mass madness in Israel.
Yes, it really is.
They are truly possessed of a diabolic genocide. Matter of fact, good example. They overlook the Gaza Strip, and they watch the destruction of the Gaza Strip, explosions, collapsing buildings. They watch it the way you or I would watch a sunset. Or would watch a
fireworks display.
Yeah, a fireworks display. Literally couples.
They do. They record it. They sit and they're literally like they're watching a spectacle which they are basically just absorbing.
No, more than that, they're responsible for it. They are collusion. They're colluding in genocide.
They're colluding.
With their taxes,
it's a collusion.
Yeah, with their taxes, with their votes. They are
their votes.
They're a genocidal culture in every sense of the word, right down to the individual. Right down to the individual.
And people have interviewed them. People have gone, "Oh, what do you think of them?" And they go, "Oh, they're beasts." What do you think of the Palestinians? They refer to them, oh, they're goy. They're non-human. They're subhuman species.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're terrorists.
Yeah.
They refer to them everything but a human being. Because to them, they're not human. To
yeah,
you,
right.
you're not human to them.
Yes. That's correct. And honestly, they're Netanyahu's willing genociders, willing willing mass murderers, willing mass executioners. It's horrific.
And what happened to Edwin Black? It's an alias. That's the pseudonym name. That's not his real name. The author who wrote the transfer agreement. Yeah. He was under scrutiny and threat by Israel because of what he exposed with the collaboration between the Zionist lobby and the Third Reich government. So the NSDAP, they were in collusion with each other to expel Jews from Europe into Palestine in exchange for money. The Zionists were getting their what they call self-determination of their people in the Holy Land, and the Germans were able to get the European Jewry outside of Europe and into Palestine because that was their expulsion. That was the expel. Their version of expelling the European Jewry, which was their legal legitimate enemy who declared war, and so against the Third Reich, and so
against the German
they
people.
both collaborated.
It's important to say against Germany itself. It wasn't even
German
the
nation.
realm; it was against the German people. Really?
Yes. It was before when they were democratically elected. And that's the other thing I keep seeing everywhere is that people say that they were in power as a de facto. And it's like, no, it was a democracy. They were voted in as a democracy. And so, they were legitimate. And so, but with Edwin Black, he suffered extreme scrutiny and a threat of
death,
everything else that he was threatening by by Israel lawsuits. He had to change his name because he was exposing the fact that the Zionists and the Third Reich actually collaborated, and they minted a coin which shows one side the King David shield, and then the other side you have the swastika, the hooker cross, the Hakenkreuz. Yeah. And it showed you that they collaborated. That was under, I think, I think that was under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. I think under his department of propaganda enlightenment. I believe that's where that coin came from. But correct. They collaborated. They cooperated in this massive operation. And there was exchanges, diplomatic relations, negotiations. They cooperated to get European Jewry out of Europe to Palestine in exchange for money, which helped get the Germans stay out of a form of economic crisis with the sanctions imposed on Germany, with the boycott and the sanctions that were imposed. So that was one way of them getting out of that. And so that was, that Edward Black suffered extreme scrutiny from that. But that's what Bibi Netanyahu, when he comes out and says that, his reinforcement and support for the Third Reich, because a lot of Israelis toyed with recognizing Adolf Hitler as the founding father of the state of Israel, because without him, Israel would not exist today.
Absolutely.
Bibi Netanyahu knows that. He recognizes that. That's why he supports them, and that's why he defends them.
Yes.
So that's to show you the ironic, convoluted reality which people cannot seem to wrap their brains around.
Yeah, well, you've got to admit it is it is pretty difficult for people who were raised. Yeah, it's not.
It's a paradox.
Yeah, it's paradoxical to a degree. It's actually not contradictory because the Zionists and the Nazis had the same objectives, which was to get Jewry out of Israel and get them into Palestine. The Nazis simply wanted them anywhere but here. But
anywhere but
but the Zionists insisted on Palestine, and in terms of people not wrapping their brains around it, is because their indoctrination tells them something so opposite, so antithetical to reality that they're left with no ability to process reality. And in terms of the United States, obviously education is the key, and the problem is that everybody has had a miseducation, And for that reason, by the way, the Reverend Moon Church in Japan has now
Yes.
been outlawed, and people who are members of it have been sent into re-education. So the idea that Japan is not fascist, obviously they're fascist, that they can do this, actually like shut down a church that they now perceive as a threat to national security. Say if they tried to do that in America, everybody'd say, that the Japanese are
That's
behaving
against
like
your-
Nazis. And and the fact that they send people to re-education, people would say, oh, that's fascist. Yeah, well, no shit. Yes, Japan is fascist. They won the war.
Yes.
Their government did
exactly.
not change. It's the insanity of the American position. I could go on about it for hours, but so
yes.
just brought that up because it's an important point. And obviously, you remember Peter Moon was always trying to rehabilitate the concept of Reverend Moon because he was a fellow cultist. And
A Mooney,
yeah,
yeah.
Mooney. Yeah, and
That's why he got his name from Moon, wasn't it? Because that's not his real name either, is it?
yeah,
Is that
no,
why,
that's
why
right.
he had...
That's actually quite correct.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and beyond that, Peter Moon was a member of the Sea Org, or the Sea Organization. That was, of course, L. Ron Hubbard's private navy. But it's like once L. Ron Hubbard died, as Brendan Zoget pointed out, that organization was disbanded. So it's like Peter Moon was like the old school of. It's considered almost mythical. A lot of modern Scientologists don't really think of it as something that historically existed. It's almost a thing of myth.
Yeah.
But
No, exactly. And the other thing is, where his first name is L. Ron Hubbard,
Lafayette.
Lafayette.
Yeah,
Yes.
Lafayette.
He was obviously he was a practice. He was a practitioner. He was a occult practitioner himself.
Crowleyite.
Who was working
He was
with.
a Crowleyite. Yes,
He
worked
was
with
yes,
Crowley.
he was a Crowleyite. Yes, who was working with John Whiteside Parsons, who
Yes.
stole all his life savings. Whilst I think he got with Sarah. I think is because Marjorie Cameron was the one who gave birth after they conducted their
That's right. the
Babylon
Moon Child.
rituals, these
That's
sex
correct.
rituals. Yes.
Yeah.
And Peter Moon would always deny the fact that he had any affiliation with Satanism, but he was heavily involved with Satanism.
Absolutely.
Heavily involved.
So for those
He stole.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how, with Jack Whiteside Parsons' life savings. That's how he established the Church of Scientology. That's one of the.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was there a glitch technically?
Oh, I'm getting an incoming call from a random number which I don't recognise whatsoever. I don't think it's. Yeah, it says United Kingdom, but it's not a number I recognise at all. But yeah,
Interesting.
I'll just ignore that. Yeah.
So yeah, probably for the best. Oh shit. That's disconcerting. And a lot of weird things have been going on with our cell phones today. I can tell you that. But with just for our listeners,
But
what George Knight is describing, or what he's articulating, is best to some details just for our listeners here to flesh out what you summarized. L. Ron Hubbard was definitively a Satanist, an acolyte of Aleister Crowley, who assigned him as an agent to take out Jack Whiteside Parsons. And this didn't necessarily mean kill him, though effectively he did. He basically, as George Knight said, infiltrated the Agape Lodge, the Love Lodge of Jack Whiteside Parsons, and then ran off, as George Knight said, with his life savings and his wife, and used that money to establish the Church of Scientology. Now this is all pure satanic. Jack Whiteside Parsons was an ardent Satanist. He and L. Ron Hubbard together conducted the Babylon working, a ritual which brought forth Moonchild, who was supposed to be the Antichrist and usher in the age of the Antichrist. And for those of you who don't know, the mother was Marjorie Cameron, who almost was summoned
so that she could serve as the vessel for the birth of Moonchild. All this being said, this horror story that I'm relating, it resulted in Jack Whiteside Parsons being left so poor, with L. Ron Hubbard running off with all his money, that he became basically a traitor and sold U.S. government secrets he was working on to the Israelis. I mean, who else? And then after he sold these weapons to the Israelis, the blueprints, then they took him out with a mercury fulminate explosion.
Yeah,
in his own laboratory that blew him to hell and back. There was nothing left to bury. After which his mother killed herself. So that was very likely more out of grief. I don't believe that was a hit or an assassination. She killed herself because she had lost her son. But with Jack Whiteside Parsons, I mean, that was a hit. That was no, chemical accident in the lab. That's that they took him out. And so L. Ron Hubbard effectively killed him, drove him to death. And this is the level of internecine satanic warfare among themselves. And they're effectively running your government. And so, and
the baby was called Moonchild, of all things. It's just like, what?
Yes.
Moonchild.
That's right. And so Peter Moon named himself after Reverend Moon and this Moonchild. And just the concept that Moon meant ass because he's fucking gay. And there was this band in his high school. The high school band called itself Peter Moon because Peter for dick and Moon for ass. It was a joke. But he took that on as a pseudonym because he loved cock and ass. And not to mention admired Reverend Moon and of course, Moonchild. Because he was, he basically harassed Marjorie Cameron. Now, her biography, which is Wormwood Star, her biography titled Wormwood Star, the author identifies Peter Moon as a stalker of Marjorie Cameron, a criminal stalker. So that's in the book. So just so people know. But he would claim like he knew her. He would claim he knew her as opposed to being a criminal stalker and some kind of demented obsessive. So, yes, we're talking about the Peter Moon, quote unquote. Vinnie Barbaric is his real name, whom his gay lover, John Travolta, took the name Vinnie Barbarino from for his character in Welcome Back, Kotter, the TV series, where he played a member of the Sweat Hogs gang. But his character was named Vinnie Barbarino. He simply, that's because Vinnie Barbaric was the top man when he was fucking John Travolta. And of course, our Peter Moon, all he would talk about was John Travolta being part of Scientology and all this shit. And the Satanism involved with that. He played in The Devil's Reign. That was his opening role, was in that movie, The Devil's Reign. Because he was involved with the Satanism. Yeah, so were you, fucking Peter. Talk about deflection. So there you have that, and then we could go on from there to all the pedophiles that surrounded Preston Nichols, and go on. It goes on and on. It's a never-ending horror story of assholes.
God,
So
thank you, Douglas.
So all that being said, and you remember what I said about Brandon Young. I had to tell our lady Amanda Ute she was fascinated by the story of Brandon Young, and so I had to explain to her that whole thing. I mean, so I think you've heard the story before, but what do you recall? What do you recollect about it?
Oh, oh my God, with Brandon Young.
His background. What do you remember about his background?
Because people obviously they can't disambiguate between Brandon and Brendan.
Right,
Brandon is Brandon Young, because I know people get that confused. But all I know is because I remember when in the earlier days, Douglas, my first impression of him was he suffered a head injury from a car accident.
Mm-hmm.
And I was under the impression then it was a form of an assassination attempt on him.
That's what my first impression of him was.
It
But
was.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
go on.
it's common to me because what was the date? I think it was March 13th, the show last year. I believe it was last year, not this March 13th, but the show on the March 13th of last year. I think it was March 13th. I think I'm not getting confused or getting it wrong. I think it is March 13th when he appeared with Sid. Yeah, I remember you giving him advice, like medical advice, like, yeah, you've sustained a head injury, but now it's turned from an injury into damage.
Yes.
And so now it is affecting you psychologically. You've sustained this injury, which resulted in damage, permanent damage, which cannot be.
It was beyond psychology at that point. He couldn't even process. This guy was not even processing.
No, absolutely. But just to point out to people, like oftentimes when I would interact on the show with him, he would often throw me. He would definitely throw me off course. He'll throw in something into the mix. You don't know if he's being serious or not. He would throw something in, which is so far-fetched, just so out of proportion, nothing related to the topic at all. And you'd think he was being serious. And then from my days of being a bartender, when people would say a joke, but nobody's laughing, me having like a one-to-one conversation with somebody, or if there's someone else there, just from my training and just from how I was, my skill set I acquired, I would just then laugh it off just to
humor
stop things from going awkward. Just to prevent things from going awkward and to diffuse it and maybe like segue the topic somewhere else. So he would do that, but he would take it literally like I was finding him humorous. I found him funny. And it wasn't that cool because I wouldn't actually.
Insanity. That's part of his insanity.
Because I wouldn't understand what he was saying. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I didn't know what he was talking about either. And the problem with Sid on that show was Brandon Young was talking to him about the most random, obscure things, and Sid would take him seriously, and he would believe what he was saying. That's when he started bringing up, there's a sex video of Peter Moon and Brooke.
Brooke, yes, yeah. That's.
Oh my God! Stop making up these most inflammatory stories, just completely offensive. And who was on top? Who was on top? I guess who was on top. Yeah. And he's like, where is this? Yeah. Oh my God. But people can review the show. That's on March 13th of, I believe it was last year. Douglas. Yeah. And so people can go back to review it. And my God, and that was when Sid was just being very, very outrageous, very, very that's the last time either one of them were on the show. I believe that's the last time they ever came on. They haven't been on ever since. So, that is my take on it. But we pointed out, I think we've spoken about it several times since then, because they started when you were on a very short period break, Douglas. They were talking about with Oppenheimer, because the movie was just shortly released around that time,
right? That
latest movie. And they were saying, but did he actually really say that? And then Brandon was like, no, I think that's one of Douglas's things that he's talking about. That's just something that's come from Douglas. And then Sid was like, but is that historically factual? Is that accurate? But we pointed out, yes, it is. He actually truly believed that when they detonated at Los Alamos, that's why they call it, at Stalin's Gate, that's why they call it Test Site Trinity. It was a insult to the divine creator, because they truly believed it was going to destroy his creation, which is the earth, the world. Yes. They truly believe that. That's why he said, I am now death. I am the destroyer of worlds.
Yes.
And that is historically accurate. They actually put that in the movie. So that was, it was just so outrageous, the whole conversation. And it's just ridiculous. But anyway, that's just for me to explain.
Your memory is very good. Your memory is excellent, and of course, your memory is recalling kind of like the end of Brandon Young in his cycle of spiral. His spiral. You're describing like the end point of spiral. What Mandy was fascinated about, what captivated her was his origins. And do you remember anything about it? I'll relate them, of course. I'm going to relate them, but I'm just curious. Do you remember anything about his origins, his family?
Not at all, Douglas.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
not at all.
Yeah.
I probably, if you say something, then it will peripherally come in, like
Right.
subconsciously. Yes,
Right.
but so yeah,
in
please
the
continue.
very early days, do you recollect? Not that you need to, because it's all on record, and everybody will testify. They'll swear to it.
Yes.
From Amanda Yu to Sammy Romero, they all heard him, and they'll testify as witnesses in court if they needed to. He said he was in an arranged marriage with a young lady because of the wealth of his family. He was in an arranged marriage with a young lady, and their baby was sacrificed. She was pregnant. She went to Canada. The baby was sacrificed, and she came back, and she was no longer pregnant anymore. And yet they had already purchased a crib and all this other paraphernalia to prepare for a child. But when I asked him, have you ever thought of vengeance, getting the people who did this to your child? It was like crickets, nothing. He had nothing to say.
Right.
So any of that ring a bell with you? Remember
Aspects of that rings bells. Yes, I was going to say that rings bells. Aspects of that.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about the baby though, Douglas, but I do know that thing about arranged marriage. I remember that.
Yeah. So
Yes.
For something that is more morbidly entertaining, what's morbidly entertaining was that there was this woman named Diane Lapierre who was Québécois, and Diane Lapierre spoke fluent French. She was a great admirer of mine. She wanted to. She had a husband. She had 3 young boys. But she was looking for romance because her husband wasn't putting out. But her husband was almost certainly a pedophile. I definitely know this because when I was bringing attention to human child sex trafficking during an awareness week, I put forth an illustration in which no genitalia were shown, but I showed profiles of an adult male who had just raped a very young girl. And this was evidenced by bloodied Kleenex or toweling that was next to the 2 of them. I did a black and white illustration so this would remain fairly abstracted, but the suggestion of what had happened would be, the message would be delivered visually. Again, no genitalia were shown. The girl was shown crying, the adult male smoking. The message was clear. They banned me or suspended me from Facebook for a single day over that. This guy got suspended for like 9 months or 12 months or 16 months, something incredible. He must have been sending dick pics to kids. I mean, seriously, this is like, it's just, so there was that. He had a brother who was in prison, who he was bringing home to live with the family when he's got a wife and 3 sons. He's going to allow a brother who's been in prison for a good 10 years for major felonies to come home and live with them. Probably a child molester is the reason why the guy was in prison. The reason I would say that is because it runs in families. And this guy, according to his own wife, Diane Lapierre, was someone who knew Stephen Outram. And she told me he knew Stephen Outram from the West Coast, where Stephen Outram owned vast tracts of property, and they lived in the same apartment building together. Think about this, a wealthy man who owns entire tracts of property living in an apartment house. He's obviously renting a room so he could do his dirty dealings there.
Yeah, he could do his day work.
Yeah, and that's where her husband would trade computer parts with him. Now, that sounds innocuous to her, but to me it's damning because they're trading hardware. Hard drives loaded with child porn so they would never get caught electronically trying to torrent each other with this or sending it in the mail. They just rendezvous at the apartment building where they both have an apartment specifically where they can trade their child porn with each other. This is the insanity that we're speaking of on one level. Anyhow, she, in her innocence, was hot for myself, but got chased away by Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Ager. And once they chased her off, she went for sloppy seconds and went after Brandon Young. And then what happened was the husband found out, and the person who would relay all of this in detail was Peter Moon. And he would just say on air, without any sense of self-consciousness. The only reason that I'm bringing this up with my own sense of aplomb and no care about the details is because it's already on record. It was all said by Peter Moon. So it's out there already, and he was the first guy to say it.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas.
But at any rate, I know it all to be true because there were other people I cross-referenced with. All this is true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Danielle Lapierre told me herself about the Stephen Outram connection. And who is, of course, as George Knight will tell you, we have photographic evidence that Stephen Outram was an acolyte of Michael Aquino. We have photographic evidence of that. So, yeah, but all that being said, so what happened was the husband found out about Deanne Lapierre and her long overnight conversations on the phone with Brandon Young. So he called up Brandon Young and he pulled up Liam Nielsen. You know, he said, "I will hunt you down. I will find you.
Find you.
I will kill you."
Yeah.
And Brandon Young completely flipped out, freaked out, and had to find a safe house to escape to so he could hide for several months. And he went to live with Peter Moon. So, okay, all that's just pure morbid entertainment. But when it came to the less entertaining elements of all of this, here we have Holly, who's a care provider, and at one point in her life cared for Ruth Hyde Payne, surname spelled Paine, Ruth Payne. Now, Ruth Payne was the wife of Arthur Middleton Young, whom Brandon Young got his name from. Arthur Middleton Young was basically this late American mathematician and engineer and inventor, a helicopter pioneer, a philosopher, and astrologer. Not astronomer, but astrologer. Anyhow, in terms of any actual impact, as important as his invention, the Bell helicopter, was, it was actually nothing to him. He felt the most important contribution he made was being the elaborator of what might have been the first theory that unified consciousness, physics, and the life sciences. Now, when he was, all of this in the most satanic and occult sense, when he was young, he married his high school schoolmate, Priscilla Page, in 1933. And then what happened was during World War II, he developed the helicopter, which became the Bell helicopter because they patented it. And he made millions of bucks. And so in 1946, he recorded his notes on the idea of the psychocopter, the helicopter as the winged self, a metaphor for the human spirit. Now, by October of 1947, he quit Bell Helicopter. He was a multi-millionaire. And basically, he wanted to fund his desire to start a new career as a satanic occultist, what he called a philosopher of the soul, or a philosopher of the mind. And to fund his new calling, he divorced Priscilla. He threw her to the side of the road like used Kleenex, just threw her in a ditch in 1948, and then immediately married the artist Ruth Forbes Payne. Now, she was of the Boston Forbes family. You've heard of the Forbes, Fortune 400? That Forbes. So she was a multi-billionairess. Wow. So they called themselves the Boston Brahmins. And so once he married her, he became a multi-billionaire. And together, they got involved with the occult, full swing operational, started their own satanic church. Basically, what happened was in 1952, at the end of World War II, Young and his wife Ruth organized the Foundation for the Study of Consciousness in Philadelphia, the forerunner of the Berkeley, California's Institute for the Study of Consciousness, come 1972. And also in 1952, Young and Ruth began to participate in the seances, initiating the first contact with the Nine. These were
Well, it's an Adamite belief system that the nine are a group of entities that psychics in the 1950s claimed represented the nine creator gods of ancient Egypt. All of this based on Crowleyite occultism. That's the Crowley cosmology. And then what happened was with all these, this, you've got this shadowy estate in Maine, the state of Maine, that was an epicenter of psychics and psychedelics. And they worked with Andrea Puharich, this Croatian, who brought over the Israeli spoonbender Uri Geller to America. And all of this was going on, and by the time of the Kennedy assassination, basically, our girl Ruth Forbes Paine, she was the great-granddaughter of Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet. She was the mother of a guy named Michael Paine, Paine like hers. She had been married to George Lyman Paine Jr. before she married Arthur Middleton Young. Their son, Michael Paine, married her, Ruth Hyde Paine, and together he acted as a cook, C-U-C-K, a cook. He liked to watch her have sex with other people, in this case with women, lesbian sex. She became a lesbian lover of Lee Harvey Oswald's wife, Marina, the Russian woman, who had been the handler of Lee Harvey Oswald. She was living with Ruth Paine at the time of the John F. Kennedy assassination. The federal government raided their home. They were going to line her up against a wall and execute her by gunfire, by firing squad. But she was saved because she was the lesbian lover of the richest woman in America. And this is an actual Russian spy who helped kill our president. Think about that. And then what happened was that, Holly was care provider for Ruth Paine when she got older and living in Berkeley. Remember, they moved the church to Berkeley, right here near San Francisco, right across the bay, right across the Golden Gate Bridge. Holly was caring for her, and, our Holly. And then what happened was that, basically the son, Michael Paine, came in, started beating the mother up violently, demanding she sign over everything, all material goods. He had fired everyone on the estate, all the security, all the gardeners, everybody, so no one would be witness to it, except Holly, who was the care provider and by her side. He said, "You're fired. Get the hell out of here." And she said, "I'll call the police." He said, "You do that. I already bought them off." She went to the police, and the police told her, "Well, you'd better get out of Berkeley or you're never leaving alive." And she found out later he had beat his mother after she signed over all the fortune. He beat her into brain death, a coma, where she was then put into a hospital and died. Now think about this. That Michael Paine who did that was the father of Brandon Young. And how did Brandon Young wind up with the name of what would have been his kind of stepfather figure, Arthur Middleton Young? It's because his father didn't want him to get the inheritance. He figured Brandon Young was an idiot and tried to have him killed. He was expendable. That's why he got the different last name. Instead of Paine, he got the name of Young. But he was still filthy rich and an imbecile whom the father despised and tried to take out by assassination. Now, it's not like he's a sympathetic character, because V, who's my cosmetologist, brought up fairly recently that, there was, Brandon Young's wife. He used to come into the salon just to see you. She said that she would basically get treated at the same time she was treating myself and just stare at me for hours while undergoing treatment. Of course, V never sought to tell me about this until literally a decade later.
And beyond that, probably more than a decade later, come to think of it. But she said she was pregnant with Brandon Young's child. And she said she was Canadian, lived in Canada, and had 2 tattoos, one on each calf, you know, the calves of her legs, of angels. Now, V's graduated from 4 different psychic colleges. She's a practicing witch. She knows angelology, and she did not recognize these angels. She said, what are those figures on the calves of your legs, one on each leg? And Brandon's wife said, oh, they're these angels. And she gave her the name of the angels when she asked, but she didn't recognize them. Well, they're not angels. They're Adamite anti-gods. It's simply a sacrilegious practice to put them in the form of angelic personification.
Yes.
Yeah, at any rate, the girl was pregnant, and then when she delivered the baby, she came to get treatment at the salon again to observe myself and told V, oh, the mother has my baby now, and she's raping it to death with a strap-on dildo in a hotel room. Which, again, V never felt was important enough to tell me until well over a decade later, after the Brandon Young severance. And she said she's doing this at, of course, the permission and behest, the cooperation of the father, Brandon Young. So it was Brandon Young who never felt any need for vengeance against the people who sacrificed his baby, because he's the one who gave the order to do so, to try and redeem himself in the eyes of his satanic father, who beat his mother into brain death, his own mother into brain death, to gain the family fortune. That's the background story behind Brandon Young.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And,
No, thank you for that, Douglas. Yeah.
At any rate, so been quite
Wow.
the night, and thank you for suffering through that.
No, not at all. No, it's been a privilege. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. And yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed it. I've learned a lot as well. But that's the most important thing. Yeah, we've come on, we've spoken, we've shared, knowledge. We shared what we know. And so, yeah, it's been wonderful just interacting with you, Douglas. So thank you so much again, like always. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. Thank you for having me on. And yeah. So yeah, if you're happy for us to close up the night now, I'll let you get some.
I think I'd better get a few hours in before I retrieve
they turn up.
Before I retrieve my home delivered meals. Poor bastard who delivers them. Yeah, Nick, he's it's, you can see it's taken its toll on him, because he has to tell everybody, oh, your meals have been cut in half. So for most people, that's a death sentence. He's poor bastard. Anyhow, so love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Love you dearly too, Douglas. I look forward to joining you on Wednesday as well. We'll continue.
Yes. And share that love with your family. Stay safe and be well. Yes. And of course, everybody, we need your support. And until next Wednesday, everybody come back at the same time, same place. So say good morning to him, George. Send him off.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and good night. And God bless, Douglas, and I'll look forward to joining you on Wednesday. And everyone, please support Douglas. Donate wherever you can spare. It goes to a great cause. And thank you, as always, Douglas.
Thank you.
Take good care of yourself.
All right. Most blessed be. Okay, bye for now.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, we're ending the call, and we'll be ending stream. Okay, and everybody, again, join us on Wednesday, same time, same place, and provide all the support that you can. I desperately need it. Okay. There we go. And now we triple redundancy